Hello, hello, hello. I am back online. Just getting over that flu I had for a couple of weeks, and I'm a little hoarse still, but eh, I will try to get through, and if I got a cough, I'll mute. And I wanted to go through 1996. But before I get there, I want you to see what I got up right here. This is my Tanya Kangas YouTube page. I've renamed it. A little anonymity wouldn't hurt in these day and times, so this is what I've done here. So it's still the same lineup. It's got, races that I do like this. So live streams I will download after I get done. Some information on modifieds. This is some stuff more recent of my dad's research. My dad's 5 months ago, he was on a radio station here in town. So anyways, that, and also my son's iRacing stuff. And of course, my hero, Smokey Eunuch, and Smokey Belongs. I think we glitched just for a second. I don't know why. I saw it coming through. But that doesn't matter. That's that page. And I also split off a new page, Miss T Vibes. It's brand new. I just was fooling around with it last night. Put all my Florida stuff and my favorite music on that page. Anyway, that's all my puppy dog stuff, my kitty dog stuff, my beach trips. I went to the beach this week. That's all here. It's linked back to my other page, but I'm going to start uploading stuff here if it's not racing related. So that's that. My update in my little world. I've got my NASCAR Winston Cup season for 96 lined up by Austin LaPlante. He does the greatest databases of these. And I also got Austin LaPlante's Busch Grand National Series from 1996. Now, one of the best things about 1996, check this out. That was me in 1996. How about that? Yeah. And I also figured out how to do this so you can get a little close-up of me. Hello. I am Miss T, and I'm glad to meet you. I hope you like racing as much as I do. And I think we're going to go to Daytona. Let's start with the Busch Clash practice. I think that's really, really cool. It's a really cool thing to look back at the old Busch Clash. Because, in my humble opinion, the old Busch Clash is... Oops, what the hell is that? There we go. I got YouTube, Google Chrome up. I don't want that up. Let me... shut that one. Let me see what I got up now. Yeah, let's go racing. I had all these pages up from when I was trying to find my pages since I've revamped them. But yeah, we are going to do Busch Clash practice, and we're going to run this straight through. You got the Daytona 500 qualifying after that. You got the Busch Clash at Daytona. And then you get the 500 qualifying and the 125s. Then I'm going to jump back to the Busch Grand National 1996 at Daytona. So it's going to be Daytona for a couple of streams, obviously. So let's get rocking and rolling with the Busch Clash practice. Because these have all our heroes.
Now here is the starting lineup for the Busch Clash.
And it's just really nice to look back on when racing was for the thrill of racing.
Musgrave and
build in the fastest cars, getting yourself to the track,
Dave Marcus and Mark
get your crews to the track.
The sixth row will be
Punch list
and
gets
Dale Jarrett, Bill Elliott
taped to the car. Everybody does all those
John
things
Andretti
on
and
race
Dale
day.
Earnhardt in row number 8.
Before the practice is different than before the qualifying is different than
Earnhardt and
before the
Gordon
race.
start 16th and 17th
It's a science in itself. exciting in itself. It does not need
17
have
drivers that will
stunts
be in the Busch Clash are on
to
the
be great.
racetrack, and we're watching this trio
Raw
go
NASCAR
into turn
like this.
number 3. They're 3 wide going
Stood on
through
its
there.
own. Didn't need no
Please.
crazy ass
Don't go up the
Busch Clash in
Jeff, because Ricky
the Arctic or something. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, man, how is
Busch Clash was the most prestigious race, and it was our opener. It was our preview of our last year's champions and pole sitters. You know what I'm saying?
They are. Mark Martin on the bottom, Jeff Gordon in the
It's
middle,
just
Ricky
an
Rudd on
opinion.
the outside. Sterling Marlin is
But I think I hope we're going back to a little more of this roots
Mark
and raw
backed off, and he
racing
drops
energy.
in behind Gordon and Rudd.
Let's watch this a bit.
Oh, Sterling Marlin, the garage might not be a bad place to go.
Dale Jarrett is the 5th car there in this group.
It was kind of impressive. Sterling Marlin, just a moment ago, he was leading this pack, and I think as we were going to break, he moved over and let those cars go by and then see if he could close back up on them. And you can see that he went back a couple hundred yards and closed right back up on that group of cars led by Dale Jarrett, Jeff Gordon, Ricky Rudd, and Mark Martin. So Sterling Marlin, once again, the Kodak Film Chevrolet looking awfully strong.
Yeah, one thing again, and Benny, I think we need to point out, when we see somebody pass another, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's got
Oh, FYI, I was at the track.
and they're letting guys go by.
We were working with Spam then. My dad was working with the 91.
For a report.
You'll notice the 3
No.
is not in that pack.
No, he was working with the 72 BGN, Mike Dillon's brand new rookie
This
team.
year on top of the rig. David, you look so relaxed up here. The reason is your car isn't out there.
Yeah, I mean, they get a little bit of tight action going out there. And, we're not out there because we ran earlier today. We're pretty pleased with the car. So, yeah, I can be relaxed right now.
You're watching the stopwatch, and what David is doing is taking laps depending upon who's leading the draft. Now, a moment ago, with the 24 car leading, they were in a 48-second lap, and then the 4 car led, and that was a 48.5-second lap. And the fastest
My Stella pup.
thus far was when Dale Jarrett was
you
leading.
doing?
What they run then?
I have about a 47.85, 47.90.
Wake up.
So they got to moving pretty good. When they stay in line, of course, they're going to be faster. But they spread out. They slow down even to 49-second bracket.
Very much.
So these guys have run no better than 47.8
Yeah,
supporting your
he's
driver,
smiling.
Dale Earnhardt, in a draft with Mark Martin in the
Puppy knows mommy loves her.
Well, we had Mark behind us. We were catching the draft off some cars in front of us. We ran 47.60s, catching up to that pack. So we're pretty pleased with the car. And we decided just to sit out this session and wait till tomorrow morning and run that one.
Any predictions? You seem to be at one of the quickest cars as we watch the Clash cars practice, but we're going to be on for qualifying tomorrow. Any thoughts about what it'll take to sit on the inside of row 1?
It's going to be hard to say if the weather stays about like it is. The wind isn't too bad.
Moving a little bit to make sure I'm still live.
Just depends on who gets in a really good
trick.
super lap. Our car's pretty
David
good.
Smith.
Sterling's good.
There's some great interviews with him, with Dale Jr., Dirty Mo Media.
Fall now, looking at possibly Earnhardt. He's been the quickest in practice today.
Talking of these days
Section Bob
when he got that job.
His Clash car ran so well this
Pretty
morning.
cool to
in
like
the
see
draft
how it
inside the
all,
market, covered up
everybody's
and let it
stories
rest
seem to
until Sunday.
coincide.
Typical Dale
And back up
Earnhardt.
everybody
The car
else's
worked
stories.
Good
And
earlier. Why take it out and run it again?
It's kind of weird because I was there for the stories
on the track
as
right
they
now.
happened, and
Practicing for
very,
the
very
Busch Clash.
fortunate.
We'll be back with more in just a
It's like-
moment.
how lucky.
Back at Daytona, where the Busch Clash practice continues.
I didn't share
Quite
this
as
out or
much
anything.
drafting going on at the moment that there was earlier.
People show up,
although it looks
that's
like
great. I have to watch this
Elliott
anyway. I was
and,
watching it earlier and I was
Labonte
like,
are getting hooked up. at the
there's
draft.
way
Bobby
too
Labonte
many
is also right there.
heroes
Darrell Waltrip leading them
in this race and in these practices and these interviews.
15
To me, it was priceless
practice remain here before
as I
the track
started to
shuts
preview
down,
this,
BP.
and that's when I
And Bob, these
said I'll
cars, Sterling
put this
Marlin
live because
12
this is
laps.
really, really
Busch Clash
important
are going to run
stuff.
10 laps, and
Especially when they're
another
revamping
caution, 10 more
NASCAR,
laps,
trying
I
to
believe.
make it
So he's already run more
what the
than he's gonna
fans
have to
want,
on the green
which is a
flag.
little bit more of the old school. There's been some great
That this car is not
innovations.
gonna
The
go
Lucky
with it.
Dog,
You know, something is not going to happen that's going
fantastic
to make the car start
rule
handling
change.
badly. He's trying to put all the laps he can on
Competition
this car to make
cautions to
sure
check
it's as
tire
good as
wear,
it can possibly
great
be.
idea. to create drama,
Experienced
bad
field will take
idea.
the green flag.
And side drafting's a sucker's
Is the
bet.
most
That's
experienced
just
in
an
that
old
race
school
with
opinion.
14 years of experience. Darrell Waltrip has been in 12.
Look at those
Ricky Rudd,
names.
11. Terry Labonte 10.
Those are the
Dale
heroes.
Earnhardt 10. Mark Martin 9. Ken Schrader 7.
Of our
Sterling
sport.
Marlin and Rick Mast have been in 4 Busch clashes.
Those are the people that really
Has
give a
been in
damn
3,
about
and
where
of course,
it's
Jeff
been
Gordon
and where
is the
it's
defending
going.
champion.
How many has Earnhardt won of the 10 he's been in?
Busch Clash wins help. Labonte, Musgrave, Marcus, and Green have all been in 2, and Jared Andretti and Strickland in 1. We're looking that up, Benny.
Okay. I
I've
knew
got
that
so
someone
many
could-
papers here that I cannot keep them all straight, and I cannot keep all the information in my head, but we've got Bill working on it, so we'll get that
I'm
information.
really grateful for all
thing
my
is,
followers. I'm
A
up
little
to
fly on the ointment right now. This wind
147.
is picking up. We've
Yeah.
probably
Just
got
need
15,
3 more
20
for
mile an hour winds
150.
over the racetrack.
And I'm
A
doing
handful
pretty
for
good
these
there
drivers
on
as they try to
YouTube
set
as
up the
well.
car.
But
Yeah, when Jerry was
YouTube and
talking
this
to,
is for
David
fun
Smith
for me.
there a while ago, we
And I
were
really
blowing through the
appreciate it
mic.
when people
Earnhardt
like
has 6 wins. There's a win
what I'm
indicator,
showing
and,
or what
show
I'm
you how
doing.
much wind velocity there is. Dale has 9 previous starts, 6 wins.
We were a
8
few
top 5
trailers
finishes.
down from them at the
And he's
second
won
Daytona
almost
race.
$500,000 running in Busch
When
Clash
we were with
competition.
Blake.
So
I
that was
remember
Razor.
standing on the hauler
And
because
Bill Weber
Sterling was
is in the
beside
ARCA
us.
garage. The story
And I got the
we've been,
infamous,
following for the last 3 days
bird
continues.
flip,
Here's Bill.
which made me feel part of the crowd.
And the work continues.
I was very proud of being flipped off by Sterling Marlin.
Yeah, the tape job they didn't like that a whole lot, so now we're in the
That's a story you won't hear
got
everywhere.
it all wiped down. It's kind of crude, but it's all we can do for right now.
This was what it was like. For real, every car would put a little Bondo and
Took it back to the motel with us, trying to
meet
get
the
that thing
templates
stopped
and
up,
this, that, and
come
the
get
other.
his stuff back in there in the morning.
But he
be back
kept
on
hitting the
racetrack.
wall, poor bad.
Well,
For-
Robbie's
for
going to give our
shame.
fans a look at the side of the car, and it will be a long night because you have taken the motor back to the hotel.
Yeah, today's just starting good. We're gonna have to go back and
Probably mortgaged everything he owned.
and see if we can get that leak stopped up. And, just have to do the best we can.
I'm not going to ask you where you're staying because they probably don't know you're bringing a motor in there, but this is the Bondo Marhide series, so that help you out a
Just
little
to
bit
be-
with the series sponsor.
Well, we're glad they're sponsoring this deal right now. I guarantee you. I don't know if we can afford the tire bill or the Pondo bill right now.
Well, I'll tell you, they were just about to cover this car up, and now they're going to go ahead and do it. They uncovered it so we could give you fans one more look at this car, but we wish you all the best. Obviously, you've been great. You have a great attitude and some hard-working guys, and we'll check in with you in the morning, see how it's going. Good luck tonight.
Yeah, it's definitely all the guys are definitely what's making it work.
Those back marker guys that,
Time they get a chance
put
to
everything they own into that one run.
we're gonna get it.
The one thing they can say is they got to drive a race
Tell 'em,
car
come
around
on down.
Daytona
We're
full
gonna make
speed.
it.
Are they watching at Chevy's Cafe?
Yeah, they got
That's
TV
more than
on
most of
watching,
us will
seeing
ever
what's
get
gonna
to.
happen. It's kind of like we call home. That's
And
how
I
can't
think
believe
that
happened. And the next time
Those
we call back,
backyard
they say, "We can't
mechanics
believe
are
it
so
happened again."
important
So
for the sport
we're just
because
trying to quit
of the innovation, the design. You had to
Tonight either.
figure other ways to be fast
Yes, I'm scared.
other than a powerful
Know who
motor.
you are. though.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Need the TV time. This ain't really how we want to get it.
Okay, well, maybe
I
you'll
think
get it
that's
the other way
where the
starting
real
tomorrow. Good
science
luck.
come in the sport was the lower budget teams having to make it up with
Kodak Film Chevrolet. I mean,
handling more than motor in a lot of these tracks. Of course, not Daytona, but
48 seconds.
it's all about the
Where'd you end up
motor and
running?
draft.
Running 4740s, 4750s, and 60s. When they catch a car in front of them, they'd draft up to that, and then.
But Daytona's only 2 of the 32
This is
races.
the first
you know?
racing action we've seen, in a while, so it's
Pretty excited, wasn't it?
kind of makes a little nervous up here. Yeah,
Or however many nowadays, I don't even
40 is
know.
about 190 miles an
Used
hour.
to be 32.
you're pretty close. Yeah, it's about 190.
And someone is going to show us how the crew chief. He's going to show us how the crew chiefs watch the car.
Yes.
All right, here's a race over here in turn 1 and 2, Larry. Let's watch this race. Who is this? I can't see him. Can you?
Bobby Labonte, Bill Elliott. Not sure who that is behind.
Is that Ted Musgrave? No?
Maybe Kenny.
Might be Ted Musgrave. That's Elliott that moves that on the inside, so he's probably getting a plug check. He's all done.
He's finished up, and looks like Teddy's going for the lead there. Teddy or Mark, I'm not sure which car that is.
That was our truck right there, the blue one.
These guys are just getting ready for the
It's
Clash
Hut.
race.
It's Hut, by the way, Ben.
Oh, it's Hut Strickland in the Circuit City car. No, that was Dale Jarrett we're talking about. It just passed Bobby Labonte.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah.
I saw 1.8, but I didn't see the second one.
So the cars are just about are thinning out on the racetrack, and you ran 20 laps, huh, Larry?
Yeah, we did. We needed. That's a brand new car, and we needed to.
I don't know if you noticed in that shot, there were a bunch of crew chief heroes on the tops of them
We had
trucks
it down
right
here in our
there.
last test session. He really didn't like it. He said it didn't drive good, and so we found a little problem with a steering part, and we want to shake it down good and make sure that everything was okay, because we're going to go, have that 20-lap dash for cash, and we want to be right there trying to get the money.
What did he say on the radio after that 20 laps? He said it was still okay?
He said the car felt real good. Yeah, he said might need a little bit more right front spring in it, but other than that, he felt good.
All right, Bob, time to go to break. Get your blimp promo.
Well, the overhead shots come from the Blockbuster.
It looks so different today.
And the session is
about 15 miles north
more than 5
of
minutes to
Daytona.
go in this session
And
involving
to drive
the
by
Busch
there
Clash
is
cars.
just so
We'll take a
different
break and
today.
be right
Oh
back.
my God. For some reason they left this Calvin Klein ad in. It was really actually very, very 90s.
Very on.
Daytona, just a few more minutes.
thought it was kinda cool.
Practice
I played
remaining,
it
and
through.
Bill Weber is standing by with one of the Clash participants, Mark Martin.
And that's a thrill to watch. How's it feel to sit in there, Mark?
Feels good. Our car's handling real good. It's real slow. We're going to thank goodness for the qualifying races. We'll get a pretty slow qualifying time, and we're going to have to get us a decent starting spot through the 125s. As good as my car handles, I think we'll have a nice solid top 10 start for the 500, but we sure won't qualify in the top 10.
How about your Clash car? How about drafting with the rest of the guys?
Feels good to be back at it.
Okay, Mark, good luck.
Just to recap,
Okay, that's Mark Martin. He's got a
1996
Clash car,
Winston
and he's
Cup
hoping for a
practice
good run
for the
in
Busch
Daytona
Clash.
500, but they don't seem to feel they're qualified too well.
And Bill, as we wind up our coverage, our exclusive coverage here during Speed Weeks and getting set for qualifying tomorrow, I'm going to tell you just how scientific it has become here in the Winston Cup garage area. Now, I'm on top of the Dale Earnhardt Goodwrench rig, and behind me is what is called as basically a mini weather station. These instruments here are attached to a meter, to a digital readout station inside the truck. Now, this little doohickey here looks like a child's toy. Basically, is a doohickey. That's one of those technical weather
That's
terms.
good technical term there.
Exactly. That's what John Kernan taught me to say in his weather background. That's basically
Anemometer.
measuring wind speed. Now, over here, we're talking
Wind
about
speed.
wind direction. The wind coming out of a certain direction, that all gets read below. And this small digital probe here, that will measure air temperature. And, of course, every time that they go out to practice...
It looks like they went to Radio Shack.
All three of these going down to a digital meter inside the back of the Goodwrench
kinda
rig.
cool, though.
And they will jot down what the wind speed was, what direction it was coming out of, and what the air temperature was. And what we didn't show you was also there's a barometric pressure reader down, a sensitive gauge down inside, which lets the engine people know whether to richen or possibly lean up the jets in the carburetor to get maximum horsepower. It has become very, very scientific, particularly here where horsepower is so critical on the restrictor plate tracks, Bob.
Doc, I built one of those once. I remember I got one of these kits, and I put it together, and I spent hours and hours and hours, and I took it up on the roof, and the second day we had a storm, and it blew down, and the thing just went...
Well, this one looks pretty flimsy, but believe me, it's been just rattling around up here.
Oops. I think that ended their coverage because this happened to me when I was reviewing it, and it went right into the pole qualifying for the Daytona 500.
Qualifying. Some of the haulers looked a little different, sporting new sponsors and paint schemes. Others were immediately recognizable. The same with faces. Some were new, others familiar. But the same attitude was shared by all. Get the car going as fast as possible. The drivers wore a variety of expressions. Some knew from winter testing that there would be a struggle. Others expressed confidence that this might be the year for a win in the world's most important stock car race. Hard work, long hours, practice, and now today qualifying.
If I sing right now, you know if I'm either good or bad.
That's right. We probably know you're bad.
I beg your... I can't drive, so I got to do something.
Let's go over to Benny.
Hey, you almost forgot my name, didn't you, Weber?
You know, we don't want to be a big flash in the pants.
The driver got a little over exuberant leaving pit road. When I get the pole tomorrow, I'm going to take a little bit more credit because you're working your ass off. Excuse me.
He steals all the good lines.
I don't know if I want to tell you or not. You'll spread the word.
They're a lot better at this than I am right now. They've been doing it longer than I have, and they just know more than I do.
Change colors, change teams, change cars, change oil.
We need your TV time. This ain't really how we want to get it.
Okay. From darkness to daylight and back to darkness, we have come full circle to tonight as you join us live for a recap of Busch Pole qualifying held today here at Daytona. Being brought to you by Texaco Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car, take it to the star. And by the NASCAR Story. To order, call 800-71-NASCAR. Hi, everyone. I'm Bob Jenkins, and we welcome you to Daytona. For the next 90 minutes, we're going to share with you what happened here today as we establish the front row for the Daytona 500, which runs a week from Sunday. Now, back in 1982, when he was a little bit younger and perhaps a little bit slimmer, on this very night, Benny Parsons was celebrating the fact that he had won the pole for the Daytona 500. You remember back then how you felt?
Was that today?
Yep.
Man, was I excited. And there's one guy that's as excited today as I was back then.
We'll let you know who that is in just a moment. Now, Ned will show you in just a moment exactly how the lineup is determined for the Daytona 500, but qualifying at any rate is very important.
Oh, it's very important, even though just the front row is to be determined in qualifying here on the first round. But everyone wants to get a good speed in so that if they have trouble in the qualifying races on Thursday, they'll have something to fall back on that can get them in the Daytona 500. Most of them feel if they can get a speed that'll put them in the top 25 today, then they'll feel fairly comfortable that they will be able.
I'll be right back. I'm going to take a Mucinex, and that will dry my nose up some, and I won't cough so much.
The two fastest in today's qualifying determine the front row. Then positions 3 through 30 are determined by the finishing positions in Thursday's twin 125s. Positions 31 through 38 determined by overall qualifying speed. That's the point that Ned just made. Then other determinations are provisionals, 4 based on 1995 owner points, and then there might be a champion's provision available if a previous NASCAR Winston Cup champion has not been able to get into the race any other way. Let's begin our review now of what happened earlier today, just shortly after 2 o'clock Eastern Time, when the first car rolled out to qualify. Dave Marcus was supposed to be the first out, but instead it was Kyle Petty. He finished 30th in the points last year with 1 win. New crew chief on the car this year, Billy Woodruff. And this was our first maybe indication of how the new Pontiac was going to run in qualifying.
And a brand new paint job on Kyle Petty's car as well. We can see the black and red car with some yellow trim.
And gentlemen, everyone knew before we came to Daytona that the speeds were going to be down this year. Dale Jarrett won the pole last year at a little over 193 miles an hour. And they have some new spoiler rules this year. That affected the car some, but more than that, NASCAR has mandated that the restrictor plate engines can only have a maximum of 14-to-1 compression ratio, and many of them had gotten up to where they were running 20-to-21 compression, which produced a lot of horsepower, but it was beginning to take away some of the durability of the engines, and when they reduced that horsepower, that reduced speeds.
And they also took the insert out of the intake manifold. Between the compression that Ned was talking about and the insert, they had the intake manifold about 40 horsepower reduction in the power.
1995, Kyle Petty started 11th. His best start here was in 1993 when he won the pole. His first lap was 48.651 seconds, translating to a speed of 184.991. We've talked all during this previous week on ESPN2 during our coverage about how the crews and the drivers really relate to time more than they do speed. So for Kyle Petty, first lap was 48.651.
And that will not be pole winning speed today. It's going to take somewhere in the high 180s. And we'll see that Kyle Petty will run faster on that second lap than he did on the first lap, because it takes over 2.5 miles to get these cars up to speed with reduced horsepower.
Petty comes down through the tri-oval and completes the qualifying run you're right, that second lap was better, 48.440, 185.950 for Kyle Petty. So he was the first out, and so for just a moment, he was the pole sitter. We'll be right back. Back at Daytona for a recap of Busch Pole qualifying today. Kyle Petty was the first out. Then we had a few more qualifiers.
5 more cars qualified. We see Rusty Wallace did in fact beat Kyle Petty, 186.062, and there's the other 5 cars that qualified.
But again, we really hadn't seen speed that we knew it was going to take to get on the pole for today, for next Sunday's race.
Well, of course, the practice that we had seen for the last couple of days, yes, the speeds that we've seen up to this point, we knew were not going to be pole speeds.
Well, how about Michael Waltrip? He has a brand new team this year and was set to go out onto the racetrack in the Wood Brothers car. Michael Waltrip started the Daytona 500 last year in 7th position, and he brought the Citgo Ford through the tri-oval, hoping to knock Rusty Wallace off of the pole.
That's the green flag, and we see the Citgo car, the different paint job on that car this year, more orange than last year. It was more white last year, wasn't it?
Yes, they had a lot more white on it. There's Michael's brother, Darrell, standing by watching his brother.
Michael will qualify for the Daytona 500, and when he cranks the engine a week from tomorrow, it will be his 300th NASCAR Winston Cup start.
There we see the reference point going in turn 1, 2, 3, and 4.
I got Mucinex.
The numbers on the top are the speeds that Rusty Wallace had run.
Coughing and coughing.
And this is Michael Waltrip.
Take a Mucinex. Now it's stuck right here. Tried to eat some cheese.
Off turn 2, the same speed going in turn 3, and the same
going to have to dissolve
now
right
he takes
there.
the white flag, and we'll see how his time is
Not
progressing.
swallow pills anymore.
Well, it was good enough on that first lap to knock Rusty off of the pole, 185.939 to 48.403. That was only his first lap, and if tradition holds true, he'll be better on his second lap.
And we can see that he was, because he was faster going in turn 1. And even faster coming off turn 2. See, 183, that was Rusty Wallace's speed, 182.
He was only about 0.03 of a second behind Rusty on his first lap. And as Bob said, the second lap in every case is faster than that first lap.
His best Daytona 500 finish was last year when he finished 6th.
Give Stelly a little treat.
Waltrip's second lap was better than the first, 48.051, a speed of 108.
Watch it. I got 200 mile an hour.
That did indeed put Michael Waltrip on the provisional pole, knocking Rusty Wallace off. And we talked to older brother Darrell.
Well, here's the big brother, Darrell Waltrip, whose brother Michael just took the pole. What do you think about that?
They're going to have a great year. I'm excited for him. That's a great car. And, you know, when I was his age, I always wanted to drive that car, and that dirty, rotten old Pearson drove it all those years. But that's a big thrill for me to see him in the car, and I really hope he does well. I think he hit a real home run there. I think he's going to have a great year. I think he'll break the victory drought before this year's over with. I'm excited for him and the Woods boys. I really am.
That was spoken with a great deal of enthusiasm. I think he truly meant that.
He really did mean that.
Here's Jeff Burton going out now in the number 99 car. He becomes the 3rd member of the Jack Roush team. And we might mention that between Michael Waltrip and Jeff Burton, Ted Musgrave qualified at 184.264, and all during the week. As a matter of fact, we made mention in our program today on ESPN2 about how this car was much faster than Mark Martin or Ted Musgrave in the practice, up to 3 miles an hour faster.
And there's no way to explain that, really, truly.
Not really. You got to figure.
I really like how they're doing a rundown of all the drivers.
Shops, and you figure
and their history and their careers.
And it doesn't take
because they were brand new.
Daytona, just a little bit of difference in the body, a little bit of down.
For y'all that got into racing way earlier,
big difference in the
way later,
must be a pretty good.
You can kind of see like what these guys were in the beginning of their career. I got a fan back here that's making a racket.
He probably will not.
I think it got a piece of fuzz in it.
Good lap. And we see off turn 4, he's a mile per hour faster.
First lap for Jeff Burton was 48.285 seconds, 186.393.
I started out with the category being
Speed as
sports.
reference. Burton was the same speed going into turn 1. The same speed coming off turn 2.
Friends are over here.
Now, the last time he ran 190 going into turn 3. See how he does this time.
Yeah, this is the
190. And that's
practice. I think no pole qualifying. My bad.
2 miles an hour faster.
Pole qualifying.
This kid started racing at age 17 and was
just began.
State go-kart champion. Joined the Busch Series and now is in Winston.
Waltrip was out there.
Better than the first. 48.021 seconds in a speed
It just kind of began. 11 minutes
and a very good run for Jeff Burton.
I had to go take a Mucinex, so I missed the first couple.
Moves to the provisional pole, but
I was watching from the other
Stay around.
side of the room. But good old Nascar. Okay, we have jumped way ahead in qualifying here.
International Speedway.
12 listed
And the
now.
outside front row was determined. Now, at this point in our coverage, Jeff Burton was on the pole and Michael Waltrip was in
We
second.
were with Lake Speed, so we qualified 7th. That's not too bad at this point, but now if only 12 cars have run and there's 50 cars,
And next to go out, 13th in the qualifying order, was
times our spot by 4.
man who used to live in Indianapolis.
And that's where we'll
has
qualify.
moved to North Carolina to be closer to the racing operation. Former IndyCar driver and John Andretti.
That's how I normally figured it out when we were
in the
racing.
Daytona 500 prior to now.
If half the field went and you qualified 5th, you'd plan on qualifying 10th-ish.
And John Andretti is a part owner in the Busch Grand National team this year that Stevie Reeves is going
Easy peasy.
the entire Busch Grand National season.
This is the team.
I'm gonna go grab me an energy drink. I'll leave the
Vehicle operations
mic on. I might as well.
company, but gave up that position to become a NASCAR Winston Cup car owner. And really a very successful season last year for John Andretti.
Bob, some of the older fans that might have seen qualifying years ago, maybe when I was driving race cars, we used to set the rear end of the car very high and for some aerodynamic effect. You see how low these cars are now? They're running extremely soft springs on them, even softer than they might run at Martinsville, Virginia. So when they go down the straightaway, it'll press down on it and get that spoiler down as low as it possibly can out of the air. Makes it go faster down the straightaway.
First lap for John Andretti, 48.249 seconds, 186.532. 40-degree spoiler used this year in Winston Cup?
Yes, the angle on the rear spoiler has to be 40 degrees. And just like Ned was talking about, now as we go down the back straightaway and that car, the air
I like messing with the emotes too a little bit. I like my nostalgic.
And it is legal too, even though it gets less than what they left with. But it does make it go faster down the straightaway. It gives them hand pull when you get in the corner though, with those soft springs.
Weather conditions today were partly sunny all day. It was very warm, a little bit of a breeze that the drivers encountered coming onto the tri-oval coming out of turn number 4. John Andretti's second lap was 48.085, 187.169 miles an hour. So a good run for John Andretti, and he is definitely solidly in the Daytona 500 coming up a week from Sunday.
And still these speeds a little bit slower than I thought they would be.
Jeff Burton on the provisional pole at this moment. Jerry, talk with him.
And Jeff, last year your older brother got his first win, and with laps like that, yours can't be far away.
Well, we hope not. We're working awfully hard. Like I told you earlier, we just wanted to run the same speed we did in practice, and we came really close to that. So I'm really happy with wherever that puts us is good, because we picked up a lot since testing, and that's going to safely put us in the Daytona 500 unless something really weird happens with the weather. So I'm awfully excited about it and ready to go racing.
Hey, thus far you're on the pole.
Well, the problem is there's about 30, 35 more to go, but we're going to hold on as long as we can.
There were a lot more qualifiers to go, and next was Joe Nemechek, who finished 28th in the points last year.
Crew Chief Jeff Weiss. I think Jeff Weiss's daughter might be racing if it's the same Weiss
paint scheme on this car, but it's still the same sponsor.
Late one.
Good looking race car. Joe's pumped up about the 19.
Now, my dad worked with that team
personnel that is
from 91 until
years experience that they had with his
the end of 94. He was helping with the Bush side. So it's been 2 years now since my dad had been with Nemechek.
Rookie of the year.
But I think some of his crew is still there.
89.
Mikey Borzinger, Ryan Larson, Red.
Quite to John Andretti's speed. Or
John Nemechek was still alive at the time, changing tires. Kevin was changing tires.
That isn't bad.
Not all that bad. About 183 coming off of corner number 4 onto the tri-oval. So we'll see what all that adds up to for Joe Nemechek.
Yeah, it was a pretty good team in the early days.
4-4-1.
It just got so expensive, you know.
793.
It was probably still a good team.
Looking at the comparison between
Joe today is doing some of that vintage racing stuff.
The difference, but that, as you said, is strictly a reference, and there's a lot of distance in between where that clocking is done, and a lot of things can happen in that area, in those areas.
Joe has only been in one Daytona 500. Last year he started 43rd and finished 42nd. So at least here in the early part of qualifying, he's made some great strides since then. Off of corner number 4 and onto the tri-oval once again. About a mile an hour slower coming off of turn 4 than the pole sitter Jeff Burton. Second lap was 48.196 for Joe Nemechek, translating to a speed of 186.737.
Not too bad for Nemechek.
That'll be a speed that'll definitely get him in the Daytona 500, I believe, with regardless of what happens in the qualifying race on Thursday.
Jerry Punch and Bill Weber are working the pits for us today. Jerry caught up with John Andretti.
John Andretti gets congratulated by car owner Michael Cranifus. And John, a big smile. That second lap a lot quicker coming off the turns over there.
Yeah, I guess the wind picked up quite a bit, I guess, when we got back there, and it slowed us down from our first lap to our second lap down the back straightaway. But the car was quite a bit quicker through the corner. So Kmart and Little Caesars, we're just glad to get a good qualifying run in and get a starting spot for the 125. And hopefully we can start third or fourth in the Daytona 500 from there.
Well, a lot more qualifying to bring you. Look who's going to the qualifying line. It's Dale Earnhardt. We'll be right back. Well, since this past Wednesday, when our coverage on ESPN2 began, we have had the honor of the blockbuster video blimp taking the overhead shots of Daytona International Speedway and the
things that are obsolete,
which is located right next to the racetrack. Reviewing what we have done so far, Jeff Burton is on the pole, Michael Waltrip second, and a lot more qualifiers other than that.
There we see Dallenbach and Rudd. We hadn't noticed before. Also Hamilton.
Bobby Hillen and Joe Ruttman right now are the slowest qualifiers at the moment. 181.7 for Joe. Well, Johnny Benson is getting ready to go. Let's go to Bill.
Johnny Benson, a rookie here in Daytona as far as the Winston Cup Series is concerned. I'm excited for you. Are you nervous at all?
Oh, sure, a little bit. Everybody's nervous, qualifying for Daytona, but I'll tell you what, it's exciting too, though. There's a whole great group of guys here at Bahari Racing. To be involved in this deal is it's unbelievable.
How about your expectations in your qualifying run?
We're not sure yet. Yesterday we really needed to pick up some time. This morning we ran an okay time, so we're just going to see. We need to make sure we got a good race car for the race, and qualifying, as long as we get in, we're gonna be happy with that. With the new Pontiac, we've got some sorting out to do, but the car's got a lot of potential, so we're looking forward to it.
I grew up always on the bigger side as a kid. I was always slightly thicker, big boned. That really continued.
Next to go was Mark Martin, the third member of the Jack Roush team. Finished fourth in the points last year with 4 wins and 22 top 10 finishes. No other changes on the team this year, but Mark Martin has been struggling here in the practice. He turned a 48.40 yesterday. That was his best practice speed, but really he hasn't been up to where Jeff Burton, his teammate, is. And of course, Jeff is on the provisional pole at the moment.
And we
This is was 96 Daytona pole qualifying.
400 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Mark Martin and the
I was here.
adopted that as the official paint.
We had already qualified,
96.
so I would be back at the truck probably,
Very good.
or sitting on pit road, just using my own stopwatch, getting in out here. We didn't really have timing and scoring on our phones or anything then in 96.
But you can see he's 3 miles an hour, Benny, slower than...
We still had computers that took 20 minutes to download a JPEG, so
I would be surprised if he can pick it up.
technology was just coming out
4 miles per hour coming off
electronically.
Trying to qualify for his 12th Daytona 500. First lap
It was all dial-up internet.
.947 seconds, 183.872. Not nearly what Mark Martin had hoped for.
Wow, man, he's still 3 miles an hour slower in turn one.
Yeah.
But we were with the spam car, my ex and I
Should he have
were
on Thursday?
cheering Lake Speed on.
Weather was really
Well,
favorable
my
for
ex
Martin
was
because
his
the clouds had
transporter
moved over
driver.
and
So
cooled the track just a little.
Yeah, the temperatures went down a few degrees when the cloud went over.
because of being in racing, I had my NASCAR license, so I was able to go to a lot of races if I wasn't working my real job. And they were pretty good about
So Mark Martin
letting me take time off to go to races because I took my boss to a race at Wilkesboro.
I would have to call it a big...
When I was living in North Carolina, he was the plant manager at a facility in
4.824.
Cornelius.
Well, one of the
And I took him to North Wilkesboro, one of the last races that were held there. Actually, they held them in 97.
Dale
but
qualifying
96,
underway.
I
Now,
took
some
him
of the speeds aren't what they were in
the Lakes
practice. Does that
crew, and he
surprise you?
just loved it. So that helped me get some time off from racing.
The plate from NASCAR, things usually slow
I
down.
ended up being a team scorer for Lake at the second half of the year.
You're more comfortable now knowing that a lot of other people are slowing down?
Yeah, I mean, you kind
I
of
believe his
fully expect our speed maybe to just
full-time scorer had
yesterday, but not very much. We
to take
feel
care
like
of
we're
some
in good
medical
shape.
things, either in the family or
Dale
something.
Dale will be up in just a moment.
With my
Meanwhile,
experience,
here is Johnny Benson, the young rookie that we just talked with a few minutes ago, replacing
modified events, I scored a little bit at
NASCAR Busch Grand National champion for
the Nemechek car when they had sponsors in and Martha
step
had to entertain them. I've scored for Joe.
And has been invited to the 1990.
It might have been Joe's very first cup race I scored
against
for
11
him.
other world-class drivers.
Nemechek for the Lozito's car.
Johnny Benson. And
I know the Budweiser
Jerry Punch
reps were in town and thinking of
when you go through
sponsoring
you don't use a restrictor plate
him.
that you bring from home.
Martha was entertaining him, and I
You use a 29
got to score.
plate that NASCAR gives you, and they're all
A lot of racing is like that. Volunteer and be in the right place at the right time. And
Benson ran a 48.7.
it's priceless. The memories are
See
priceless.
that he's a little bit slower down the backstretch and in turn number 1 than Jeff Burton, but turn number 4 was the same. Let's see.
You know, I was always like, well, Dad's, you know, a great car builder and a champion crew chief and a champion this and champion that.
48.20.
And we'd always tag along.
About
But it gave me, you know,
48.384, 186.012.
gave me personally a lot of happiness to contribute in racing.
We've seen a lot of the others. Then
And it always has. I still try to help
Daytona 500.
promote good racing ethics.
5.6 in testing during the winter.
People with good racing ethics.
Fastest Pontiac coming in 12th over
I've met Johnny Benson when he was at my parents' house once for a spaghetti supper.
500. Here he comes.
Or no, he was going out on Bertie's boat. Bertie had his boat at my dad's dock that day, and Bertie
Slower than
brought Johnny over there.
let's see what
That was when they won the Buschker National Championship in
better than the first
95.
48.1.
So it would have been a year before this that I met Johnny.
Johnny Benson is solidly qualifying for the Daytona 500. But Mark Martin, as we mentioned earlier, has to be very disappointed with what happened during his run.
Met him
Once again
as
is
Vic's
Dr. Jerry
daughter.
Punch.
I'm just Vic's daughter. People don't know me by
You
my
picked it up
first
some
name.
on the second lap, but still probably a
Except for
little bit
in
disappointing for
iRacing.
what you ran.
No, really, that's a little bit better than I thought we could run. Pretty pitiful. We got two of the slowest.
Rebranded a lot of my YouTube to Miss T stuff.
Right now, the front row's sitting there with Roush engines, and Ted and I are going to be 35th and 40th. So I guess we just don't know what we're doing when it comes to speedway racing. I don't know how we managed to win Talladega last year. We sure don't know what to do. We've done everything we can do, and that's as good as we can do.
Obviously some frustration from Mark Martin.
Thanks, Mark.
Well, Dale Jarrett, Dale Earnhardt. With Jeff Burton still on the pole, Dale Earnhardt was in a pretty good mood, and so was Darrell Waltrip, as Earnhardt was just moments away from climbing into his car to qualify. But up next is Dale Jarrett, who finished 13th in the points last year with a win. Todd Parrott is the crew chief on that car, and a couple of new sponsors on it also. And not just because of you, Ned, but this is the guy that I really thought going in was going to take the pole for the second year in a row.
He was fast and catchy.
Now, we were with Spam. My dad was with Detroit Gasket.
As well. He was really happy with the car, the way it was set up, and the way.
And in a few weeks, the musical chairs will begin
He
again.
had a shot at the pole going.
Not for us. We're going to stay through 96 with Spam.
You can see he's about even in terms.
With a melling.
About 1 mile per hour going in, and faster about 1 mile per hour coming off. So here's going in turn 3. We'll see, and he's 1 mile per hour slower there. So, but again, this is his first lap.
Yep. Looks like it isn't going to be good enough to knock Jeff off of the pole right now, but he has another lap to go. And quite honestly, the engines
I got to feed a kitty cat.
be totally up to speed.
He woke up.
Laps.
Well, they really get warmed up on that second lap, and you're right.
Hey, whoa, it is fast enough.
Sure
Look at
is.
this, 47.762, 188.434. Ned, that is the pole in it. A quarter of a second faster than Jeff Burton.
And just his first lap, you see there going into turn 1, he was about the same as Earnhardt and Darrell Waltrip look on, and looking at the line that Dale Jarrett is taking around the racetrack.
See what he gets at the end of the backstretch. Well, it's a little under 188, but still a good lap going for Dale Jarrett, who a year ago tonight was on this program as we celebrated with him his pole-sitting effort in the 1995 Daytona 500. The second lap for Dale Jarrett was quicker than the first, 47.536, 189.330, and we have a new temporary pole sitter.
And business is picking up right now, 189 and a half.
Yeah, that's about a half a second faster than anyone else had run.
But Dale Earnhardt is yet to qualify. Bill Weber has caught up with the man in black.
Dale Earnhardt, you've been all smiles down here on pit road. Good reasons why. You're one of the favorites for the pole. How about your run?
I don't know yet. Got to go run it first.
Well, you've practiced well.
Well, we have, but Jarrett just set a record to Martin to beat, and I don't know we can beat. We hadn't never run that fast in practice, so remains to be seen what we can do.
Well, here's the guy who is going for 3 wins in the Daytona 500 itself. Getting set to go out in just a few moments is Sterling Marlin in the Kodak Film Chevrolet. We'll return with more of our Busch Pole wrap-up in just a moment. Stay with us.
Okay, so I've been thinking about something. If you needed to get full mouth dental implants, the fastest way would probably be to go see whoever's local to you. Here's the funny thing, though. Did you know it may take up to 10 plus months to get your permanent implants put in? 10 plus months. So what if there was a place here in the U.S. you could travel to and you could get brand new full mouth implants, a full new smile in just 24 hours? That's it. You travel there, you get the new smile, good to go. Here's a place like that. It's called Nubia Dental Implant Center. It's worth looking into. In fact, I'll drop it here. There's a link. You can go take their 60-second eligibility quiz, see if you may be eligible. I mean, it's only 60 seconds. 60 seconds. Take the quiz. Find out if you may be eligible to receive the permanent teeth in 24 hours. I'm gonna drop the link right now. Here you go. Here you go.
Back at Daytona, unfortunately, time doesn't allow us to show you all the runs, so look for your favorite driver here as we show you who had qualified to this point. Dale Jarrett, though, had moved to the pole.
Man, 189.6 or 7 miles per hour.
And that was a little bit faster than he had practiced. He didn't think that he could run as fast as he practiced.
But the Goodrich Chevrolet was about to roll off of the line and to attempt to gut on the pole for the first time. He's never been on the pole for a Daytona 500, but he was hoping to. Meanwhile, Jerry caught up with Dale Jarrett.
Well, Dale, congratulations, 47-53, and you got other drivers in line waiting to go now, shaking their heads.
Well, yeah, it's a good run. The guys worked awful hard on this car, and they did a great job. Todd did a great job of making the calls of what we needed to do, and it drove super. You know, we were a little concerned when we got here yesterday. It was moving around a lot, but we worked on it and got it right, and just a great car and a great crew. Still got to worry about my teammate. He's fast. Ernie's going to have a good shot, and Dale and Sterling, and certainly Jeremy Mayfield. But we're solidly in the field for the 500, and I know that I've got a good car to race.
Do you go hide now, or do you go stand on the truck and watch?
We'll just go talk and have a good time here. So, we've done all that we can do to this point, and there's no reason to worry about anything. We did what we came here to do, and that was run fast, and we were able to do that.
Dale Earnhardt goes on to the racetrack for a qualification attempt. David Smith is the new crew chief on this car. Dale ended up second in points last year despite 5 wins, second in points to champion Jeff Gordon.
Did I hear you say that Earnhardt has never won a pole position for the 500?
That is correct. He has started second 3 different times, but has never started on the pole rather, and needless to say, he's never won the race.
Well, someone told me that he had started in the top 4 for the last 7 races or something here, and I just assumed he'd had a pole. But he has poles for the Pepsi 400 in July.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of times.
That's right.
Boy, he keeps that Goodrich Chevrolet right down on the bottom of the racetrack.
Oh, look at this, Ned.
Yeah.
About the same speed.
Yep, it's Dale Jarrett's second lap, and this is Earnhardt's first lap.
Coming off of corner number 4. Oh, he's 2 miles an hour faster in that area of the racetrack. It's a good lap for Dale Earnhardt. It's 47.769, 188.407 as Richard Childress looks on, the car owner.
That's about the same speed that Dale Jarrett ran on his lap, so it's going to be awfully close, I think.
They equal each other in the first and second turns. Earnhardt going for the pole. Here's Jerry with Richard Childress.
47.7 first time by RC. It's close.
That was a pretty good lap. You know, it just depends on how he gets to this second lap around there. You know, how everything heats up and warms up. That's where you pick your speed up. Just cross your fingers.
One gust of wind could cost him the pole or the front row, or maybe give him the pole.
You're right, and we've lost it, you know, on occasions like that.
Second lap. Good enough. 47, 491, 189.510, and Dale Earnhardt is on the provisional pole. Sterling Marlin is yet to go.
Sterling Marlin, some pretty quick speeds here this afternoon. Can you win the pole?
That's going to be tough to beat.
Alrighty, I'm back.
I don't think we can. We should be close, but I don't believe so. You know, if we get to oil good and hot, we'll be close, but if we don't, we might run about a 70, but they run a real good lap.
Fans making a
Some guys looking up at the sky here. You're hoping for a cloud. Will that help?
Beating it up.
We did a lot.
So every time I smack it, it stops squeaking, and then it starts slowly squeaking again.
Sterling Marlin will be out in a few moments. Meanwhile, we watch the run of Robert Questley, whose new crew chief is the guy who used to be the crew chief for Richard Childress and Dale Earnhardt. Andy moves over. Let's see what Robert Questley can do as he tries to make his third Daytona 500.
This car is owned by Leo Jackson, and the car always runs well on the restrictor plate tracks, and he was one of the top 10 qualifiers here a year ago for the Daytona 500.
Oops.
We see the car's bottoming out pretty good down in turns 1 and 2.
That's reading for that little bit of smoke. A little sheet metal got against the tire as it bottomed out. There's soft springs on the rear.
Let's get me running around. Everything gets out tangled.
Robert was a regular in the Busch Grand National Series from 1989 through 1994. Has moved up to the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. Last year finished second in the rookie points, finishing just a few.
It's been chilly in Florida this morning, and it's warming up fast.
like sunshine shines down on the speedway as Robert Presley records a lap.
I took her to the beach the other day. We had so much fun.
Speed of 180.
She loves the doggy beach.
1-3.
Stop wagging your tail. We'll go later. You gotta wait. You gotta wait. Maybe later.
The way his car feels the most comfortable, or maybe just simply wouldn't stay down there, but he was not as low on the track.
And you can see
she is my hound dog. She's 80-pound plot hound from the Carolina Mountains.
I think if there was a
She's
surprise in the
got
last few days,
1/4 Catahoula leopard dog, so she's got brindle paws.
I think that Andy picked
She looks like a black lab, acts like a black lab, loves water.
racing over there.
She just chubby like a plot hound because they're like
47.73.
oh, what are they? It was those kind of hound dogs like.
Earnhardt has put himself on the pole.
What do you see on Beverly Hillbillies or something? Those hound dogs. And they bred him with a mountain cur, which is a feisty little thing, but very smart.
Wrapping up Bush
I have a feisty, very smart
earlier
puppy
today. How about a track fact brought to you by
She wouldn't hurt a flea. She's so smart. Oh my God. She trained herself
Here's Bill Weber.
to do everything right.
I'm here with Joe Nemechek, the owner driver of
Yeah, I'm talking to you. I'm talking about you.
things you'll see on cars this
How you do everything right.
spokes.
For a
Joe, show
puppy.
those to us and explain to us what they do.
Well, what they are is they're a brace that supports the spoiler on the car. NASCAR has a gauge that's it weighs like 12 pounds. So when you hang this gauge on the spoiler wants to bend. And they've allowed us to put these braces on there to keep it from bending. And it's mainly for qualifying, so you don't have to start out with 45 degrees to make 40 degrees when you go out on the racetrack.
You don't want to miss that minimum spoiler degree angle.
Sterling Marlin gets set to go. The Kodak Film Chevrolet is rolling down pit road. But meanwhile, let's go to Dr. Jerry Punch, who's with the provisional pole sitter, Dale Earnhardt.
Well, Dale Earnhardt, Richard Childress watched your first lap and said 47.7. That's going to be close, and we're going to pick it up. And doggone it, you made him smile that second time by.
Well, we just ran the car real as smooth as I could. I was really paying attention to how much the car wiggled and trying to keep it just as straight as I could. And the guys, well, I got to hand it to the guys. They worked hard all winter, and the testing was really a big part of this. And everything they've done, they've worked on focusing on that. And you got to hand it to them. They just keep coming out here and doing it again. And David Smith and the guys are doing a great job.
Now, do you sit back and hold your breath a little bit for that 28 and the 4 and a few others?
Well, definitely. They're all running good. The 28's the car I'm worried about right now. But, hey, we'll just take it. We've got to do what we got to do.
All right, the next big hurdle will come on Sunday for the 500-miler.
The truth is, behind
28, huh? I wonder about that. 28 being at age 10. Anything like that. I think it's the 88 he's going to be nervous about.
He finished third in the points last year after 3 wins and 23 top 10 finishes. Sterling started third in last year's Daytona
I'm trying to remember if it was the 88 or the 28 that Dale Jarrett had back then. I think it was the 88.
Sterling Marlin did have a very, very good year in 1995 and a little bit better year than 1994. If they could get a little bit better in
I was there for the testing with Sterling's car in 95, and then I was there for the race. I remember that
consistency was
X-pipe ring
they can just be a little bit more consistent. This guy could be in contention for the title.
He really could, but right now we're trying to determine the Daytona 500.
It was the very weirdest sound.
As any one year.
It was cool. That's the kind of stuff that racing
Almost as low as Earnhardt in
to me is
I
exciting.
noticed in turns 1 and 2, he still was not quite down at the bottom of that racetrack like Earnhardt was. Earnhardt's car really worked down low.
Good backstretch speed, but perhaps the wind has picked up just a little bit, slowing the speed as they come off of corner number 4 onto the tri-oval. Marlin's first lap, 47.946, 187.711, currently 4th.
And that was not nearly as good as Dale Jarrett or Dale Earnhardt on their first lap. He's going to have to pick up a lot if he's going to contend for the pole.
I don't believe he can pick up that much speed. That's over a half second or almost a half second he'd have to pick up, and I just don't believe he can do it.
The most that I've seen so far was Michael Walker picked up about 38 hundredths of a second, and that still wouldn't do it for Sterling if he matched that.
Using the Earnhardt speeds, we can see as a reference, we can see that he's about as fast and a little bit faster going in turn 3. So he has a chance. Let's see.
Looks like it's going to be a little better than the first lap, but I don't think it's going to get him on the pole. Second lap, yeah, 47.666, and the speed 188.814. So at that point, Sterling Marlin could only get to row number 2, or currently in 3rd position. But again, of course, only the first 2 positions are determined today. Bill Elliott is getting set to go out. He finished 8th in the points last year. 4 top 5s, 11 top 10s, no wins for Bill in 1995. But this guy continues to be, according to the vote, the most popular driver in NASCAR Winston Cup racing.
But you mentioned the key thing that I think is concerning Bill Elliott and the team is no wins in 1995. You know that he certainly wants to turn that around in 1996. He wants to get back in victory lane with this McDonald's Ford.
They've had some setbacks during the winter. Of course, he lost Casey, his nephew, Casey Elliott, who's Ernie's son, to cancer a few weeks ago, and moving into a new shop in Hickory, North Carolina, where Mike Beam and his crew is building and maintaining these McDonald Fords. Had a tremendous ice storm there last weekend. Their power was off for about 4 days. They improvised, though, and continued to work right on through it. But he has certainly had those setbacks.
Mike Beam is very knowledgeable. He was a crew chief for Ronnie Bouchard when the Dingman brothers had
it would be hard to imagine that
the Winston Cup car, even though my dad wasn't
48
initially getting that all going and stuff because he was running his IMSA side. Mike Beam was running
record holder here at
the Ronnie Bouchard, Greg Sachs side.
210.364. NASCAR said that's way too fast. We got to restrict these cars.
Yeah, we see they're running in the 48-second bracket. They ran in the 44-second bracket back in 1987.
I believe there was
He's a 2-time
David Iff involved in that
taking the check
for a little bit as well as my dad.
And in 1987.
Stuff like that. David Iff might have been at the 47 a little.
So Elliott will not be on the pole. He's
Race Hill Farms car now. That was early 80s.
Pretty good starting spot in the qualifying race.
As they went up to the mid-80s and late 80s, my dad was in IMSA.
I keep mentioning that, but it's so important.
With the Valvoline car, the Fiero, Pontiac. So when the Pontiac started running Cup, my dad was involved in those Valvoline Pontiac cars.
Fastest qualifier of the day. Dale Earnhardt still on the pole.
Neil Bonnet.
Sterling Marlin was not able to knock him off.
Did you hear that kitty cry? I got a kitty crying to go out.
You haven't been on the pole.
She just ate, and that might be a good idea.
You've won both of them this year.
I have awesome fur babies that never go potty in the house. Not even once.
We usually line up 30.
They're almost 6 years old.
There, but
I love my
good shot at it.
I love my babies. Let me go let my kitty out.
Like it has prior in practice, and I don't know if it hurt the motor. We got it real hot, and if it hurt something in it or not. But we should be in good shape for the race.
Well, the fastest car in winter testing was the Cale Yarborough Ford driven by Jeremy Mayfield. He's getting set to go out. Tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock Eastern Time here on ESPN, we'll bring you live flag-to-flag coverage of the ARCA 200. And we've had some interesting goings-on in that division also during the past few days. Mike Skinner is going to be on the pole for that race. We've been following a kid named Shane Doles who crashed just after the track opened for ARCA practice. He got the car put back together. I think he starts 30th tomorrow, but at least he's in the race.
He's 29th, and you'll never guess why we follow him so well, because he's sponsored by Chevy's Cafe.
Pecan pie.
Pecan pie.
Let's continue our recap of NASCAR Winston Cup qualifying here today. Dale Earnhardt is the pole sitter. Again, look for your favorite driver. We can't show you everybody that qualified in this 90-minute period, but this is what we had accomplished up to this point, with still several drivers to qualify, including, as I said, the guy who had been the fastest in winter testing, Jeremy Mayfield. Driving for Cale Yarborough, he finished 31st in the points last year. Only one top 10 finish, and that was in Pocono. Here's Jeremy in the RCA Ford. Would he be able to equal his testing speed during the winter?
Another driver from Orangeburg, Kentucky. We have the Green boys, Jeff and David, and now Mark Green going to be running Busch Grand National, Darrell and Michael Waltrip, and Jeremy Mayfield, all from that town on the Mississippi River.
Hey, he's keeping that forward low on the racetrack.
And we can see by the sparks that he threw up behind the car. He's bottoming out down in turn 1, and he's as fast in turns 1 and 2 as Earnhardt.
And this is his first lap.
Jeremy trying to qualify for his third Daytona 500. By the way, his top testing speed during the winter was 188.972.
It's going to take a little bit faster speed than that to beat Mr. Earnhardt.
But he's equaling all of those, at those points on the racetrack, but when he comes off of turn 4, it slows down a little bit.
What do you do, Bob?
Well, let's see. That come up here on the screen. 188.802, 47.669 seconds. Tony First kind of happy.
That is the fastest first lap we've seen so far.
Yeah, Earnhardt and Jarrett both were in the 70s.
So it may not be a fluke at all that Jeremy Mayfield was the fastest in winter testing. He could have a pole run going here.
Reference to the Earnhardt speeds, he's a little bit quicker than 1 and 2. The same in turn 3. If he can just get off turn 4, we saw the last time at 185, needs to burn faster, Ned.
This is such a critical point because how you get off of this turn, the speed that you get off, it shoots you down the straightaway, and he's 2 miles an hour slower. That might have blown it right there.
Yep. Jeremy Mayfield picked up the speed on the second lap, but it wasn't good enough for the pole. It was third. Tony Furr,
Guys,
pretty happy
close,
though.
very, very close.
Well, maybe that'll shut all the people up that thought we were cheating over the winter. That's all I can say. I'm just tickled to death for this whole team, Kel Yarborough, RCA, and all the guys in the engine room and back at the shop. And some of the guys that helped me on the body and stuff. I tell you what, I've had a lot of help from guys, outside guys, sources and stuff, and all the hard work this winter has paid off, and I'm just tickled to death for this whole team. Thanks.
The NASCAR Winston Cup champion is sitting in his car getting set to go out. Ray Evernham, his crew chief, is anxious for that run to begin.
And here's Ray Evernham, the crew chief for Jeff Gordon's DuPont Chevrolet. You guys have struggled a little bit since you got here. What do you have for him this afternoon, Ray?
We don't really have anything for the pole. We just want to get a good starting spot for the 125. You know, we always race good here. We just can't seem to get a handle on time trialing for the Daytona 500. You know, we sat on 7 poles or 8 poles last year, and I don't think this will be this one this year, but we've got a good race car. Our cars drive good. They make probably a little bit more downforce than some other people's cars, and that slows them down when they're running by themselves. But come Sunday, I think we'll be in good shape.
Paying your bills on time raises your credit score, right? Wrong. In fact, this is the first of 3 major credit score lies you're being told by the big credit companies. Fall for any of these 3 lies, and it doesn't matter what you do. Getting to 720 and above will.
Jeff Gordon, the champion in 1995.
Okie dokie, I'm back.
3 top 10 finishes, no major changes on that.
Fur babies, but they all wanted my attention, right?
But as you heard,
so they win.
The team has not been quite up to pole speed here in the practice session.
My dog had to go out, use the bathroom.
Yep.
Decided it wanted to chase some sort of a critter that ran under our camper. The cat ran after whatever that was, and then the dog went to run after the cat.
Ray Evernham talked
about I still got a hand.
I mean, that was evident all year last year.
Saying, what the heck is wrong with you guys?
Real fast running.
We live near the edge of the woods, and it's probably a possum or a squirrel or something.
Got my calculator out there.
It was fun.
Just exactly
Phew. But I'm sorry if you hit a few ads. I try to snooze.
Started in 14th position for the Daytona 500, and his best start was in 1993-11. Look at that backstretch speed, Benny.
But look at turn 4 speed, 4 miles per hour slower. So
look how good the coverage was.
Competing for the pole position, but pretty good lap. 47.888, 187.939 miles per hour. Currently in 6th spot.
Now that was a faster first lap than Sterling Marlin had.
Was it?
Yeah. Sterling was in the 90s, I believe.
That's correct. So maybe he can pick it up and get in the top 5. We'll see.
Again, let's remind people that the top number is that of the current pole sitter, was Dale Earnhardt, and we're comparing what Jeff Gordon is doing to Dale Earnhardt. Again, he's very quick down the backstretch, but let's see what happens as he comes off of corner number 4. Yeah, it's about 3 miles an hour slower once again. So this isn't going to be good enough for the pole position, but Jeff Gordon is going to have a good run here. Second lap is better, 47.723.
Had to hit my inhaler. Everything's still breaking up from that wicked flu 2 weeks ago.
Welcome back to Daytona. That's the ARCA garage that the blimp is hovering over.
Try to keep your distance. I had to go in a store for about 45-minute wait.
There. By the way, we'd like to remind you about RPM tonight. Tomorrow at 6:30, Kenny Mayne will bring you a complete wrap-up on the Busch Clash, which is held tomorrow, in addition to the ARCA 200, which we will televise for you. That's tomorrow night, 6:30 on ESPN2.
The ARCA race, I bet, might be interesting.
Ned Jarrett, Bill Weber, and Jerry Punch were working the pits for us today. BP.
What?
Owensboro, Kentucky.
Yeah.
It's on the Ohio River, not the Mississippi. The Ohio River.
Is it really, Ned?
Yep. That's where it is.
Well, I know arithmetic. I don't know nothing about geography anyway.
Dale Earnhardt has our poll, Ned, and just a few more qualifiers to go, but included is Jeff Gordon we've already seen. Rick Mast and Ernie Irvan are set to qualify. Jeff Gordon,
well,
however,
the defending
reacts to
series champion climbs out and puts an autograph on the big checkered flag. And Jeff, it might have got a little bit hot the second lap, according to the crew chief.
Yeah, it did get a little bit hot, but it wasn't too bad. I knew it was going to be a good lap. We're real happy with that lap. That's the fastest we've been since we've been any testing, anything, and I'm thrilled to death. It looked like things weren't going to start out as good as we thought, but so far they've been coming right to us, and we're not on the pole, but we never thought we would be. But there's a couple guys back there, Ernie, and a couple guys that are going to be real tough. But hey, that solidly puts us in a good starting spot in the 125, and I know the way that car's driving, it's going to be good in the race.
Iconic.
Rick Mast getting set now to go out for a qualification run. 21st in the points last year, 3 top 10s. He has a couple of changes. First of all, he's driving a Pontiac this year, and he's got new sponsorship on this car. Skoal is gone. Hooters has taken over as the primary sponsor for Rick Mast.
And Bob, in the practice here the last couple of days, he has had the fastest Pontiac among those. Had some real, in fact, he was up there in the top 5 in a couple of the sessions.
He's not as low on the racetrack as Earnhardt at the Goodwrench Chevrolet, but he's about 1 lane up. But still pretty fast through the corner.
Yeah, his turn speeds there were not that far off.
Looking for his 7th start in NASCAR 500 Daytona competition.
This car is owned by Richard Jackson, who's the brother to Leo Jackson that owns the car that Robert Presley drives. So I guess those engines sort of come out of the same shop.
No, actually, this engine comes from Mike Kennedy. Remember the fellow who did the work for Richard Petty for the last few years? He's furnished the engines for Rick Mast and the Hooters car.
Oh, that's interesting.
First lap for Rick Mast was 47.982 seconds, 187.570, and that moved him at that point into 7th qualifying spot.
And Ed, we can see that no one has been able to get off turn 4 like Earnhardt. Even Rick Mast is 2 miles per hour slower than Earnhardt off 4.
And even though we see some speeds at the end of that straightaway that might be a little bit faster, that speed getting off of those turns is so important.
You mentioned earlier, Ned, about how some of the cars are kind of using some soft springs and are low in the back. That thing is.
Yeah, you can tell using that line down the center of the car as a reference, you can see how much it sagged in the back.
All of the cars using those soft springs.
Run is complete for Rick Mast. Checkered flag drops. In the second lap, he picked it up just a little bit, 47.751, 188.47.
We'll see how close I was. Lake had qualified 9th out of 12 cars. So if you do 12 times 4, 9 times 4 would be 36.
One that might be able to knock Dale Earnhardt off.
That's a guesstimate. We'll see how my little system works.
Made an incredible comeback from the injury suffered the previous year, and you can hear the fans as they were on their feet and cheering Ernie Irvan to the green flag.
And he's the driver that Dale Earnhardt mentioned in his interview that has a chance to knock him off the pole.
And this is the car that's set on the, well, from the team. I'm not sure it's the same car, but certainly that set on the pole here a year ago, just barely beating Dale Earnhardt. I mean, thousandths of a second.
Ernie has competed in 6 previous Daytona 500s. He won the race in 1991, started 2nd that year.
He's got a good lap going.
Mile an hour faster than Earnhardt at the end of the backstretch, but a couple miles an hour slower coming off 4.
Once again, turn 4 seems to be the spot. the other cars or the other drivers are having trouble beating Earnhardt first lap.
Only good enough for fifth. 47.675, 188.778 for Ernie, so he's got to pick it up
Trying to put the mic where I can see.
That was faster than Earnhardt's lap, wasn't it?
Yes, it was fast. Dale was 47.76, I believe, on his first lap. So that's about 900ths of a second.
I know I'm speaking probably quieter.
Yates has two cars this year, one driven by Dale Jarrett and Ernie Irvan at the controls of the other.
Feeling a little better.
Look at that 193.
He is faster all the way around the racetrack. Now, if he can just get off turn 4,
Mucinex
he
is
might
probably where.
have a shot to beat Earnhardt. Let's see. Go. Once again, cannot get off that fourth corner.
2 miles an hour difference there, and that affects his speed down the front straightaway.
47.527 seconds, 189.366. It is good enough for second position. Ernie did not do it. Let's talk to Robert Yates.
Here's Robert Yates, currently second, I believe. Currently second, I believe, right now, Robert. Yes.
Ernie. What did you run, a 50 or something? Or I had a 50 and a 51. My left a little quicker than my right.
52.
Okay. Good deal. I was hoping for 48. I'll tell you, man, we've spent more money than you can imagine and more time just getting ready for this qualifying. It's certainly going to be nice to put some normal shocks and springs on these cars and get ready to race, but we're happy to have Ernie back.
That's another thing I wish they let them do.
Him back in the race car.
Did you feel you had a shot?
I think they got to qualify on their race.
About how fast you were. Obviously, DJ was faster.
Or qualify, race on their.
From what you learn at Talladega, and you try to put it here, and the track gets a little greasy, and you put your wide tires on, and the things change a little bit different. But I thought Earnhardt beat us about 4/10. I mean, we're just happy to be that close to him because he's pretty awesome.
Congratulations, Robert.
Thank you.
Dale Earnhardt has survived another challenger. Just a few more qualifiers to go. Will he be able to hang on to the pole?
Anyone on the wall? Jeff Burton's wife was there.
Just a few more qualifiers to go. Here is the way things stand at the moment. Earnhardt is on the pole with a 189.510
See where
lap.
Lake Speed is.
And we see that the Robert Yates car is just
25th.
hundredths of a mile per hour.
Better than the average would have been.
And there we see Ricky Craven back in 30th spot, and Mark Martin has moved back to 29th.
Well, Ernie Irvan came very close, but not quite close enough. And we had an opportunity to talk to Ernie after his qualification run.
Well, the 1991 Daytona 500 winner is indeed back, and Ernie 193 miles per hour in turn 3 on the second lap.
I tell you, Robert Yates and Doug and all the guys there, they do a great job in the motor shop. And, it's really not us. It's not the driver. Me and Dale both, we're just there for the ride. And, all the work that went on this winter, all the guys at the shop, it's unbelievable how much work they did. The body guys, too, they did a remarkable job.
Is the comeback complete now that you qualified on a super speedway, or does it still have to come a week from Sunday?
I don't know. Even next Sunday, we'll figure out something to make sure that the comeback's not complete. But my recollection of when the comeback's complete is where I get back to exactly where I was at. Me and Earnhardt racing for the championship. Who knows? Maybe this year, maybe next year. But I don't think he's going to retire for a while, so I'll have some chance.
Well, that's a pretty good first step, guys.
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on Amazon is not with physical products.
Sure is. Great year ahead, I'm sure, for Ernie Irvan. Here's Loy Allen, finished 41st in points last year with only one top 10. Jeff Hammond, though, is the crew chief on this car this year. And here is a former pole sitter in the Daytona 500, won it in 1994, just 2 years ago.
He's a little bit quicker coming off the second corner, but much slower going in turn 1 and much slower going in turn 3.
It's a good lap, which should put him in position that he doesn't have to worry too much about making the Daytona 500.
I think we can discount that 192 off the fourth corner. Obviously, a piece of paper blew in front of our trap.
I think that's a pretty safe bet. 48.517, that's a 513 rather, 185.517 for Loy Allen, and that put him in 27th starting position after lap number 1.
He need to pick up a little bit there, Bob. I think everybody figured after the qualifying had gotten underway there for a while that that if they ran about 186 miles an hour, that would put them in position that they didn't have to worry. They could go ahead and start setting their cars up on Monday, start getting ready for the qualifying races on Thursday, not have to worry about requalifying again, and be in position to be in the Daytona 500 should something happen to their cars on Thursday.
Allen comes down and takes the checkered flag, and lap number 2 was about 0.3 of a second quicker, 48.265 and a 186.471, so that puts him 15th, and that is well within what he needs to make the show. Kenny Wallace, 42nd in points last year, just 11 starts. He's got a new sponsor on this car, Square D and TIC Financial.
My dad will go and help that team in '97.
Doing this year, Bob.
The following year.
I hear the interviews and talk to Kenny Wallace. I get the impression that these fellows are dedicated to 1996 to making a go of their Winston Cup effort. They've moved the team. It used to be based in Nashville, Tennessee. It's now in Concord, North Carolina. And I think that will help.
He's only been in one previous Daytona 500. Last year, he could only muster 44th best time, and in 1993, he finished in 34th position.
He's handling pretty well, Ned. Looks to be on the bottom.
He's able to keep the car down there. Not quite as low as Dale Earnhardt, but was keeping it pretty low.
And he comes off turn 4 as fast as Earnhardt. That's the only car we've seen that come off the corner with any kind of speed as Earnhardt did.
Yes.
First lap for Kenny Wallace, 48.114, 187.056, 13th best at that point. He had a 47.75 this morning during the practice period, but I don't think he's going to be able to get that here in the qualifying.
No, he'll have to pick up more than we've seen most of the others pick up on his second lap if he equals that. And so many times in the practice, it's hard to get a good clean lap out there that the air isn't being stirred with other cars on the racetrack. You never get out there by yourself during practice, and you never know how much help you get from other cars out there. Of course, certainly the closer you are to them, the more help you get. But I think with any cars on the racetrack, it helps a little bit.
And we can see that time that he was pretty consistent with Earnhardt all the way around, using Earnhardt speeds as a reference. Second lap, Bob?
47.861, 188.045, 9th fastest. Kenny Wallace, a good run in that TIC Financial Square D machine. On the qualifying line at the moment is Terry Labonte, but it looks like they're having trouble getting that car.
A lot of heavy hitters.
Down pit road. We'll be right back.
No.
We rejoin our recap of Busch Pole qualifying today here at Daytona. Terry Labonte's car there on the left still hasn't started.
And we see Gary Dehart talking to the NASCAR official. It looks like they're going to, I don't know if they're going to push it back to the
Gary Nelson there in the khakis.
Looks like they're trying to get started.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to get it started. Well, in the meantime, let's talk to Kenny Wallace.
Kenny Wallace, you served notice this morning your car was going to be strong, and you're now in the top 10.
Well, you know, I'm happy for all the guys. You know, we got a good motor program this year. Larry Wallace came on board at the end of last year on a limited schedule. And, you know, I just want to thank Square D, our new sponsor. They gave us the money that it took to get where we're at right now. So they've done a heck of a job.
Yeah, when he left, when Gil Martin left, my dad went there with Newt Moore. They hired Newt, and Newt hired my dad.
Labonte's car still has not been able to fire, and so they have sent Ken Schrader onto the racetrack, trying to make his 12th Daytona 500. The 1985 NASCAR Winston Cup Rookie of the Year. And he is a 3-time pole sitter here, Ned.
Yeah, that's what I started to say. 3 years in a row he won the pole here for the Daytona 500.
88, 89, and 90. Bill Elliott equaled that. Buddy Baker, the only other driver who was able to win at least 2 in a row. Well, he's not quite up to Earnhardt's specs here, BP.
Well, this is just the first lap, and he's gaining speed. He's the same going in turn 3.
This is a Hendricks car, you might not remember.
Scrubs off speed every time. Yep, 2 miles an hour.
All right, he takes the white flag. Let's see what he did, Bob. We'll see if he's got a chance.
Well, it's 187.379, a 48.031. 12th in the line.
Well, I don't think he can pick up a half second, or over half second, what he's got to beat Earnhardt. But he's a little faster down in turn 1 and the same off turn 2.
I think my guess of 36 might be about correct.
Let's see what Schrader does in turn 3.
All these guys are bumping Blake's car back.
Turn
Each
4.
time they go on the track.
Afraid.
A lot of heavy hitters in this end of the line.
Off of corner, 185.
You all right, Bob?
I'm not sure. Okay. Second lap for Ken Schrader, 47.835. That's a speed of 188.147. He's in the top 10 at this point, but he has his teammate Terry Labonte to be a little bit concerned about right now because they are still trying to get that car fired.
Battery's dead.
There we are.
Hey, there we go.
He did get it started.
How about that? Terry Labonte. 6th in points last year, 3 wins in the 1995 NASCAR Winston Cup season, trying to make his 18th Daytona 500. He qualified 5th last year, started 5th in the race, and his best start in a Daytona 500 was in 1984 when he started on the outside of the front row.
And we saw up in the corner as he took the green flag. If you just joined us, Dale Earnhardt, currently on the pole, has never won a pole for the Daytona 500. Right now, 189, just over 189 and a half, the time to beat.
And there are very few qualifiers to go, so it's looking better and better for Dale Earnhardt, but we don't know at this point whether or not he's going to be able to do it. Let's see what, well, Labonte was able to equal at the end of the backstretch.
Pretty good speeds there on his first lap. He was fast in the January testing here, was the fastest of the Chevrolets, as a matter of fact.
That is correct, at 188.166. So we'll see how that compares with how he does when the pressure's on and the green flag is dropped. Lap 1, 187.395, a 48.027, not up to the testing speed, but not a bad lap, 13th currently.
Almost identical to the speed that Schrader ran on his first lap.
Both those cars come out of the Hendrick Motorsports shops.
He was the 1984 NASCAR Winston Cup champion, won the Winston in 1988, was selected as the NMPA Driver of the Year in 1984. All kinds of accolades in his corner. Good backstretch run off of corner 4, 2 miles an hour slower than Dale Earnhardt. Terry Labonte is not going to knock him off. Let's see how the second lap was. It was better than the first, 47.779, 188.367 miles an hour. Terry Labonte currently 9th in the qualifying. Well, time is running out here. Just a few more qualifiers to go. We'll show them to you when we return.
How hot it is. It was hot blowing out the back.
The Blockbuster Video Blimp is circling over Daytona International Speedway. We appreciate their overhead shots that they have brought us since last Wednesday. Well, Terry Labonte has wrapped up his qualifying effort. Didn't set on the pole, but he had a good run.
Thanks, Terry. One more, please, sir.
Well, Terry Labonte, in spite of some struggles at the very beginning down there, you still managed a top 10 qualifying run.
Well, that's, that run was about what we tested at, and, it was pretty good. So, yeah, it was close. So we had the battery was dead, and so we got it pushed off. But I was sweating there for a minute.
Now, we saw you swapping engines yesterday. Which engine did you finally qualify with? The one you had in originally?
Yeah, we put that one back in. It was better.
Maybe we should watch a battery change, but hey, that happens, right?
Yeah, that happens. That's the way it goes.
The 49th and last qualifier today was Jeff Purvis, who had 7 starts in 1995, but has indicated that he's going to run.
He was typically Busch Grand National.
He's going to run the Busch Grand National.
James Finch.
He's also going to run the Daytona
his
500 because he turned in a very strong qualifying run
You're
today.
not supposed to give it away.
Well, just watch then.
Jake Finch is doing well.
Yeah, he's been fast.
It's always been a class act player.
And just about every practice sheet that came
Great
out
looking vehicle
here at the Daytona International Speedway.
As you can see, he's not up to Dale Earnhardt specifications, with about 3 miles an hour slower into 1 and 2 coming off of 2. and about 3 down.
David Lee Murphy might be still sponsoring him in the Bush side. That Out with the Bang album. We'll see. I'm going to watch the Bush race after 125.
Jeff Purvis for many, many years.
I don't know if it'll be today, but I might just keep the stream up even if I have to take a break.
48.241. That's currently 18th, 186.
Just so you know, I was at the track.
He ran a 48.02 during practice, so
either from pit road or on top of the race hall.
At that point, but still on a good run.
Yeah, according to the speed that others picked up on their second lap, he's right on target to at least do that well, maybe a little bit better.
96 and 97, I went to almost all the races.
Has competed in 2 previous Daytona 500s. The last one he competed in was in 1991.
For Spam in 96 and for QVC in 97.
Did not pick him up that time off turn 4. Let's see what he did.
To almost all of the races for those 2 years.
946.
If I could get there, take a long weekend if I had to or not. Some I stayed home. If I could logistically make it work, I went.
The drama is over. And may we present to you the 25th driver to win the pole for the Daytona 500, Dale Earnhardt. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Got to show up, to be around, to be able to volunteer when they need you.
The first of the first, and this could be our first Daytona 500 win.
It's an Oval, right?
Yeah, it's our first pole, so why not?
But it has been a while since the pole winners won the
I
Daytona.
did it for the love of the sport, honestly. I didn't care about the money.
For a while, you know, in the
Blake
90s anyway.
and
It was back in
QVC.
87, Ned?
I don't know.
Scoring was really nice extra money on the weekend, but I did work a full-time job. I couldn't
You guys
have
kept
survived on
We did.
$150.
He ran 210 miles per hour qualifying in 1987 and won the race.
I worked a full-time job. I was in
That year, and
manufacturing management and taught
A lot of hard
environmental
work went into it. I gotta give
safety
a lot of credit
and
to the guys back at the
quality
shop.
control.
Bobby and David Smith and everybody did a great job with the cars,
And I taught it in both
Spinny and
languages.
everybody in the R&D shop, and Spinny in the race
And I
engine
shouldn't be
shop.
talking over
Everybody
Dale.
worked hard
That's rude
all
of me.
year long,
Let
all
me
winter
start
long.
So what are
again.
you going to do with Childress next week? Is he going to Africa someplace?
47.946.
We'll start Dale's over. I was rude.
711, good enough for 12th fastest today in qualifying.
I was lucky to be here and be able to do it.
Drama is over, and may we present to you the 25th driver to win the pole for the Daytona 500, Dale Earnhardt. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yay, congratulations. Finally did it.
Party time.
The first of the first, and this could be our first Daytona 500 win.
It's an Oval, right?
Yeah, it's our first pole, so why not?
You're
But it has
stepping
been a
on.
while since the pole winners won the Daytona 500.
We can be a first again for a while, you know, in the 90s anyway.
Yeah.
It was back in 87, Ned?
I don't know. Probably
Any?
was. Elliott,
I don't know.
when
I have
Elliott
no
did-
idea.
I think it was when Elliott did it back in
I
'87.
thought you guys kept up on these stats.
Well, we did.
Elliott did win
It's
the
late.
race. He ran 210 miles per hour qualifying in 1987 and won the race.
Yeah. So we know that he did it that year, and I don't think it's been done since.
I tell you,
Congratulations.
a lot of hard work went into it. I got to give a lot of credit to the guys back at the shop. Bobby and David Smith and everybody did a great job with the cars, and Spinny and everybody in the R&D shop, and Spinny in the race engine shop. Everybody worked hard all year long, all winter long.
So what are you going to do with Childress next week? Is he going to Africa someplace, or is he going to stay here?
He's worried that I'm going to have him kidnapped and taken to Africa, but nah, if we win the Daytona 500, I want him here. I want him here to enjoy it just as much as we want to. And like I said, it's just been a long, hard winter of a lot of work, a lot of focus. People don't realize how much focus and hard work does go into the Daytona 500 just for practice, qualifying, getting ready for the race. And I know Ernie and Dale Jarrett probably did as much testing as we did, and we're so even, so close. They beat me just a little bit last Daytona 500. This year we beat them by just a little bit. There's a hard effort that goes on there, and it's a fine line of winning the pole and not, and then it's a fine line of winning the race and not. I've not crossed that fine line yet, but
You're trying.
I'm working on it.
You're working on it.
Yeah.
Dale, congratulations again, and we wish you the best of luck. Busch Clash tomorrow, and then the big Daytona 500 a week from tomorrow.
Yeah, that Busch Clash is going to be something with 17 cars,
Yeah,
and
that
you know
should
it's
be
going to be an exciting race. I may sandbag. What do you think?
No, I don't want to think so.
It's not Dale Earnhardt.
I'm looking forward to the Daytona 500, though, and it's been a great week so far, and looking forward to a great week here. It's always fun at Daytona, so that's what it's all about.
Thanks for being patient, and thanks for being with us. And once again, congratulations on being the pole sitter for the 1996 Daytona 500. We'll be back to wrap it up in just a moment. Our wrap-up of Busch pole qualifying at Daytona International Speedway has been brought to you by the more than 1,225 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. And by Quaker State, the motor oil that exceeds the highest standards for engine protection. Take a look now at our AutoZone recap, showing you exactly where everybody wound up today as far as qualifying is concerned. 49 were able to take time. This is the first time that Chevy has been on the pole position, by the way, since Ken Schrader did it in 1990.
Wow, quite a while. Never see Earnhardt.
Let's look where Lake Speed is.
And Mayfield, good run.
Closest
I guesstimated would be 36.
time. 4 cars within a half a mile, an hour of each other. We're going to have some racing here, folks.
Don't forget, coming up
31st
is the recap of the
This is for the lineup, of course, for the 125.
Daytona International.
If you knew back then, that was the format.
Live coverage tomorrow afternoon
Kind of
at 1 o'clock
is
Eastern
still,
Time of the ARCA 200 as ESPN and ESPN2's unprecedented coverage of Speed Weeks 96 continues. For Dale Jarrett, rather for Ned Jarrett, for Benny Parsons, this is Bob Jenkins.
Let me see. I was going to say, wait, Poe.
So you want to know where to invest?
Where are we going next?
Invest $1,000 right now. Well, forget about stocks.
What's the next race? We
because
gotta check it out. Okay, this will be the Busch Clash. Let me get back here. Hey, I just wanted to tell you all thank you for coming by. I have rebranded sort of my YouTube channel. I've had a YouTube channel forever. It's just where I just throw all my videos off my phone, honestly, to empty my whatever, my card or whatever in the phone. And I've renamed it Miss T Motorsports and took another channel called Miss T Vibes, where I'm putting all my playlists. I'm just making playlists of the original channel, but it's my own personal life. If you want to see the puppy side, the hurricane side, the walking past, the beach, that's all on Miss T Vibes. It's still on Miss T Motorsports, but it's not on the front page. It's not the headliner, just to save confusion and get a little anonymity in these wicked times we're living in. But I wanted you to know I was at most of these 96 races. This is the Clash. I was here probably watching from the top of the race hauler, I would imagine, or on pit road. If there were like all the crew chiefs and the team members up on top and doing their business, then I would go and sit on the pit road wall somewhere inconspicuously and watch the race. I would hold a stopwatch. I got a stopwatch at a really young age, and that was always my thing. Timing and scoring, I could just click either intervals between this car, that car, this car, that car. I could always tell who was running where. And it's that sixth sense, I guess, from watching thousands of races in person. You can hear the rhythm, you hear the vibe. But anyway, I just wanted to welcome you to Miss T Motorsports. Let's get on with the show.
February in Florida, and snowbirds have a lot to pick from. Like Daytona Speed Weeks. The teams are all doing the hustle for next Sunday's 500.
Favorite time of the year.
But today, the world's greatest stock car drivers strut their stuff in this all-star event.
I was so freaking lucky to be
the Busch Clash now.
Able to be here. No joke. Watch what the Busch Clash is. The Busch Clash is your premier.
Speed Weeks 90.
Show the world. These are our past champions. These are the pole winners last year.
Stars of 1990.
The stars. These are our all-stars. We open with an all-star introduction race at Daytona.
Drew for starting position.
It means way more than some.
Well, this is a lot of cars and it's very competitive. You know,
dog and pony trick show that they throw all over the country and try to make it something. They need to just do a bunch more Winston Open shows if they want to do that, and keep the Busch Clash as prestige as it truly was. It was such an honor to run this race, I'm telling you.
It's definitely going to be a challenge.
Back then.
I don't know if you can do it twice in one day with this crowd. There's a lot of smart racers here, and it's real competitive. It's more competitive this year, I think, than it was last. So we'll just have to wait and see what Jeff can do in the first one, and I'll know what I can do in the second one.
Well, Earnhardt has a grenade under the hood. It's that 2-lap length motor that he used to win the pole for the 500 yesterday. Let's go topside and meet the starting field, the largest Busch Clash. Here's Ken
Total
Squire.
heroes.
Here is the starting order for NASCAR's All-Star Classic, the 1996 Busch Clash. On the pole, car number 1 from Rockbridge, Baths, Virginia, Rick Mast. Drawing second from Corpus Christi, Texas, number 18, Bobby Labonte. In third position, car 17, 3-time Winston Cup champion, Darrell Waltrip. Starting fourth, car 4, 2-time and defending Daytona 500 winner, Sterling Marlin. In fifth, from Franklin, Wisconsin, number 16, Ted Musgrave. Starting sixth, in car 10, from Chesapeake, Virginia, Ricky Rudd. At seventh, number 25, from Fenton, Missouri, 2-time Clash winner, Ken Schrader. Starting eighth, car 96, from Owensboro, Kentucky, David Green. In ninth, car 71, Wausau, Wisconsin native Dave Marcus. Drawing 10th, car 6, from Batesville, Arkansas, Mark Martin. Starting 11th, car number 5, the 84 Winston Cup champion, Texas, Terry Labonte. In 12th, number 88, the 1993 Daytona 500 champion, Dale Jarrett. 13th, number 94, the 85 and 87 Daytona 500 winner from Dawsonville, Georgia, Bill Elliott. Drawing 14th, car 8 from Calera, Alabama, Hut Strickland. In 15th, car 37, from Indianapolis, Indiana, John Andretti. Starting 16th, the 7-time Winston Cup champion, car 3, 6-time winner of the Busch Clash, Dale Earnhardt.
So many heroes. I was so lucky.
Position, car number 24, the defending Winston Cup champion from Pittsboro, Indiana, Jeff Gordon.
Everybody.
Gentlemen, your all-stars for the 1996 Busch Clash.
See how prestigious it was. See what it was.
Drivers to your cars.
It was exciting because of the characters. We got some characters coming up now. Coming through the ranks. We got some good drivers coming out of Cars Tour. It's going to bring a little more respect to the sport I am anticipating.
Strength after strength.
Jesus, look at these guys.
Number 1 in tires.
That's like a star lineup. That's the Busch Clash. That's what the Busch Clash is all about.
At the World Center of Speed, what a beautiful day for a race. The temperature.
It's your first string. It's your
not much of a breeze.
Introduction to the sport
for
someone who's new.
And let's meet one of the meeting luminaries, always when he comes to Daytona, standing by with Dick Berggren.
No stunts needed.
Show in 1994 and 1995, Darrell Waltrip is back for his 12th Busch Clash. Big field. Who do you like?
Who do I like? Man, I like anybody that'll help me. And that means you don't like anybody because there won't nobody help you in this race. They're a man for himself, and it's a tough race, but it's fun to be in. I'm glad to be out here today and be able to compete and have a shot at it.
This race has a reputation of being very wild. Is it as wild behind the wheel as its reputation would have it?
I've done it from the booth, and it'll scare you a lot worse up there than it does out here. It's not as bad out here as it looks like it is from up there, and all them people at home on television. The wheel marks do get to you, though. When it's over, it look like you've been running Martinsville or Bristol or somewhere. You kind of get out and say, man, that was a lot closer than I thought it was.
It's a fun show to watch, Ken Squire.
Believe me, it is. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Daytona for our 18th annual Busch Clash, part of the 38th annual Speed Weeks here at Daytona. And as we get set for a go in this one with $330,000 at stake with just 20 laps, 50 miles to our colleague Ned Jarrett, let's talk about this event and how different it is from others.
Well, it is different from others. To get here, first of all, you have to win a pole. The previous year, in 1995, in this case, there were 15 Busch pole winners during the year. And then there's a spot for a wild card entry, and that is for a drawing for all of those who were the second fastest on the second round of qualifying, I should say, and that's Dave Marcus in this field. And then there's a spot reserved for the driver who won the most poles in the Busch Series of NASCAR last year, and for the second year in a row, that was David Green. The format is pretty simple, Ken. They go out there now, they run 10 laps, hard as they can, and then they slow them down, put them under caution, and invert the field. And then they run 10 more laps for the big money.
Flat on the floor and full bore, just flat out all the way around this thing, and somebody that does that pretty well, the Missouri hotshot here, Kenny Wallace, has joined us in the booth for this Busch Clash this year. Strategy in this one?
Well, I don't think there's no strategy, Ken. You know, this deal reminds me of like a video game. I mean, on a video game, you don't care if you spin out, you don't care if you hit the wall. Well, you do care, but it's only 10 laps. You got to go. I mean, you're going for every hole there is. So it's the Busch Clash of 1996. It pays a lot of money. There's a lot of pride. So you just go, and if the car takes you there, you make the hole and you get it done.
And the two best guys from last year, top point men, both out back, Ned.
Boy, as luck would have it, they did draw that 16th and 17th position. I think we'll see those two drivers, Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt, try to come to the front of the pack. They want to see what their car will do, and they'll do whatever they need to do to try to get to the point. And as Kenny said, you know, there's no points in this race, so they just go out there and go flat out.
And the key is try, because those guys up front, they'll have another agenda.
Oh, they will. I mean, I'll tell you, you know, what they're going to do. I mean, this is a two-segment deal, so they're going to try to put themselves in position to win this thing. So, you know, it's a two-segment thing. So wherever you finish in the first one, you know you might get inverted to the next.
And if you're out front, you want to make those cars about 15 feet wide. Let's get the command to get this one cranked.
Busch Clash 1996.
The most famous words in motorsports are grand.
With the Elite from 95.
Gentlemen, start your engine.
Like I said, I'm here. I'm either on the transporter watching or watching on pit road. I don't think I was cheering for any specific driver in this race.
We'll be back for the start of the 18th annual Busch Clash after these messages.
Super speedways, we just always, like, first and foremost wanted a safe race, and then
the Great American Race next Sunday.
Survive.
With us here on CBS to enjoy the Daytona 500, 38th annual, noon next Sunday. Busch Clash today, and 17 cars at the ready. Let's take a look at the race analysis here.
Of course, it's 25 miles.
What is that? The international chicane or something?
That's what we're going after. Record 17.
And they'll all be going after it. The track itself, how about it, Kenny Wallace?
Yeah, you know, yesterday I qualified 11th for the Daytona 500, and it's a 2.5 mile, and it is asphalt. It's got a tri-oval down the front straightaway, and that gets a little tricky going down the front straightaway if you're 2-3 deep. The banking, of course, it's 31 degrees, and I'll tell you what, and many times around this, your head will start feeling like a bowling ball. It's really banked and put some G-forces in you. Through that tri-oval, that's 18 degrees of banking, and of course 60 degrees down the back straightaway.
That 6 degrees just about enough to let the water run off. That's not going to be needed today. Another lap, and they'll turn them loose out here. Let's take a look at some in-car cameras. Out back, you're riding with Jeff Gordon, dead last. He can go either inside or outside as they come across the line with car number 24. And there's Jeff, 24 years old, defending Winston Cup champion, first driver to make $4 million in the year. And the man in black is back on the pole for the Daytona 500 next Sunday for the first time in his career. Here's Bill Elliott's onboard camera.
Bill, of course, a two-time winner of the Daytona 500 and a past winner of the Busch Clash as well.
There's his bumper cam.
He'll give us a different view there. There's Bill resting comfortably inside, ready to go.
Good luck, Bill. David Green won 4 poles in the Busch Grand National Series to qualify for this clash today. He's ready. Remember, Green will start 8th, and up in 3rd spot, inside of that 2nd row, old DW.
Darrell Waltrip, I mean, what a legend. This guy, he keeps coming back every year for more, and look at him. He got himself right up front for the Busch Clash, so he's always hungry, and he knows he's got to go for it.
He's hasn't been pleased with the speed of his Chevrolets here during the last few days of practice and qualifying, but he has himself a good spot here, and drafting plays such an important role here at the Daytona International Speedway, so he might be able to, he's a master at that, so he might be able to do okay here.
And there are the folks out back, and we're going to watch them move up through. Remember, inverted field. Next Sunday, Ford and Chevy in the front row for the 500. Gosh, that's going to be a barn burner. You're getting excited already, aren't you?
I'm pumped up. You know, qualifying 11th for the 125s, at least if it shows me to be in there. But right now, it's the Busch Clash. These guys are really pumped up.
Observers up in 3 and 4 saying it's just a bit gusty on that end of the 2.5 mile Daytona Speedway. Get ready. We're going to go racing at Daytona. 2 10-lap sprints, $330,000 in the hopper. 17 drivers ready to bring it on down. And they've all brought second cars. No points here. They're ready to tear them up if they need to. If you can get the bumper in, you can get the whole car through.
Yeah, you can't be conservative in this race. You can't wait. You don't have time to wait and see how the car is going to come in later, conserve your tires and all those kind of things that you do in a 500-mile race. You just put the pedal to the metal and go at it. We're about to go at it.
Standing welcome ovation. And it looks like over 60,000, maybe more here today as the Clash rolls out.
Who was waving that flag? Was possibly Richard Petty.
Earnhardt lays out back. Gordon immediately presses for the outside.
Yeah, I wonder if that's by design that Earnhardt's dropping.
Oh, somebody blew up.
Get himself a
he's
pick
way
up the
off.
He's lost the ground.
Dale Earnhardt either missed a shift or something's going. It looks like he's up to speed now. You kind of thought he was playing a trick to get a run and draft him down the back straightaway.
Maybe that's just sand.
No, I think
Florida sand blowing.
Transmission. Maybe he missed a shift on the start.
Maybe he's just being nice. Wants to give those guys a
chance. Sure. Here's Gordon.
We know better than that.
Up on the 31-degree banking. East end of the speedway. First time in that draft, about 190 miles per hour. And down they come to complete lap number 1. Up in front to the stripe. Mast comes across with Earnhardt. Whether with Earnhardt now. Boy, he's still back about 30 car lengths as you watch Waltrip there in second.
I like that they were able to catch the pack, though. Yeah, that 37's got tire rub.
He really looks loose right there. He's running Jeff Gordon up the track. That doesn't look good right now.
Sterling Marlin pressing on the inside. Number 4, Marlin going for second. Maybe trying.
I thought at first it was motor, but it seems to be worse in the turn.
Who's surprising here right now is Dave Marcus with the right-ear camera. That green and blue car, Dave is really strong right now.
It looks a great deal like Bobby Labonte.
3 wide here, Ken. Look at Gordon up on the outside and Reddy down on the inside. That Strickland was in the middle there momentarily. Here they are up in front, 3 wide. Ken Schrader in the middle.
Schrader tried to split him to make a move, and now he's left out to drive.
Earnhardt has reeled it back in. Andretti is on pit road. First Rodri and Andretti down to 16 on the field, working lap 3. High side, Gordon.
Yeah, Andretti was
making that
having a problem.
Musgrave down there.
The one that was either a tire rub or wholly one. It was out one side, so that's why I was thinking tire.
Meanwhile, in front.
But I could have been wrong.
Defending Daytona 500.
seemed to be a little more than tired down the straight one time.
3 in a row in the 500. Out in front, Sterling Marlin.
I tell you who's really making a move.
See, the G's and the lean, a lot of times your tires will
really
barely rub the body, you know.
A strong third, and that's an independent.
Let's go to Dick Bergman for more on Earnhardt.
Well, the crew is kind of wondering what's going on as well, Ken. They say the shifter was a little tight. He may have not been able to shift well on the start. He has also radioed back to the crew to say the car is flooding a little bit in the corners. Earnhardt not yet running as well as he should.
You see just in front of him in the 15.
Flooding a little in the corners.
Kentucky.
Jared has moved from 12th
Sounds like changing some
He's right off the back
jets.
bumper now of Sterling Marlin. As we see a lot of action back in the back.
Seeing how a commercial is running, I'm going to go use the
Right with him, Gordon continuing to press and come through the field. Last lap, 188.4. Back to the stripe. And Gordon has meandered up through, put him in 6th from 17. You see him pressing right in behind Terry Labonte in number 5. Down on the bottom of the racetrack, Jeff Gordon.
Terry Labonte up on the outside. Ken Schrader in the 25 car. Here's Gordon in the 24 coming on the inside of his teammate. 25 car, the 24 car, and the 5 car all owned by Rick Hendrick Motorsports. John Andretti gets some repairs on his car and goes back out in the action, but he's already several laps down.
Midway in the first 25 miles. Here's Dick Bergman.
Just taken a lengthy pit stop. He has gone a lap down. His problem, an oil leak in the engine compartment. He's back out again. It shouldn't be a problem for the rest of the race.
Jeff Gordon into 5th, putting a lap on Andretti. Marlin stays 1st. Jarrett in 2nd. Ricky Rudd 3rd. Terry Labonte in 4th. Gordon in 5th. And Andretti may be coming back in.
I tell you, these 3 guys up front are doing good, but what I'm looking at right now is the 5 car and the 24 car look like they're peeking to the outside. The bottom of the racetrack is their strong point, but I think Gordon and Labonte are surprising them up high in 1 and 2. Now they go to the bottom here trying to get something done in the triover.
And getting it done is Labonte at number 5, just squeezes one off. Here comes Gordon.
Ricky Rudd in the 10 car, trying to hang on the outside. He'll get a run off of this turn. Gordon pinched down a little bit there, depending on the draft that Rudd's able to pick up. Depends on who will get to turn 3 first. It looked like it might be Gordon.
Andretti penalized, too fast on pit road. Hits and goes back out again. Non-factor in this first segment.
Okay, these guys you're looking at right now, they're going to have to get in line because the front 3 are hooked up and moving away right now.
Schrader up on the outside. He was in the middle of that 3-wide sandwich. Back on lap number 2.
That completes the 7th lap. Just 3 more to go.
Sterling Marlin. 73 and 74. Richard Petty won the Daytona 500 back-to-back. 83 and 84. The great Cale Yarborough did it. Will Sterling Marlin be the first man in history to win the 500 2 years in a row? Be with us next Sunday to see. There you see the top 3, Marlin out in front, and Ron Pittman has given him the horses to stay in this lead. Last lap at 189.3.
And Kenny, you're right. Those front 3 are pulling away. Those guys started racing back there side by side. They've singled out a little bit now, but those 3 were able to get away.
That's right, Ned. You know, as a racer, you're sitting there, and Jeff Gordon didn't want to give up that 3rd place. He thought he could get past Ricky Rudd. Just a competitive nature. He did that for about a lap and a half, and the top 3 are gone, and we're at 2 to go now.
There's the interval between that first group and that second group. There you see Rudd and Gordon. And Gordon's been shook off in that battle for the lead with 2 to go. Schrader up to 6.
It's getting to be showtime here now up front if you got anything left.
Earnhardt out back. Boy, what a surprise that one is. Get more on that.
Yeah, but he'll start up front in the next race.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we got that little segment after these 10 laps, and you know the crew's going to fix it. So I think he's going to be really strong.
White flag. They go on the first segment.
Well, you have two Fords behind that. No, you have a Ford in the middle of that pack up front. You have a Chevrolet and a Ford and a Chevrolet. Dale Jarrett's got to wonder, well, I got to get any help here.
Ned, we got a good mixture, don't we? I mean, we got the Fords and Chevys right up here. This is great for the fields.
Only one Pontiac started this race, and that was Rick Mast, who was up on the point. Pretty even between the others. Getting down for decision on the first 10 laps. Sterling Marlin out in front as you watch it live this afternoon here on CBS.
Sterling's going to win it. He had to make a pass in this short distance back to the start-finish line.
Maybe get Ned to call Dale home and get him in there.
I tell you, the last 3 years we look at this TV screen, it seems like that yellow car Daytona's always up front, guys.
Oh, he's there.
He's so strong in the corners on the bottom of the racetrack.
Morgan McClure, number 4, crew chief Tony Glover, and the engine man, one of the best, Runt Pittman, has won the first segment, collects $25,000. CBS Sports coverage of the Busch Clash continues after this message and a word from your local station. Segment 1, you take a look at the results. There you see who's hot. Sterling Marlin, Dale Jarrett, Terry Labonte, Ricky Rudd, Jeff Gordon in those top 5 spots. There's the midst of the field. Marcus up to 10th spot, and looking back at the end to see who's not in this race. Earnhardt in trouble, Elliott, Green, Waltrip, Musgrave there. Way out back, Bobby Labonte well off his feet.
Yeah, Bobby was really struggling. He started on the outside pole and just went backward. Didn't have a good qualifying effort yesterday for the Daytona 500.
Riding with Earnhardt on the pit road. Here's Dick Berggren.
Well, the crew is really not sure of what is wrong with this race car. They know it's under the hood. They're going to pop the hood, and they're going to try a whole bunch of things. One of the things they're going to do...
So Sterling won the first one.
They're going to change to the backup. They're also going to check the carburetor leakage on it. There's a possibility that they have a problem with the carburetor. They're not going to try to change.
He said he was flooding.
They really have enough time. And, of course, they're going to put 4 fresh tires.
Which is a jetting problem, probably.
Is the key. Earnhardt has run this race 9 times. He's won it 6. He's going to be starting in the back this time, Mike Joy.
No, they are changing it. Look at that.
Leader is having his wheel nuts retorqued. They are raising the hood. Runt Pittman just handed a hose over. The pressurized water system is going to get a refresh and a refill, and some more tape is going on the grill. That will let less air through the radiator and direct more of it flowing up and over the car. It will make the car faster. It'll also make it run a little bit hotter. Everyone is taking on 4 tires at this end of pit road. A big chassis change on the right rear of Ricky Rudd's car, and the hood is up on Bobby Labonte. Ken Squire?
Well, watching Earnhardt's number 3 out there, looked like he was transmission little. See, he's still...
Yeah, guys, one thing I noticed when I first went to the end shot there of him in the seat, the first thing I seen Dale doing, Ned, was jiggling the shifter, playing with the shifter boot. So that kind of leads me to believe maybe, you know, he didn't get it in gear or something. I don't know, pure speculation.
And maybe over-rev the engine.
Right.
The engine when he didn't get it in gear. I don't know.
Yeah, and if you over-rev the engine, you know, you might, you know, crack a valve or something in the rock race. But
valve springs, you can break those very easy over-revving it.
Dale Earnhardt, who is on the pole for next Sunday's 500.
Top-end components can't keep up with the big bottom
break, and then return here to the Daytona Busch Clash. Daytona International Speedway. More fun there after these commercial messages.
Crankshaft, rods, pistons, that's all bulky stuff that sends all the power up to your heads, which is all
ambassador of the
valves and valve springs and lifters,
of the
roller rockers, or whatever they allow you to run at the top.
Ready for the second segment. Pit road is clear. Last 2 cars out. Gordon.
They broke valve springs like crazy in this time of racing.
Well, there were just 1 lead change.
Right at the end, right on the tips.
Biggest move from 12th to 2nd was Dale Jarrett. Most laps led, of course, was Marlin.
And the other big move was Gordon out of the rear, pulling his way to the field to finish.
Head cover off, and
real good runs in that one.
It'd be like right there, all busted up.
Hey, we're tracking Earnhardt.
Spun around.
Here's how it went in that first part, and as you see, the Earnhardt situation never got better.
Okay, segment 1.
It's a little like Bodine. Remember, he made those repairs back in '93. He finished 13th, came back up through, and won the second segment. He goes down as the winner of the race.
He's going to be up front in the second.
We're back inside a very relaxed
What a freaking hero, I'm telling you, man.
races. His 10th start here. Here's Jeff Gordon.
You know, and his son is just...
He's got to hold off.
I have to say, the most awesome person for the sport.
Dale Jarrett car.
He's very down to earth.
Interesting. They've made adjustments on the cars.
He really has a lot of give a shit for the sport. That's for sure.
Whatever.
He gives more than I think any legacy family member that I know for the sport. In so many levels.
Back to the field right now.
He sponsors grassroots drivers.
Coming down by pace car.
Mentors drivers. He's got some of the best
ready on the
etiquette drivers in the sport coming up.
We'll start the first gear.
The Guapo boys.
Right now.
Honeycut.
Come to the strike. You'll have
I think he's got
Bill Elliott up front with Earnhardt.
Butterbean's coming up.
Waltrip and Green.
There's some great racers that are all coming out of that car store.
And Bobby Labonte.
Middleton.
Down into turn number 1.
Damn, there's this young Austin King, I think his name is, that raced at Hickory. In the last race, I was 13 years old. Damn, finished second in the Pro Late. And it wasn't a gimme. He had to race it.
With Marlon.
I was shocked.
I'll tell you what, right there was some close.
So Wallich is something else.
through this right now.
Village. We're so lucky to have such talent coming up.
Cam. Looking back at Dave Marcus.
Raj.
Coming around.
A lot of our iRacing guys.
Earnhardt's
made the transition to real.
Earnhardt's problem.
I'm so proud of them all.
Yeah, whatever it was.
Because they all have integrity, and that's what the sport really needs, is a lot of integrity.
Sterling Marlin, both bumpers going through the trial over there.
Doesn't need stunts. The thrill of winning and
not giving it up.
Oh, Terry moves up the track, gets into
the characters that race. We've got some really cool characters coming up.
Radio open. You hear out there.
Great little marketing things like Butterbean.
That incredible move.
And his little bean sprouts. Getting the kids involved in racing early.
Pretty quick.
Yeah,
he got
sure
up there
did.
quick from the rear of the pack. That's reminiscent of a Dale Earnhardt type deal that we've seen Earnhardt do in the past.
And still boxed in, Gordon, back 10th or 11th on the field. I'll tell you, with these 14-to-1 compression engines taking that 50 horsepower off, it really keeps them bundled up out there, Kenny.
You know what's different this year is you don't see the guys just moving and passing everybody like they're sitting still. I contribute that to the new motor rules. Man, look at Gordon working that steering wheel up high.
I won't be on too late today, I think, because there's some
come around
stuff.
10 lap segment.
The Huffman Racing Team is racing on this weekend. I believe it's on Flow. Let me just peek into my Flow Racing.
Earnhardt, Jarrett, Waltrip, Schrader, the front four.
If it glitches, it's because I'm opening this app.
I tell you, Sterling Marlin's going to be tough, guys. He's up to 4th already. He's looking good.
Waltrip getting hung out on the inside.
I slipped 300 at Riverhead at 12:15.
Trying to go for the lead.
I'll guarantee that's a modified race.
Earnhardt's loose, big time.
Schrader up on the outside. Marlin scooting through. Still 3 wide in the back away with Terry Labonte down to the bottom.
16th is today. I slipped 300 at Riverhead. I said Riverside, I meant Riverhead. This is Long Island, New York.
That high side is
I went there as a child. Actually, I slipped was the first race I ever scored at. It's no longer there.
Jared and Marlin is pulling away.
Mark Martin pulls up on the inside behind Terry Labonte.
Well, now Flo only has that at 12:15, which I'll catch the reruns on that.
They're cruising for a cruising here.
And I need to see.
It's going to be okay, but it's nervy right now in a race car.
Here's Mike Joy with a major prospect for next week.
A couple of interested parties. First, Jeff Bodine. Kenny Schrader went high, and you grabbed on to me to hang on.
My good buddies are putting on one hell of a race out there. I wish our QVC Ford was right in the middle of them, but we will be next year.
Ernie Irvin's had 3 top 5 finishes in the class. Ernie, can you believe what we're seeing here, 3 wide all the way around the racetrack?
You know, I see this every week. With the Busch Clash, it's all go for the gusto, and I tell you, it's a great thing to see.
Jeff de Sterling still looking at the car.
He looks really fast, but don't count out that 88 car. That Ford Thunderbird looks really good up there right now. Earnhardt definitely fixed his problem, but he sure got snookered going into turn 1. They were going every which way to miss him, and don't count him out yet either.
All right, Ernie, pick a horse. Can Earnhardt hold him off?
We don't have to worry about Earnhardt. He's back quite a ways. So Dale Jarrett right now looks awful strong. I have to bet on him.
Ken?
That was at the moment, but here comes number 25 as they try to break each other off in that back straightaway. That's a big move down there.
Hey, what a move, Ned. Right there. I mean, he just run right down there and closed the door on him. Said, hit me in the rear.
Yeah, Marlin started to go by him on the inside, and he shut the door on him. That's what you got to do in this race.
That was a great move.
At 190 miles per hour, they're still willing to use up the fenders in the front, the back, anything to win this race. Look at Schrader hang in there. Right now, Schrader, who had that terrible crash the last time we saw him when he was running at Talladega, is back in this thing and going to second.
And maybe trying to go for first. He's up on the high side.
Right now, you see Sterling on the inside. Sterling's bumming right now. He's saying, let me get in line. I'm going to be hung out to dry. See him trying to come up there and get inside there? Ford's not going to let him in. Saying, no way.
Trying to hold him out.
See the Jeff Gordon little flapper valve. That's an air release. That's mandatory from NASCAR. It releases air if the car spins out.
Here comes Marlin back on the inside. That side-by-side racing will only help Dale Jarrett.
Earnhardt line just behind Sterling Marlin.
The race at Florence, they are still getting entries. That's going to be the next race that Landon will race in.
He ran the high side, pulling his tires off, and making a run at him again. Unbelievable.
Wow, there was Jeff Gordon up on the outside, making it 3 wide once again.
3 rookies in this race. Andretti, Strickland, and the guy.
November 22nd and 23rd, so it'll be next weekend.
And he does, pushes it.
For the South Carolina 400. It's the one that used to run at Myrtle Beach.
Back to 4th.
A historic race.
First and second.
2 laps to go. This time by.
Earnhardt closing in. Here comes Marlin. Here comes Gordon. 5 miles left.
Guys, this is going to be a shootout. I see this shaping up as a barn burner at the end.
Gordon dropping on the bottom of the racetrack. He seems to, now he goes back across the track. From the inside, back up to the outside. And here comes number 6. It's Mark Martin. Putting that pedal down hard. Closing up. No place to run coming off 2. Waddled in. Marlin on the outside. Earnhardt on the inside. Jarrett stays in front. Schrader's in second.
And now Marlin's going to try that outside. They passed him on the outside. He said, let me give a go at that. He's up on the high side. He's going around Ken Schrader. Here comes Earnhardt down on the inside. Wow.
Earnhardt gets left out for a moment there.
I tell you, it's looking good for Dale Jarrett. White flag.
This is it.
Okay, we got 1 lap to go, and they reversed the field, and now they're going to have, like, 1 more segment.
The NASCAR Winston Cup and their all-star show. Into the final lap. Dale Jarrett out in front, the 93 Daytona champion. Sterling Marlin, Schrader, Labonte, Earnhardt all in here. Down the back stretch for the final time.
Dale Jarrett's going to win this race, guys. He's strong. My God, look at him.
I like your attitude there, Kenny.
Well, I'll tell you what. He's come from the back to the front, both segments.
Yeah.
I mean, look at him. He's pulling away.
Yeah, he's got it now.
Robert Yates has done some homework over the winter.
They got some good engines in those cars.
A lot of ponies under that hood.
Okay, they only had the 1 reverse. That's cool.
Crash to the stripe. Dale Jarrett's done. Only the 3rd win for 4.
Earnhardt won a lot of the clashes.
Gives it to them as he did the 1993 Daytona 500.
Sterling right there.
What a start to Speed Weeks.
I think DJ is going to dominate this weekend. I have a feeling.
You know, we forgot to do, what's that? We forgot to let...
I was there in 95 when Sterling, I believe, won.
Congratulations, Ed. That was great.
Thank you. You did a great job.
I'll tell you what, all the critics now, I mean, look at him. He silenced everybody. He won the race, and we were looking for the Chevrolets to win.
I was not there when Earnhardt won.
Mike Joy down there with Dale Jarrett's team.
In 2000.
Miles in the place below.
Or 1998.
The other Robert Yates
97. He's going to win in 97. That's what it is. Because I know my ex was there and he was able to be in that long line of pit crews shaking hands with him.
Dale did a great job. You know,
Which was epic.
They got towards the lead before.
I remember watching it on TV.
Thanks, Ernie and Jeff Bodine. We'll see you guys in the Clash next year.
I had gone the year before, so
we'll return
I didn't need to
International Speedway
witness it in person anymore. If I didn't have to work, you know. It's like I told you, I had a full-time regular job in real life.
Marlon made
and I was very lucky I could get time off because I brought my boss to the track once and
make a run at history.
Got them all hooked on it.
To win 3 consecutive Daytona 500s next Sunday. Live flag-to-flag coverage of the great American race, the Daytona 500. And next Saturday, don't miss the Gatorade 125s on CBS.
Okay, the next races I'm going to play are the 125s after the Busch Clash and qualifying, then the 125s, then the BGN race, then the Cup race. And that will be Speed Weeks
and go past about
96.
That was one for the books.
Well, yeah, you know, it kind of opened up for me, and everybody seemed to be wanting to follow Earnhardt there, and so I just decided to go to the inside, and I had some good help from the back, and, you know, just fortunate that things worked out. I had an awful good car. I mean, the engine was great, the chassis worked great, and just a tribute to these guys for getting this car ready.
You and Sterling Marlin both looked like you were riding a rocket.
Yeah, we sure, both of us had good cars, and, you know, I was afraid those Chevrolets were going to line up and then come at me all at once.
Look how proud he is to have that hat on, like his dad.
You know, just, you know, it's great. New team, new sponsor, Ford Quality Care, and Ford
Kids are just so awesome in racing.
Win this. Glad to get in. Now I got to win a pole to get back in here next year.
You and Ernie look pretty tough for next Sunday.
Piper pushing Kevin Harvick's car. I could have just died.
You know, things can look
cried
like that. We've got awful
tears, you know.
You know, there's still the issue that those Chevrolets back
such good moments.
They are on a stock car. So, you know, if we can get that remedied or get a little help here, then things will be great.
Well, we'll save that story for Thursday. Dale Jarrett in his first Clash appearance goes to victory lane. We go to Dick Berggren.
And Dale Earnhardt, maybe the troubles were today so that next Sunday in the Daytona 500, everything will go perfectly. What do you think?
Who knows? Well, I think we swapped engines to put the qualifier in, and I think we heard it qualifying yesterday, and it never did run right the first part, and we changed the conditions around, and I reckon up in the lead draft it was a little better, but boy, it wouldn't help anything. It wouldn't do nothing. And with somebody drafting, I was okay, but you know, I think we hurt the engine yesterday. But you know, that's racing. You know, it's the Busch Clash. Just go for it. And all us Chevrolets probably racing each other, let that Ford going out front. So who knows?
What you learn today that can help you in next Sunday's Daytona 500?
I learned I don't want a sorry running motor. I want a good motor.
Dale Earnhardt.
Just tell it like it is.
Yeah, right. That sure sounds like Earnhardt. Everybody electrified by that exciting run, except that old pro, Zach.
Even that sweet little victory lane isn't there anymore. It's a big-ass building.
About 15 months old.
Yeah. He knows all about this business.
Yeah, he's been in victory lane before with Dale up in the Busch race at Richmond, Virginia. A couple others.
Exciting time for the Jarrett family here at Daytona as Dale Jarrett again reigns over this great world center of speed.
Wow, it looks so different now. That one little thing is just like a freaking Taj Mahal now. The entire travel is full of buildings and condos.
Motored, Dale Earnhardt.
Wow, it is so different.
What a good day for him. He looks like he's back in business. Looking further down the field here, Ned.
Well, Ricky Rudd came home in 6th place, then Mark Martin. Mark didn't have a good qualifying run at all for the Daytona 500, but apparently his car drafts well. And see Dave Marcus hung in there and got 12th. And David Green, who didn't even draft, Kenny.
Yeah, David Green. I mean, what a surprise. This car, like, it sat in the garage area for the last 3 days. He'd go out on the track, run by himself, and we kind of thought David was just having a car to be in the Busch Clash. And he was competitive. He drafted and finished 13th. He did good.
I wonder what Sterling Marlin thinks about all of this.
Years in a row, Ken Squire, for Sterling Marlin. You were in a lot of traffic today. What did it feel like out there?
Hey, we had a ball. I tell you, it was a good race, and you know, I'd like to thank Busch for doing this. This gives us a chance to kind of continue cars for the 500, but we had a ball. Just wish we'd done one better.
You look awful calm for a guy that's just been through that whole business out there at almost 190 miles an hour.
Well, it's another day at the office, I guess, but the car drove really good, run good, and the 500 car, we saved it, and it's a little better than this car, so we're just going to try to do our best and run good all week.
Well, I'm glad he's calm, Mike Joy.
Thanks, Dick. Todd Parrott heads up this winning crew, but Robert Yates puts the power under the hood, and he signs the checks. He's the team owner for both Dale and Ernie Irvin, and you got to be pretty happy looking at next week.
Certainly am. I mean, talk about me, I signed the checks, but the quality care people, Red Carpet Leasing, for credit. We leased this car from the 28 team and put their colors on it, and here's this 19 car in Victor Lane. You know, Todd, all the guys. I mean, again, we're just
Where'd all this newfound power come from?
Well, you know, I like to think when they make some rule changes, you know, that the guys that do it best, the 4 team, I mean, they're awesome, the 3 team and all these guys. Sometimes that gives you a little break on that, but, you know, we had ulcers from waiting all winter to find out how we stacked up, and, you know, but it's looking pretty good now. Now, we'll take this engine back. We don't know how long these things will live. We blew about 10 of them this winter, but so we still have a lot of things to worry about.
Well, it lived long enough today. Dick Berggren?
Well, Jeff Gordon had hoped for a better day than the day he had, but how about next Sunday at the Daytona 500?
Well, one thing that we did learn today, we got a great car. I mean, I had to do it all by myself the first time. I thought that black car was going to work with me a little bit, and I was very surprised he hung back and did that. But, you know, we were at least going to give it a shot and try to go from the back to the front, and we got very close. And I said, well, you know, we're starting about 4 or 5 positions further forward on the second 10 laps. Maybe we'll have a shot. And I just didn't get the right moves, didn't come to me, and, you know, so we come up a little bit short. But one thing we're real happy with is the way the car's running.
Of course, at one point of the race, we had 3 Hendrick cars, one right behind the other. How do you orchestrate a thing like that?
Well, I thought with all 3 of us we could go to the front, but, you know, the 4 and the 3 car were just too strong. They were down there on the inside, and I thought we were just going to blow by them, but we weren't. And so I thought, you know, well, once we stopped moving, I said, well, I got to do something here. And they were all around me, and I passed Terry. And I think I messed us all up. So maybe, you know, next time I'll stick together. And, you know, I mean, I like to work my teammates. I knew I was running out of laps. And on this race, you know, you only want to win. Running second or third. We finished ninth. Ninth doesn't mean any different to me than second or third.
Now, all winter long, we have heard about the Fords, how they just couldn't run as fast as the Chevys, and yet a Ford won the race. Are you surprised at how well they went today?
Not at all. Not at all.
Jeff Gordon.
Well, there you have it from Jeff Gordon. Not surprised at all about these Fords. Hey, folks, Mike.
You remember the Ford Chevy whining got us into the situation we're in now, right? With all these cookie cutter cars.
But listen, you had 17 cars out here. Now you're going to go to 43 next week. What do you think about next week?
Well, I'll tell you, you know, next week there's a lot more cars that we didn't see today. We seen guys that sat on the pole last year, and there's probably, you know, a good 30 cars, you know, in the garage areas right now. So these cars was tough. I'm excited. I start 6th in the one of the 125s, and you know, Rusty didn't make the Busch Clash this year, so there's still some people that nobody's seen, and it's going to be really, it's like today. I mean, we're going to have to see where everybody sorts out.
Ken, we heard a number of the drivers that were interviewed talk about that they learned some things for the Daytona 500, and they were not running the cars today that they'll run in the Daytona 500, none of them. But they can take things from these cars. The cars are very similar, but it's not the exact car.
So there they are, the men for the front row for the 1996 38th Annual Great American Race. Earnhardt and Irvin, North Carolina versus California. Chevy versus Ford. This is Earnhardt yesterday on his way to his first pole in the Daytona 500.
That car was performing just to perfection.
He's won 26 times at Daytona, but he's never won the 500. Will he stay star-crossed or will he take it home? We'll see next Sunday, and we hope you're going to be with us to enjoy it after this great preview of the 1996 Winston Cup season, where Dale Jarrett's pulled it off and made it look easy as he just bombarded and blasted his way through the field in a couple of laps to take it all. For Ned Jarrett, Kenny Wallace, Mike Joy, Dick Berggren, Ken Squire saying so long from Daytona Beach, where Dale Jarrett has won the 1996 Busch Clash.
Okay, this is like, let me see. Keep going. Okay.
Saturday and Sunday.
Second round qualifying for the 500. We'll go on to that next. Let me see. What was I going to do? I was going to chit-chat with you. Thank you all for showing up for these races and these reviews. 96 is one of my favorite years. Dad was working with Dylan to start off with. He's going to end up going to ST Motorsports, which is the 47 Stenhouse, where they are at now, but he's going to be there with Jeff Fuller. And that's the exciting part about what's coming up in 96, because I was at the track physically for mostly all of these races. We were working with Spam. I scored for Spam second half of the year, so I was very, very fortunate to go to these tracks. So let's go back. Second round qualifying, and second round qualifying, I don't know totally if this is gonna be the 125s or if they did a second round. I can't remember, but I was mulling around, probably sitting on pit wall with a stopwatch. Anyway, let's get there. We can switch to this race.
You're home for NASCAR ESPN.
Speaking of which, round 2 of qualifying, live from Daytona. We'll be following this broadcast like 8 seconds from now.
4, 3, 2,
Keith,
I'm Dan. 1, bye.
Hey, that's our car.
Dash and thrash to qualify for this year's Daytona 500. For those who weren't successful last Saturday, they have another chance today.
All the repeat of what we just watched, right?
We welcome you to Daytona International Speedway for the second
Droutish.
for the NASCAR.
Very ungreen for that time of year. Well, yeah, it's February.
Let's look at how they qualified last Saturday. Who was successful and who wasn't? Well, the two most successful will start on the front row. They're locked into those positions. That is Dale Earnhardt winning his first pole position for the 500, and Ernie Irvan on the outside. The red plus on the far right will indicate those who have chosen to re-qualify this afternoon. They weren't pleased with their time that they turned in on Saturday. So they are going to go out onto the racetrack in just a matter of moments to try.
I didn't know they had this round.
Get a better starting position for the twin 125s and hopefully get themselves into the Daytona 500. But notice now, 3 of the slowest qualifiers last Saturday.
I'm gonna run this thing before it all starts.
Chosen to stand on their times. Bill Weber, what's the theory behind
Or
that?
else they won't let me snooze.
Qualified 47th, and most weekends on the Winston Cup circuit, you'd have to go again to try and make the starting field. But because of the format here for the twin 125s, they're not going to do that. This is Stan Hoover. He's the crew chief and the car owner for Joe Ruttman. Stan, you're going to stand on your time. That's surprising to say.
BRB.
Why?
Yeah, we decided to stand on our time. If you look at the time sheet, a guy that really needs, we really need to run a second quicker, which would only bump us up to about 33rd. And 33rd still borderline is going to get you in on time if we have trouble in 125. So I figured I could only really pick up about a half a second because you know, all the big teams, they've got new cars, it's got the frame rails up and the floor pan up and that, and I just can't get down out of the air low enough to get a good run without dragging everything, so that defeats our purpose. So we just got geared up to go on a race setup this morning, go out and do some drafting, and then we broke a motor right there at the end, so we're flogging again for tomorrow's practice.
Well, second round qualifying now underway. Your goal at this point is to race your way into the big race.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The last 2 years, you know, we've had to get in by the skin of our teeth and make it out of that qualifier, so I guess we want to break tradition now.
Okay, well, they're making a motor change. Good luck to you, Stan.
Thanks a lot. We appreciate it.
Okay, so that's one team that is thrashing down here as we get ready. Second round qualifying underway. It's a long process to get into the Daytona 500. Several different avenues to take to try and get there.
But the best way to get into the field is qualify fast, and that's something that Brett Bodine did not do last Saturday. In fact, he clocked in 46th quickest with a speed of 183.012 miles an hour. So, Benny, this is a very important run for Brett Bodine as he comes around to complete lap number 1.
Certainly is, Bob. He needs to pick up some speed. Right now they're qualifying, folks, for the 125-mile qualifying race, not for the Daytona 500. And that's how you've got to get in the Daytona 500. If you fail in the qualifying race, have a problem, then you got to revert back to whatever qualifying speed you have. And you need something really fast to fall back on.
Bodine clocked in at 49.177 seconds in the Lowe's Ford last Saturday, 183.012. Trying to better that, 181.958.
So he's slower. But again, that's his first lap. We can see 49.462. I just talked to Brett Bodine a few moments ago on ESPN2. He said they're really struggling. They never intended to run this car in the Daytona 500, but they're trying their best to come up with some kind of speed.
Remember, his primary car burned last week right after the track opened for Winston Cup qualifying. The fuel line worked off the car, and it burned badly, and it had to essentially be withdrawn, and that's the reason they have gone to this car. Second lap, 183.565 miles an hour. So, yeah, he's a little bit quicker this time.
He is just a little bit quicker, but I'm not sure. 49.029. You really need something like 48.50 to fall back on. So he's still half second off on qualifying speed.
Okay, this is a unique qualifying procedure here at Daytona. No other track has it. And let's follow up now on what we heard from the pit area just a moment ago. Those 3 slow drivers have chosen to stand on the time and take their position in the twin 125, hoping that they can get into the race that way.
That's right. The first row is set. Dale Earnhardt will sit on the pole. Ernie Irvin will sit on the outside. Nothing else is set. Though they will take 14 cars out of each qualifying races, 2 qualifying races. That's 30 spots. So you need to race yourself into the top 14. And there's 52 cars here, so they'll only start 26 cars per race. You've got to beat 11 guys.
And those slower cars will only start 18th, and, you know, if they can move up 3 or 4 positions, they got it made.
That's right, and the cars that qualify today, they've got to start behind the cars who qualified on Saturday. So the slow cars will move in front of some faster cars.
Dr. Punch, what do you have for us down the garage area?
Well, Bob, we're standing out here actually on pit road with the cars that are getting ready to go qualify, along with the 89 Daytona 500 winner Darrell Waltrip. And DW, you qualified 33rd on Saturday at 185.4, yet you're back today. Hopes of a better run?
Yeah, we didn't run as well as we'd like to, and really it's a couple of more laps on the track. Right now we're just trying to get our engine deal worked out to where we can get a little more speed out of the car. We know we can race good. We were pretty happy with the car in the Busch Clash. Plus a nicer day. The sun's shining. It's a little cooler. If it wasn't for the wind whirling around, it'd be a real good day to qualify.
Is that the big concern? We talked about on Saturday the clouds, the sun coming in and out of clouds, and it was warmer. It's cooler today, but the wind seems to be a major factor.
Yeah, but you know, you got to do it all. You got to be a weatherman. You got to be a prognosticator. You got to do the whole package. And this looked like a good day until we got out here, and it's the swirling wind. It could slow you down a little bit, and we don't need that right now. Most of these cars out here are struggling, and that's why they're out here.
Well, Chuck Brown, we are told DW just ran a good lap, so maybe there's some optimism for some of you guys that want to run and pick it up.
Well, cooler is better, so cooler air will make more horsepower. That's what we thought.
Guys, what did Chuck run?
Well, his first lap was a good one, over 185, but that's not as fast as he ran this morning in practice.
Oh, right.
The second lap is here.
48.291, 186.3.
I think they have a few cars running this,
and that's going to
it seems like.
The 22nd fastest car. The 22nd fastest car. So Chuck Bound gamble. He was a great gamble.
Now, Jim Long is the crew chief on the 9 Spam car. He was a very nice man. Him and his family were very kind to the team.
Speed and time on Saturday considerably, so it was
Here we are.
Good mood for Chuck Bound.
Nope, 27.
Elton Sawyer.
That's another car that said this morning had a good practice run. He ran 185.200 on Saturday's qualifying run.
And he ran 187.660 this morning in practice, so he picked it up considerably. Here's the green flag waving for Elton Sawyer.
You see, that is the same car, same team that last year was sponsored by the Hooters people. That team has been sold, and right now they're searching for that primary sponsor to put on that car.
Mike Hill is the crew chief on the car. Elton Sawyer is trying to qualify for his 21st NASCAR Winston Cup race. He ran his first Winston Cup race at Martinsville last April. Heading into turn number 3 on his first qualifying lap. Again, last Saturday he qualified at 185.200. Here he is off of the fourth corner into the tri-oval. And the white flag is being waved vigorously by Doyle Ford. Lap number 1 complete for Elton Sawyer. How did he do?
Let's see. 48.028. That's a great qualifying.
48.0 is pretty quick for a second round.
9.1. And that moves him all the way up to about the 15th fastest car. And he's got another lap to go.
Yeah, that was a great 187.6 was what he ran this morning.
As Darrell Walker said just a moment ago, it's a good day to qualify. It's very cool out there. The only problem is the wind. If the wind would die down, it would be a perfect day.
Now, although he's, what did you say, 15th fastest qualifier, remember that is not where he's going to start in the Twin 25. The field is divided in half, so he will be starting 7th or 8th in that 125. Second lap complete.
No, he's got to start behind all the cars that qualified on Saturday.
Yeah.
We can see the water coming out the back of the car. They had the tape on the grill and plugged up. Let's see.
Ooh,
even faster.
47.835, 188.147 for Elton Sawyer. Good run in second round qualifying. Back with more from Daytona in a moment.
I get here early to stock up on Texaco Haviland Formula 3 motor oil because it gives my engine complete protection.
Me too.
Michael Andretti.
Okay. I was messing with some.
Texaco Haviland Formula 3 is formulated.
These are the original commercials.
And it's the
Remember they were racing in the store?
Empty. Tough track, huh?
Mario. That was sweet. I had to watch that.
AutoZone.
Okay, we can skip this one.
Folks who like to work on their cars themselves.
186.378. So that will move him up to the 22nd fastest qualifier with another lap to go. By the way, Elton saw.
I never saw that box on my quick actions. That's why I was like, is that on or off? It shouldn't be on. I don't. As soon as I can afford to give out subscribers, I have to move. My rent is way too high.
Second lap of qualifying.
Way too high.
Labonte.
It's going to be faster. It is 48.016, 187.438. Folks, it takes these cars 2.5 miles to get up to speed. That's why the second lap is faster.
Here's Bill Weber.
With Chuck Bound, congratulations. Great run for you, Chuck.
Well, thanks, Bill. We kind of messed up the other day on Saturday on pole day. We had run better.
See, like those lone souls in the back?
We just got things a little too cold.
Sitting there and stuff. That would probably be me.
And it really cost it about...
Down in there. Well, I'm sure, because Lake's supposed to re-qualify.
Respectable time, but we'll still be starting deep in the 125.
That's the 43.
Guaranteed to be in the 500, but we're looking a lot better than we were Saturday, so we're happy. At least we got all the speed out of the car that was there, and that's really all we can ask for.
Yeah, new ride with you, so a little bit of the pressure.
It was Harry Melling's team, and Mark Melling
I think so.
ran most of it.
Got a long way to go, but you know, we just hope to make a good showing here.
It was a nice team.
Get a sponsor on the side of the Sadler Brothers Racing Ford.
Okay, that's Chuck Bound, the former Busch Series champion. We'll talk to Elton Sawyer here in a few minutes. He had a great run right now. Let's go to Dr.
They rented a building from Billy Venturini, or Bill at the time.
He finished 11th overall with Dave Marcus aboard, and just a little bit ago, this car was actually entered in the Daytona 500.
It was a good year. 96 was one of my favorite racing years.
To qualify. So, Jim, you've gotten a ride in the last half a day for the 500. How much time have you had in the car?
Jerry, we got about 4 laps this morning, and just enough to shake it down to see what the car would do. We have to run about 175 to get into the 125 qualifier, and we know it's not a good qualifying car, but we know it's a good race car. So basically, I'm just going to make a couple of laps here and try and run about.
Ricky Craven.
What's the difference between
I saw that crash at Talladega. God almighty.
The wheel wells.
I was not a fan of Talladega. I still cringe every time everybody races there.
Clarence, it's like
way too violently fast.
Motocross motorcycle's got a lot of travel. This car does not have that. The wheel tubs are a lot lower.
But I guess the speed is the thrill of it. I mean, the speed, you can feel it
just all those kinds
in your person when you're at Talladega. It's incredible.
Flooding
But the wrecks are vicious.
so that the wind will go over the top rather than hitting on the spoiler.
Ricky Craven, that time by 48.358, his first time by, so not a bad one for Craven. You know, Dave Marcus talking about trying to put a younger driver in another car. Now, Dave's 54, you're 52, so he found a younger driver. That's right.
I'm so thirsty today.
So Jim Sauter will attempt to qualify this car and primarily trying to get this car into the 21-25-mile qualifiers come Thursday. Let's check back in the garage area with Bill Weber. Bill?
With a very happy Elton Sawyer, who's been getting several handshakes. You would have tied for 10th fastest if that lap had come the other day. Of course it did, and you still start deep in the field, but you're still all smiles.
Well, it was just a couple of days late, but, you know, the whole David Blair Motorsports team, they worked extremely hard all week. We were just off a little bit. We finally had to go down and get some help from one of our Ford friends, Cale Yarville, and all the guys down at the RCA team. Gave us an engine, and, you know, we just squeezed on that Thunderbird, and you know, now we can go to work on our car for the 125s. That's what we were concerned about. We didn't want to go in that third round of qualifying and have to get a speed, and now we can go out there and race on Thursday.
Ricky Craven's second lap was faster, 48.136, I believe, so he's improving. The speeds are doing well. You're in a unique situation. You left the Busch Series. You're here going for Winston Cup, looking for a sponsor, and you want to get some exposure. This will help out a lot.
Well, that's right, Bill. You know, the Busch Grand National Series was great for me. I had some great opportunities over there, raced with some great race teams, but I want to be in Winston Cup, and, you know, it's been a little tough, but we're not going to give up. We're going to stay here.
Okay, Elton Sawyer is working hard. Let's go to Dr. Punch with Lake Speed.
And he's climbing into the car, getting ready to qualify. Lake, you got to be optimistic, seeing some of these times are a lot better than what we saw on Saturday.
Yeah, I think maybe the track conditions are a little bit better today than they were Saturday, and I know we ran a little better this morning. The Spam Mellon 2 Ford was pretty quick, really, so it looks like a couple of the other guys picked up even more from practice, so hopefully we'll pick up some too.
You ran a 48.44 on Saturday. Your prediction for today?
This business, I don't predict anything. I think we can run, you know, we ran a 20 or better this morning, and so hopefully we'll be able to run even better than that.
What he's talking about is a 48.20, which will pick you up about 6 or 7 spots for the Twin 125s. Lake Speed will be the next car to go out after Phil Barkdahl. So, guys, qualifying continues. They're trying to get better starting spots here come Thursday.
A 48.855 for Hud Strickland, 184.219 on lap number 1.
And that's a little bit faster. That's the 42nd fastest speed turned in so far. Hud Strickland was 45th after the first round qualifying. This lap should be a little bit better.
This is the Stavola brothers' own Circuit City Ford. Crew chief on the car is Felipe Lopez. Here is Hud Strickland, who was the 1986 NASCAR Goodies Dash Series champion, coming down to qualify hopefully for his 6th Daytona 500-mile race. Stand by here to get the time and speed report on lap number 2 for Hud.
Gil Martin was the crew chief the previous year, because I interviewed at that
He'll be our next qualifier.
Circuit City team.
48.673, a little quicker than the first. Moving the speed up to 184.95.
In 95.
So Hud Strickland is in. Elton Sawyer is the fastest so far today. Right back.
Enter the Performance Zone.
I did really well in the interview until I mentioned who my dad was.
Get your passing gear.
And a competing crew chief, it was
3 o'clock, switch over to ESPN
frowned upon.
and you can catch the goodies dash.
Even though I'm totally impartial when it comes to racing. I mean, racing is either
Cars will be out there once again as
legitimately
this coming Friday.
There's about 50 of those
race or you don't. It's got nothing to do with cheating or secrets or
completing his second lap.
I don't know, just my opinion.
Phil has qualified for 5 previous Daytona 500-mile races. This is the X1R Ford.
184.249 was his speed on Saturday's qualifying session. We'll see if he was able to do any better. Yes, he was, as a matter of fact. I heard the PA announcer say 48.480, and that's going to be a shade over 185 miles per hour. We'll see what the exact time is.
185.644. Bill Weber is with Bobby Labonte.
And he's looking things over here on the chart, which he took from my hand. Hey, we were worried about you there for a little while. You're going to be okay, though, huh?
Well, yeah, I think so. With that time, that's a good, you know, with the way the 500 starts here, you got to have a good time. And if you do have a problem in the 125, so I think I got it figured out now where we had a good enough time where we should be guaranteed something.
What's the difference between the other day and today?
Well, we got a different engineer today, just trying different things. We did a little bit different on the car too, so we got an engine from Hendricks, and we just other things kind of made it all work together today. You know, we fought throughout the winter trying to get everything right, and just never hit upon the right combination. But lo and behold, today we got an hour and a half practice in, and it kind of finally came together. So it was a lot of hard work on everybody's part.
Okay, let me jump in here and ask Jimmy Maycar.
Best thing is those Ray-Bans right there, those Wayfarer-style Ray-Bans.
Get something like that on track. So you guys
the schnizzle, man.
And got yourself some power for today?
Yeah, you know, we sort of threw this engine thing together real quick at the end of the year. We were really planning on going one more year with the Hendricks Motorsports engines, and things came together kind of quick for us, and we decided to make the change for this year with the new restrictor plate rules. We figured this was a good time to jump in it when everybody had to make a change. So we sort of threw something on them guys in our motor room kind of quick, and it you know, giving them credit, they worked real hard to get parts and pieces into the shop to even get something together to come here. So you know, we're a little bit behind, you know, and it's no big deal. It's I know eventually we'll get the thing together, and they'll be right there with the best of them. But I got to thank Rick Hendricks and all the guys over at Hendricks Motorsports for going ahead and letting us, you know, have a motor to get in the race with. It shows a lot of class, and you know, guys really been good to us for the last 4 years, and they helped us out again here today.
Okay, that's a big story down here. Lake Speed out on the track, guys.
Blake Speed has completed his first lap, 186.846. Now look at this, 31 through 45, but look at the faster cars, beginning with Elton Sawyer, lined up behind Jim Bound.
Jim Bound will start 38th in a 125-mile qualifying race.
Blake's on the track right now. He don't look like he's...
We can see how the cars are qualifying today.
I didn't like what... They said the miles per hour, which means nothing in my head. I only know
his first lap
times.
Hey, he's picked it up considerably. He goes to the top of the chart. Hey, good lap for Lake Speed.
I guess that was it was, in fact, his second lap. Wow, 47.832, 188.
Wow, he went 4/10 quicker. He thought he'd do a 48.2, which the first lap was.
And he will be the next car to go out on the racetrack. And Dick, 49.132.
Jim Long was always pretty good about bringing the car around.
Coming up.
He made changes that worked.
People with the, you know, high pro dog food.
He's still involved in some truck stuff for ARCA. Heard his name recently this year.
It's been 5 months. We're hoping
to look it up.
We'll get in the 125. We know our timing probably going to be good enough.
Some of the guys who qualified back where you have, Joe Ruttman.
Another favorite person, Dick Trickle.
Go ahead and start the 125. You opted to come out. Why?
Well, we didn't have much to lose. We were way back, and we are just a little faster. We think a little better day.
All right, Dick Trickle will get a chance to go out and try to improve on that. Meanwhile, the three-time Winston Cup champion, DW, out to try to improve on his speed.
33rd fastest on Saturday, 185.483, and old DW's trying to do it.
Trying to get faster. Darrell Waltrip was a
I think he's going to have to take a champion provisional.
Cup champion. 3-time champion. I think 1985 was the last year that he won the championship.
Been in 23 previous Daytona 500s, is of course a former winner of the race also. Finished 19th in points last year. Didn't have a win, but did have 4 top 5s and 8 top 10 finishes. Here is Darrell Waltrip taking the white flag and completing lap number 1 in the Chevy.
Wow, he's really sinking that right rear down in turn 1. The right rear tire hitting the quarter panel.
There you can see that Lake Speed has moved up to the 39th position. He's the fastest so far today in second round. Darrell Waltrip's first lap was 185.364. So he's a little under what he qualified at.
I know we made it in.
Yes, there's Stevie. She's a little happy with that. Here
Checkered
comes Darrell.
Flag waiting for Darrell Waltrip. Second lap has been the faster of the 2 for everybody that's run so far. Let's see if Darrell Waltrip picked it up.
And that's not smoke off the quarter panel. That's overflow. The water gets very warm. The second lap, 48.395, 185.970 for Darrell Waltrip.
So he's about a half a mile an hour faster than what he qualified at on Saturday. We'll be right back at Daytona.
Lots of great things are happening at Shaheen Chevrolet deal. Lots of fresh inventory, lots of great deals. Like this F10 pickup, $96.95. Need a car? Lumina.
National Speedway and second round qualifying for the Daytona 500. So far today, Lake Speed is the quickest at 188.159 and Elton Sawyer at 188.147. And on the racetrack right now is Dick Trickle.
That's the new team that he told you he put together 5 days ago.
Wow.
And they're here trying to qualify for the Daytona 500. He realizes, as he told Jerry Punch, that he doesn't think his speed is going to be fast enough to get in the 500, but he's hoping to be able to use his experience and drafting techniques to be able to qualify in the top 15, finish in the top 15 on Thursday's qualifying race. A
lot of laps on this racetrack, even this year, because he's one of the test drivers for the International Race of Champions cars.
Trickle completes his second lap, finishing his qualifying run. And Mike Wallace, who is the 29th fastest car, has chosen to requalify.
Here's Dick Trickle's rundown, 48.904, 184.0, moving it up considerably, 48.515, 185.510 for Dick Trickle. Bill Weber's with Lake Speed.
And Lake confessed he's been a little nervous the last few days, but you feel much better now, don't you?
I feel a whole lot better now. There's a lot of prayers have been answered just a few minutes ago. But the Spam Millen 2 Ford team has really been working hard. We weren't at all pleased Saturday with the speed we'd run. We'd run so well in testing down here and then came back and couldn't get it back. And we just continued to work and work and work, and we finally changed quite a few more things this morning and got the car going pretty good now.
You said weather is a big factor. Was there one other big factor in all those changes you told us you made?
Oh, well, not any one particular one. I think maybe just praying a little bit harder than we had been. Pressure was on, and we knew we really needed to get a good lap in, and good Lord came through for us.
Okay, Lake Speed with a good lap. Dr. Punch is with DW.
And we're walking right by you, Bill. As a matter of fact, as DW is headed back to the garage, and hey, now you get that hair all in place, and the car's coming behind us. Let's move away, DW, so they can get the car come through and get it back to inspection. Now, you said you wanted to improve some, and you did.
Yeah, we didn't have a lot to gain. We just wanted to be sure we got everything out of what we've got right now, because we know the guys are back home right now working on some new motors for us, and we know they're going to be a little better. So we wanted to maximize what we had today, and then hopefully we'll get something to look forward to. We wanted to get all out of this piece we could before we changed it.
Saw some smoke off that right rear coming off turn 2.
Yeah, one of the things we've been trying to do is the guys are running really soft springs here in the back, well, all the way around really, to get the back of the car way down, and we didn't have that on Saturday. We softened ours up We may have went a little bit too far. We were dragging pretty good through the corner, but that's what a lot of the other boys were doing. You run softer springs here than you do at Martinsville, Wilkesboro. We got a pair of 200s in the back of that thing, and if somebody told me 5-6 years ago, and Benny will verify this, you're going to run a pair of 200s at Daytona Beach, they'd have said, well, you won't ever get out of the garage. So it's really interesting how things have evolved here at Daytona.
48.634 for Mike Wallace going by that time in the Holly Byers car. Now, when Benny sees smoke, he gets all excited. He knows there's a hamburger cooking somewhere.
That's exactly right. They go around, they tell everybody you can't make any fires in the infield, and if you go out there, the only fire out there is Benny's.
All right, DW.
Hey, DW. Oh, you take abuse from all angles, don't you?
So Mike Wallace has completed his qualifying run.
Oh, second lap's a good one, BP.
Let's see, pretty good run.
It's 48.287, 186.386, and that is the 5th fastest lap of the qualifying session. So good run for Mike Wallace. Only one other qualifier to go, and that is Jim Sauter. College hockey comes to the Deuce live tomorrow night at 10:30. Northeastern is making its first Bean Pot Championship appearance since 1988 against defending national champion Boston University, who's going for their 19th Bean Pot Championship. On the Deuce at 10:30 tonight. We'll be right back.
When Doug Flutie was at the Boston College, we'd have BC parties.
My customers know more about their car.
It was fun.
I'll ever know. They know every.
Back in high school.
On down, where you see the red mark, everybody past there has requalified today, and amazingly, BP, everybody has gone faster than they did on Saturday.
You're exactly. Every car that qualified ran faster than Saturday, and some of them, Bobby Labonte was 3.287 miles per hour faster than Saturday.
Here is the Dave Marcus car with Jim Sauter behind the wheel. 182.953 was his first lap. Now, we don't have anything to compare this to because he did not qualify on Saturday.
If you watched the Busch Clash yesterday, this is the car that Marcus drove during the Busch Clash yesterday. And Sauter said he wanted to run 180 miles an hour. Look at that. 184.106 on that second lap. A good lap. 48.885 miles per hour. Jerry Punch?
And remember with Jim Sauter is he only had to run above 175 miles per hour to be able to get this car qualified for the qualifying race. So that's what he wanted to do, is get over 175. They weren't concerned about getting a good speed in, but hey, they probably were better than they thought they would be.
I would almost guarantee you that if they were happy with 180 miles an hour, they'd be elated with 184.
So Dave Marcus puts car number 2 in at least the twin 125, and a good run for Jim Sauter. Here's Doc with Mike Wallace.
And Mike, you're certainly one of the ones that improved again today. 48.28. That would have put you up in about 21st, 22nd on Saturday.
Yeah, it sure did, Jerry. I wish we could have run that on Saturday, but we didn't. But I'm really glad the car performed well enough to run faster today. It would have been a shame to go out there and run any slower, but I think we can breathe a little bit right now, you know. I mean, I think the speed's pretty decent, and we're getting the 125s on Thursday, and hopefully qualify through the 125s, and if not, hopefully our speed's good enough to
Jerry Punch?
Yeah, go ahead, BP.
You know, Mike Wallace was 29th after Saturday's qualifying. He's going to end up 27th, 28th after today's qualifying, but he's got a much faster speed.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Benny was talking about you were 29th after Saturday's and you're 27th after today's, but you've got a much, much better speed.
Well, the speed's much better. You know, we're 27th. Of course, some guys behind us run faster. We moved some guys back that were ahead of us. I mean, I'm sure glad to be 27th instead of being like 37th right now, you know, and Benny's got a good point there, but we at least went out, we improved our speed, and that's what we were trying to do. We sure would have liked to run faster, but we went out and we said if we could run a 20, we'd be happy, and so we ran in the 20s.
Well, you practice the Busch car now?
Yeah, we'll go run some Busch races, you know, Busch laps there. That car's running awful well, and, you know, my hat's off to the whole entire Holly Myers crew. They worked their butt off here this week, you know, and on the Winston Cup car, and the guys on the Busch team are doing great, and hopefully we can qualify well there.
How much competition among the Wallace brothers? I mean, Kenny had a great run, and Rusty struggled down here. I mean, do you guys rib each other a little bit about who's running well?
No, I tell you what, it's, you know, Rusty's expected to run well, and he's expected to have problems at the speedways. He always has, unfortunately, but, you know, I was glad to see Kenny qualify 11th. He missed the race last year, and it seems like Kenny and I feel for each other pretty bad because we're both struggling to get established very much. And, you know, when he got qualified 11th, that was just like a big load off him. He could breathe, go home, and sleep at night. And we were talking yesterday, boy, if you could take out your stomach muscles. I don't know if you know, can you do that?
It'd be tough to do. You'd be hard to stand up.
Well, I'll tell you what, this stuff get to you. But no, as far as the rivalry, not really. I think we just, you know, Rusty's expected to do good, and Kenny and I just want to perform well, and hopefully we can all finish 1, 2, and 3 with them guys behind me.
Thanks, Mike. Let's go back in the garage area, I think, where Bill Weber is standing by with another driver.
And standing here with Dick Trickle. How was that for you?
Well, one day we picked up over 6/10, you know, which is almost 3 miles an hour, 2.5 miles an hour. Now, we've done in 6 days what most guys did in 5 months. Now, if we could do as much in another day, I mean, we'd be right in the hunt. We knew leaving home with trying to put a program together in just less than a week that our times would be bad because of the cowling and the testing and the clearances and all that. But our feeling is that we could probably get a good position in the qualifying races and be able to get in the race through that, you know. And we got a respectable time in. I don't think it'll get us in the race if we have trouble in 125, but, you know, I got to give Purina, the High Pro Dog Food people, some credit for getting me down here, and Britt Snell, the owner. And in 5 days, I tell you what, it's a miracle we're here. Now, if we get going fast, that'll be another miracle.
Okay, they're working on that for Thursday. Let's go to Dr. Punch with Jim Sauter.
Well, Jamie said you wanted to get over 175, and I mean, my goodness, you did it in a big way, almost 9 miles an hour.
Well, Jerry, like I said before, we only got about 4 laps in the car this morning, so we really didn't know what it was capable of. We know it's not a good qualifying car, but it is going to be a good race car. And, you know, I just want to thank Prodigy and Marcus Auto Racing and those folks for letting me have a shot at trying to get into the 500 through the 125. And we've just moved ourselves into the position to run a 125, and I think we can handle that, get in the top 14 there, and then I'll be pleased.
Let's look at the philosophy behind this, Jim. You're talking about Dave Marcus had never really had a major corporate sponsor until this year. His career is sort of the twilight coming ahead, just another couple of years, and yet he finally gets some money where he can race first class, and the first thing he does is think about people like yourself who don't have a ride.
It's pretty awesome when you think about it, Jerry. He's put in a lot of years of struggling and a lot of years of pain and just plain struggle. It's great that he thinks of guys like me, you know, to give me a shot at it, and I'm going to do my best for him. I'm super happy to see him get a sponsor this year, and he never quits. You know, he's a never-die person. He's got all really top-grade equipment, and someday when he does step down and get a good young driver in there, he's going to have a good race team. I believe he can be a Richard Childress. I really do.
Jim, thanks for joining us, and congratulations on a good lap.
Thank you very much.
That quivering in his voice is true emotion. The eyes are moist. Jim Sauter, at 52 years of age, gets a chance to run at least one more Daytona 500, or at least a shot at it, come Thursday's qualifying races. Bob?
All right, and the qualifying is over now. The Busch Grand National cars are going to be going out for some practice before too long. We'll be back with our coverage in a moment.
Oh, neat.
This election year, turn to CNN for the
So I'll actually be able to get some of the Busch stuff. My dad was with the 72 car starting out this season. He was with them through the winter building the shop and arranging the shop for Mike Dillon at Ron Parker, and
Just coming up in about 15 minutes.
he stayed till just before Atlanta, I believe.
Results of the qualifying, and note the speeds here because that is going to be ultimately very important.
Yes, we see Terry Labonte qualified ninth for 188.367 miles per hour. When we get down to the qualifiers today, you're going to see some speeds comparable to Labonte's time.
Here's 16 through 30. And again, these are drivers that qualified on Saturday and chose not to requalify today. However, as we move now to this next page, beginning with Lake Speed, and after that, the cars that requalified today, and look, speed was 188.159.
And that would be the 10th fastest time. That would beat Ken Schrader's speed of 188.147.
We were proud of that.
So if Lake has trouble in his 125 and they have to revert back to speed, that is the speed that they will go to.
And he's guaranteed in the race because the first two qualifiers are qualified. And they take 8 cars from qualifying, All you got to be is the top 10 to be guaranteed to start in the Daytona 500.
Look at old poor Brett Bodine, who is the slowest at 183.5. Dr. Punch has a story for us.
Now,
I don't know if Mark Melling's still in racing or not.
Inspection, post-qualifying inspection, and
Harry was getting older, and Mark was running most of the stuff.
the carburetors. But what I'm showing you here, this is Elton Sawyer's car. It was the second fastest qualifier today. Now, why are the RCA team members standing around? Well, because Elton Sawyer borrowed an engine from Jeremy Mayfield's crew. And actually, I'm with Tony Furr, the crew chief for Kel Yarborough. And what a show of sportsmanship. I mean, here you are, David Blair Motorsports and Elton Sawyer struggling, and you guys loan them a motor.
Well, you know, it's just a big family here is all it is, and we just wanted to help these guys, and they were struggling a little bit, and we just give one of our motors. All of our motors are the same. It's, you know, it shows the credibility to our motor crew and stuff like that. The guys back at the shop, you know, we tried to tell everybody, you know, that we were doing good and doing our homework and doing things right, and everybody thought we were cheating all winter and stuff, but apparently this shows right here that, you know, our guys have stepped up to the back and do the job.
Now, we told people last year, remember the name Tony Santanacola? And let me just introduce this guy. This is the guy you're going to hear a lot from in the future, Tony Santanacola. I get it right, Tony Santanacola?
That's right.
And this is the guy that builds these power plants that put Jeremy Mayfield fourth quickest on Saturday. And what about this? I mean, where'd you come from? I mean, everyone heard about some of these other guys, but what about you?
Well, I mean, I've been at Kale's for 5 years, so we've been there working on recircular plate engine, open engines for, like I say, 5 years now. We just really haven't been in the limelight because we haven't had a guy like Tony Furr to be able to build the rest of the team and be able to build the cars to show the potential of our engines. So now that he's come along and done that, that's why it's all coming together so good and it's showing.
It's got to be vindication to you, considering you were the quickest car in preseason testing, and you come and you back it up in qualifying. People know that you weren't cheating, and indeed you had a strong power plant.
That's exactly right, and that made us very happy to be able to back it up that way.
Predictions for the 500?
We're hoping to tear down the winning engine.
That car behind them, I do believe, is an IROC car.
The engine guy, he's not talking about champagne or kissing queens. All he's thinking about is when the race is over, he gets to tear down his motor, and he is the one they're going to pay over $300,000 to. That's Tony Santanacola, the engine builder for Jeremy Mayfield. Let's check in with Bill Weber.
And it's always a pleasure to welcome Phil Barkdale back to Daytona. Doing all right?
Well, Bill, we're doing pretty good. We've been struggling with X1R Chevrolet, but we struggled yesterday, made a little error. We struggled today, made a little error. So tomorrow should be our day. We run about a 48.40, which is a lot better than we did yesterday, but we're capable of running like a 48.10 or something, and we think we can do that tomorrow.
So you're hoping the third time's a charm, huh?
I'm telling you, I hope the third time's a charm because we're one of, you know, there's like 50 cars down, and we want to be one of those 40 when it comes Sunday.
Hey, this means a lot to you to be back here at Daytona. You've had some health problems, you battled back, and you're here where you want to be.
Well, I'm telling you, I had a couple of little things that went, you know, like you talk about health problems. I had a couple of health problems, but we got them taken care of, and my wife, Linda, is a guardian angel, and I got guardian angel in my car with X1R, and I'm just enjoying every minute I'm down there, but I still want to be in that 500 come Sunday.
Hey, Bill, how old is that guy?
Oh, Benny wants me to ask you the big question, Phil. How old are you?
I'm 58, and I'll be 59 in September. I think I'm just a few years older than Benny, but I don't quite weigh as much.
Touche. Yeah, he's 58, he might be 59, but he's going on 23 or 24.
There you go. In thought I am, yes. In thought I am.
He'll be looking for speed tomorrow, and we'll see him in the Twins on Thursday trying to race into the 500, guys.
He's too old to be running these cars.
Well, but he's come back from cancer, and boy, I would love to see him fulfill his dream and get in the show. That would be great. Yep. All right, well, we're going to take a look at the lineup for the Twin 125s as it stands right now. When we come back, remember, there's a third round of qualifying tomorrow.
A car engine has as little as 1,000th of an inch of
It's a
motor.
lot of steps to Speed Weeks.
Speed Weeks during the Twin 125s.
But it was awesome.
16 through 25, Jim Sauter right now will bring up the tail end of the field.
Yep. Now let's take a look at the second race and how they will line up.
Oh, we missed the first race. My bad.
Outside of the front row for the Daytona.
There we go. Start that again.
How they will line up for the Twin 125s.
First Twin 125.
That's race one. Earnhardt will be on the pole, Dale Jarrett on the outside, and you can see Marlon Presley on down the line.
They're always some of the best racing.
We are in the first one, starting 20th.
Twin 125s.
This,
position 16.
we are in the race.
Right now we'll bring
Automatically on time, no matter what.
Now let's take a look at the second race and how they will line up. Ernie,
But I think he does well.
on the outside.
And it's for starting position.
500 has the pole for that race, and Jeremy Mayfield will go alongside in the front row. And the defending
in the 500.
champion Jeff Gordon goes third with Rick Mast fourth.
and his teammate back in fifth. There's Purvis, Burton, and Chad Little will start 15 now. That's where he's got to finish to be in the Daytona 500. 16 through 25, Derek Cope and Brett Bodine will have to start 25th. He's got to gain 10 spots. We keep talking about 14 or 15 spots. If the pole sitter falls out of the race, then you have to finish
3 hours of sitting. I need to stretch.
out of the top 15, then you have to finish in the top 14. If the pole sitter finishes in the top 15, then you got to finish in the top. In the top 15. What did I say? You tell them what I said.
Well, I'm not sure what you said. That's my problem.
If the pole sitter finishes in the top 15, then you can finish in the top 15 and you're in the race.
Because the pole sitter is guaranteed a starting position on the pole regardless of where he finishes in the 125.
Facts.
Straighten that out.
That's the same way with the outside front row setter.
If the pole sitter falls out of the race, then you have to finish in the top 14. Understand that?
Help, Bill.
I can't get you out of that one. I'm going to talk to Hut Strickland. Hut, you picked up a little bit, but you're not quite where you
I'll be right back while they're yicky-yakking.
Really bad since we've been here. We don't really know what it is, to be honest. You know, we've been, took the body apart, we've took the chassis apart, we took the engines apart, I mean, these guys just literally worked themselves to death. But, we hadn't given up yet. We're going to keep digging.
What's your next step then? When do you decide, well, we got to start getting race ready?
Well, I think that's going to be what our next strategy is going to be. We've about decided, on our cars that it's probably got something to do with the location of where the body's mounted on the chassis, and which should make the thing a lot more raceable, I guess you'd say. There's some guys here that's got mounted in a different way that and make it better for qualifying, where ours is like right reverse. So, hopefully we're going to keep working on it and hopefully make the thing better for a race deal.
Well, you got a new sponsor. It's a great looking car. Good luck down the stretch here.
Well, thanks, Bill. We just got to get the thing where it runs as fast as it looks right now. That's what we're really struggling on right now.
Okay, you guys got that qualifying thing figured out yet up there?
Let's see, if you finished in the top 14. Yeah, I think we got it now. The Busch Grand National cars are on the track, Benny. You got your BGN material out here?
I sure do. That's car 84. Chad, is that Chaffin or Chafin?
I think it's Chaffin.
Chaffin, yes.
Yep.
From Nashville, Tennessee. I think, wasn't he the track champion at the Nashville Speedway this past year?
I think more than once, as a matter of fact. This is the N&S Foreign Car Parts Ford.
There's Chad. And he is finished with his practice run. He will be heading towards the pits.
Other cars out on the track include the number 70 car, driven by Dale Fishline, and others. We will show you some of them when we come back to Daytona International Speedway as ESPN and ESPN2 continues their unprecedented coverage of Daytona.
Your throat, your cough, your fever all feel worse because it's nighttime and you can dwell on it. Take what you used during the day. Wrong. You'll still be up all night coughing. Your speech will bomb at the convention. Nighttime is no time for a 1 or 2.
Someday are looking for that first victory, including people like Michael Waltrip. Bobby Hamilton seems to be the favorite of a lot of media members. They say he is going to be the next first-time winner in the series. And then there's a guy named Rick Mast that many also feel might have a shot at winning a race, if not here, certainly this year. He's got a new sponsor this year on the number 1 car, and John Kernan takes a closer look at Rick Mast.
Rick Mast's childhood wasn't unlike the typical boyhood years of any youngster growing up on a farm, except that his father and uncle were also involved in cars. So instead of developing an interest in agriculture, Rick dreamed of racing. He sold a cow to buy his first car, and along with the help of some high school buddies, spent all of his spare time learning the ropes the hard way.
I guess if I'd have worked as hard at anything the last 20 years as I have at racing, I'd probably be a multi-millionaire by now.
Rick has overcome the odds of making it to the Winston Cup ranks, but those odds were nothing compared to what Rick and his family had to overcome. In 1985, torrential rains caused the Maury River to jump its banks and sweep through Rick's home. Then, in '89, Rick left a secure Busch Grand National ride in search of a Winston Cup deal.
As bad as the flood of '85 was, I don't think anything compares with the winter of '89. It was some very, very dark, deep moments that winter, and then some cold nights we spent because, you know, it really came down to it in January. You know, you're talking about going to Daytona in like 4 weeks. Didn't hardly have enough money to make a house payment.
It was extremely difficult, but at the time, he was sort of riddled with guilt and indecision, and maybe I've done the wrong thing, and so I felt that the best thing for me to do at the time was just try to support him and try to say everything's going to be okay, something's going to come through, and of course it did finally.
I didn't want to be 40 years old and look back and say, you know, back there in '89 or '90, if I'd have tried to branch out on my own, I might have made it somehow. I did not want that to happen.
To the average race fan, Rick's climb to Winston Cup appears to have happened overnight, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Because his Grand National operation was located in the mountains of Virginia, he had no one to help shape his career, so his rise to the top was a slow process.
There's a couple things that I think have held Rick Mast back over the years, and I was kind of trying to self-teach myself on all this, and I didn't really have any idea. I didn't have any idea how to go about it. Everything that we learned on these race cars about how to make them work chassis-wise, we learned on our own. That's one reason it took us so long, I think, to get going with the cars. The other thing that adds right into the publicity part, of the PR part, you know, I spent all my time in these cars and underneath these race cars, greasy and dirty and working on them. That was because that's the only way I knew how to do it. I didn't have anybody around me telling me, Rick, you need to get out from underneath the car, polish the engine a little bit, and clean up and talk to some of the reporters and talk to the media. You know, I didn't really have a choice. I mean, I did it the way I had to do it.
But oftentimes, the tough way is the best way to learn, because it teaches you how to deal with the ups and downs life presents. And that's certainly the way it's turned out for Rick Mast. Along the way to big-time stock car racing, he's seen more than his share of highs and lows, but he doesn't feel he's made it yet.
Well, Rick Mast, it's a new year and new colors and new hope now for the young man from Rockbridge Pass, Virginia.
Jerry, I'm probably more enthused right now than I've ever been going into this season. You know, I got a new sponsor in Hooters, a new car in Pontiac. That's the way you say it, right, guys? Pontiac. Yeah, and, you know, the Clash car, that car wasn't really good the whole time we were here. We think now we know why, but my 500 car, man, it's a rocket. It really is. I can't wait till Sunday.
So much has happened since we were able to talk to you, and John Kernan talked to you. We just saw that. You had Skull. They were good to you for so many years, and you had, you know, the other cars, the Fords, but now it's a whole different philosophy, a whole different change for the Jackson Racing operation.
Yeah, we've a lot of changes, Jerry. We kind of, along with the obvious, you know, we've changed a lot of things internally with the team, reorganized, restructured, people who have different positions, and just a whole different game plan we're going with this time, trying to get this thing straightened out. You know, the good part about it last couple of years, we were competitive in a lot of races. The bad part, we weren't competitive in all of them, and we had too many phases.
Hey, I'm back.
Two areas we're looking at fixing, and
nice
really,
piece on Rick Mast.
The one thing that's helping us a lot so far is involvement with Pontiac. Those engineers and MTG people, General Motors, they've been with us all through the winter, and even last fall, we've been working real close to those guys. They've been helping us a ton. Number one, with the Pontiac, the development of it. Number two, with the reliability of some of the pieces and parts we've been using. And I think it's going to carry on to a good season for us.
Do you still have question marks about the car as far as what could or possibly might happen in the draft on Thursday in the qualifying races?
Yeah, you know, the Pontiac story, really, I qualified them 2.5 tenths off of Earnhardt's pole speed, right? All right, the car is probably 6 or 8 months behind in development right now. We probably need another 6 months before we had to race it, but we don't have that. There's only 5 teams. We're working real close together, but, you know, the Chevrolets, they had 20 teams working on this thing and a lot longer time to develop it. This car isn't even tapped yet, you know what I mean? I mean, we knew coming to Daytona, no matter how we ran here, good, bad, or indifferent, when we go back to Talladega, we'll have a better race car. The part that makes me so optimistic about this deal is we're only 2.5 tenths off the pole with the 500 car. And, you know, my motor man thinks he can get a little more there by Talladega. We know with the car there's more to be had yet. The question mark, we got a fast car, and how's it going to handle? You know, you'll have 10 or 15 fast race cars at Daytona, and out of those 15 cars, whichever one handles the best, that's who will win the 500 Sunday. And that's the big question mark we've got Pontiac right now. We've just went over all morning. We've got like 17 setups right now. We're going to try to slap in this car in the next 2 days and try to get a feel for what I think might be the best one to try in the qualifying race. When the qualifying race is over, hopefully we'll be close enough to make a good judge of what we need to do Sunday. If that works out good, we'll be good. If we're still out in left field handling-wise, we still got some work to do. But, you know, the Busch Class car, it wasn't running fast, so we put what we call a qualifying setup on it. You know, real soft springs, which you can't drive. And it was a bear to drive, but, and we got the car all out of whack, and the nose would get up, and the air would get under the front end, and it would push. But even at that, as bad as that was, you could still hustle the car real good, which means the car has to be good and stable, and that made me optimistic. So there's just so many good things going on right now that, I'm just tickled to death. I can't wait to get this year going.
That's the most words I've heard out of Rick Mast in about 5 years, folks. Can you tell he's excited? Can you tell he's pumped? I think this guy feels like that Sunday could be his day.
Yeah, I can tell he's excited. Can't you, Bob?
Yeah,
he is excited.
He is pumped. Among those drivers with at least 150 NASCAR Winston Cup starts, Michael Walters is at the top of the list. Of those without a victory, Joe Ruttman is second, then Dick Trickle, Hut Strickland, Rick Mast with 185 starts. No wins. Ted Musgrave falls in there next with 153. Back at Daytona International Speedway in just a moment as ESPN continues its coverage of now for Sprint National practice.
Enter the Performance Zone with Split-Fire Performance B Spark Plug.
Track. That is really dangerous, but he pulled up. That was McLaughlin pulled up in front of.
Oh, this Busch practice.
But they're all trying to simulate a qualifying run, and if a car gets in front of them, they get a draft, and that blows the whole deal.
Let's start it. That's Busch practice. I want to see this.
Practice is underway right now.
I'm going to play the Busch race.
Round Winston Cup qualifying. Lake Speed clocked in with a 188.1, the best of the second round.
Probably next.
There's a whole bunch of cars down there on pit road. How come they're going out, BP?
Well, because they're all trying to simulate a qualifying run, and they want to go around the racetrack by themselves. There's Jason Keller, the 95, the Caterpillar car. That's David Green. But look, this car pulled up right in front of the other car that was on the racetrack. That is really dangerous, but he pulled up. That was McLaughlin pulled up in front of Rodney Combs, but they're all trying to simulate a qualifying run, and if a car gets in front of them, they get a draft, and that blows the whole deal.
While we watch the cars circulate out there, how about a track fact, huh? Let's do it. Okay, track facts brought to you by Quaker State, the motor oil that exceeds the highest standards for...
That 47 just went by as Jeff Fuller's car.
Every time we see a Winston Cup car being pushed up and down pit road, or even back in the garage.
My dad helped him for many years. We were friends growing up in high school.
Can be annoying.
Age and all that.
We hear that all the time in the garage here. What are we doing with these things, and why are they so critical to success in a Winston Cup team's efforts? Well, let me show you. Out of the generator comes obviously an extension cord. Now, where that cord is actually running, we're going to slide by here and show. The cord actually goes in the driver's window, and back in here is where it is plugged in. Now that actually is going inside the oil tank to help keep the oil warm. So we can slide back underneath the wheel well here, and we're going to show you that cord runs down to a heating blanket. This is the blanket right here that wraps around the oil tank. See the blanket I'm touching there? Here are the electrodes, and what's inside that blanket actually is this rubberized electric heating pad. This heating pad, here are the wires coming out of it. Now that actually tries to keep the oil temperature up. Why is that critical? Let me show you here one other thing. This is the gauge here. See the gauge inside the car? It's reading about 185 to 190 degrees. You want to have the oil temperature between 200 and 220 when you go out to practice or qualify, because viscosity is very important. So since you really can't look underneath the car to know exactly what it is, you've got a gauge to show you exactly what's happening, you know, inside the oil. Now let me show something else in the car. A moment ago you saw a crew member in here adjusting the screws on this spring. Now he was turning a screw above, and this screw was turning this large bolt and changing the wedge, actually changing the pressure on this plate up and down on this spring in the rear. So you're going to get 2 for 1 in this track fact, folks. You're going to see how you keep the oil temperature up with that heating pad right there, and you're seeing how you change the weight distribution on the rear tire with this wedge bolt on top of this large spring back here in the left rear. That's exactly some of the tips inside what happens in the garage area and how these cars stay so quick.
Jerry, very good. Thanks for the explanation, and we're going to take a break and be back with more in just a moment. Stay with us at Daytona International Speedway for more.
You guys caught all that.
Extreme cold.
Valuable information.
State of your motor oil, causing it to flow too slow.
But the double-duty drivers are Terry Labonte, Kenny Wallace, Michael Waldrop, Jimmy Spencer, Ward Burton, Chad Little, Derry Coe, Putt Strickland, and Steve Grissom, and there are even more than that. There are 17 drivers that are trying to qualify for both races.
Wow. And that's a new deal with Jeremy Mayfield.
My dad had worked with Steve Grissom the previous year in both the Cup and the Busch side, helping on the chassis.
Your car is covered up.
He didn't have a lot of say over setup-wise, except for like Bristol and a few of those. But
some of our engines.
I think they won one that he was setting it up for. And then
He's back there.
he went to the Dillon team midwinter because that was a startup team for Richard Childress's
As far as the rules go,
grandson there, Mike.
advantage of everything that we probably could have, and you know, it's just on how we interpret the rules. So we think that we can be a little bit better, and Mike's gone back and started to work on some intake manifold stuff, so we'll see.
So you guys really thought by the letter of the law you did everything you could, but now you found out maybe there are a few other things that you could have done, and you're trying those, and you can still take advantage of those down here.
Yeah, it's true, and I mean it just takes man hours right now. So since we found out, like Friday or Saturday, we've had people at the shop working on more intake manifolds and different things to bring back here, hopefully by the weekend.
These guys have had a brutal...
I watched him run the mod tour.
Tested. They were there for a week,
sure
and it rained and it iced down the track, and you guys did find 7 or 8 miles an hour in body work, though.
Yeah, it took a lot of work by our fab shop. I mean, we've gone as far as to go to Cleveland, where we had a car in a
New York
for PPG, one of our associate sponsors, and we drug that car out
there with the Evans
Flash car, and the guys prepared it in 24 hours. We took it to Talladega for part of our test. We had a free test there from Ford and NASCAR, so we've spent about 15 days at Talladega this winter, and it's iced and rained and snow, and it took 70,000 gallons of water in 2 days to get the racetrack rinsed off for us, and you know, Talladega people worked real hard, so troubles followed us everywhere we've been since the first of the year. It didn't go according to plan, so you know, we've tried some things, and we were way off on our body work at the beginning of the year, and now we're back. Like you said, we've gained 6 or 7 miles an hour in the body since the first of the year. So everybody's worked real hard. Now, when this gets over with, you know, we have to get back to work on a Rockingham and the races that we run the next 27 races. So
okay, and they were fast this morning, and they think they're going to be good when we get to the Twins, guys.
All right, Bill, well, in just a moment, we will come back and talk with one of those drivers who is doing double duty, participating in both the Busch race and the Daytona 500.
For the star-studded Dallas Cowboys, it was a super climax to an amazing season. Share the glory.
Busy week here with the Busch car and the Winston Cup car.
Yeah, I teamed up with the legendary Wood Brothers, had a race team for 50 years and accomplished so much, and that's my Winston Cup deal, and it's great with it going board. Over here, though, I'm with the team that's been alive for about a month now, and if it wasn't for Ronnie Silver and the grace of God, we wouldn't even be in Daytona because it's been a real struggle, but MW Windows has been good enough to sponsor us in the Busch Series along with it going. I'm going to get to run Saturday and Sunday, and that's something that's real important to me.
Now, why aren't you out there right now? Are you still trying to get everything worked out to go through inspection?
We've made it through inspection finally. They didn't like our trunk. They
what was
said
the matter with it?
Stock.
Well, what was wrong with it?
I don't know. You'll have to. I'm just the driver. I don't know what it was. You'll have to get with the owner on that.
But who's the owner? Who's the owner?
Oh, wait a minute. You'll have to get with Ronnie. I'm the owner. I don't know about it either. Ronnie Silver, he's in charge. And evidently they felt like he might have tampered with it in some way that might give us an unfair advantage. But
no, not Ronnie.
I know Ronnie as well as you do, and I know that that's not even a consideration. And so we're having to fight back from this little setback. But we got a pretty car here. The MW Windows Ford Thunderbird sure did turn out nicely, and I'm real proud of it. I'm glad to have this race team. It's real important to me to be involved in the ownership role of this team, and we're having fun, man.
Hey, you know what? The first clue might have been, Mikey, when you came back from inspection, the fact that the trunk was missing. You think that was a clue?
Yeah, they confiscated it. They took it. I didn't have a trunk. So then we had to go to the Rockingham car and get the trunk off it and put on this car. So, you know how you rob Peter to pay Paul type of deal. When I show up at Rockingham, I might not have a trunk on that car, but we're going to work them out 1 week at a time. We're not going to look too far ahead.
Well, you may have been trunkless, but you do have some nice lenses on there, big guy. You're looking awfully dapper.
I feel cool. I mean, I don't know what it is, but I feel real cool. I want to tell everybody in Owensboro, Kentucky, hello.
Just walking up here, you get a chill. That's how cool this guy is. Let's go back to Bob and Benny.
NASCAR needs these guys.
Before we sign off
the silly guys like Carson.
The winner of yesterday's Busch Clash.
Good stuff. Okay, let's jump this commercial too.
Thanks for they are working on tonight's show that's going to air at 7 o'clock. And on that show, they're going to talk with Bill Elliott live. They're going to talk with Bobby Labonte live. And they'll also have a conversation with Dale Earnhardt. That's RPM tonight, the weekday version at 7 o'clock Eastern Time on ESPN2. We'll be right back.
Extreme cold. It can change the state of your motor oil, causing it to flow too slowly, keeping it from reaching.
About 37 minutes from now, you can switch over to ESPN2 and catch more activity from here at the World Center of Racing. Here's Jerry Punch with the winner yesterday of the big race.
And Bobby is still smiling. I don't blame him. What a day. When you beat Sterling Marlin and Dale Earnhardt and the guys you beat in that clash, you ran well in both segments. You should smile.
Yeah, we've got a lot to smile about, I tell you. To have what everybody considers a new team, although we've got a lot of good equipment, and Robert and Doug Yates' engines says a lot for it. We had an awful good car yesterday, and we feel like that our 500 car is even better than that car, and it really showed it this morning in the draft. So we're really excited about Thursday and Sunday, also Saturday with this Band-Aid Thunderbird.
Well, let's talk about it. A good-looking race car behind us. You got Band-Aid adhesive bandages on the car. Now, you've been awfully pleased with your lap so far in this car.
Yeah, we've run well. We ran well in testing. Same car we had here last year. We sat on the outside pole with it. Ran good in the race until something went through the radiator and we ran hot. So we're pretty happy with it. We ran some quick times. New sponsor and everything there. We're happy. Things are going really well for Dale Jarrett right now. And we'd like to put it on the front row and have a shot on Saturday for our new sponsors.
You were so patient a year ago when things weren't going well. You managed to somehow smile and just keep your head up, and things just couldn't get worse week after week, but it finally turned around late in the year for you.
Well, it did, and you know, the biggest thing is I just appreciate Robert and Doug Yates and Larry McReynolds having enough confidence in Dale Jarrett to decide it was time for them to start their second team and to give me the opportunity they've given me with Ford Quality Care and Ford Credit. Says a lot for me that they would do that, and I really appreciate that. And you know, I guess God gives you these little tests along the way to see how you're going to handle certain situations, and I learned a lot last year. It was a good year. A lot of good things happened for me, but 1996 is going to be even better yet. I've got a lot of good things going, and both with the Winston Cup car and with this Band-Aid Thunderbird, so we're really pleased and having a good time. A lot to smile about right now.
Well, he's got Todd Parrott as the crew chief in the Winston Cup, and he's still got John Irvin as the crew chief over here. And once again, for the 5th year in a row, John is 51 years old. He is the crew chief here on the Busch Grand National car, guys.
Dale Jarrett going for 2 victories here at the Daytona 500 come this Sunday. Here's the AutoZone qualifying recap. Take a look at the results from last Saturday. These first couple of pages will be. And then later and we'll show you who qualified today in second round qualifying.
There's 16 through 30. Headed by John Andretti. Ended up with Chad Little. That's Chad Little in the 97 car. We can see he ran 185.97 on Saturday. Now then.
From Lake Speed on down, those are the guys that qualified today. Lake Speed was the fastest second round qualifier, 188.159. And then as we turn the page, we will show you that the 50th slowest, fastest qualifying, 183.565, belongs to Brett Bodine. Well, who's on the Busch Grand National track now, BP?
That is Todd Bodine. Remember, he drove the 75 Winston Cup car last year. Well, Morgan Shepherd took over that ride with Remington sponsorship. So Todd Bodine has put together a deal, his own. He and Ron Neal has put together a Busch team. That's 81. And they'll be campaigning the entire season in Busch Grand National, hoping to go Winston Cup in 1997.
Bill Weber is with Pete Orr.
This is one of the new faces on the Busch Series for this year, and if you were with us last week, we tried to introduce you to Pete Orr. He was going to try and make the ARCA race. That never really worked out. You wanted some track time here at Daytona, but you're here, you're going to run the Goodies 300 and the full series for Busch in 1996.
Well, we sure are. We got the sponsorship from Farmers Choice Fertilizers on this Monte Carlo, and driving for David Ridling. We've signed up to run for Rookie of the Year, which means, of course, we'll run all the races on the Busch schedule. We came down last week and tried to do an ARCA race, and the guys just worked hard and put that ARCA car together strictly for me to gain me some speedway experience, but unfortunately that didn't work out with tech, and we went ahead and sold the car before the race, but that's all behind us now, and we're looking forward to the new series here with the Busch people.
Okay, that's Pete Orr, one of the faces to be watching for, and Dr. Punch is with a very familiar face.
Well, he's a Winston Cup / Busch driver, but there's nothing Busch about this guy. Actually, you're a Winston Cup driver now. Just this thing in the Busch. Kenny Wallace, 7-time winner in the Busch Series. This car, how's it running over here?
Well, it's running really good. Man, there's a maze of cars in here. There must be 60 cars in here. But, I mean, there are a lot of newcomers. So the garage area's crowded, the racetrack's crowded, and it's a heck of a deal going on right now.
Does it feel good to be over there in Winston Cup full-time and come back here as a visitor?
Oh, man, I love it. You know, I mean, I'm just like anybody, you know. I've got desires and goals and want it really bad. So Winston Cup's, you know, what I wanted. And we're good over there. We practiced and drafted good this morning. So here we are getting the Red Dog car in the show over here.
So you're going to run the Winston Cup car, the Busch car, the truck this year, I'm told, for about a half a dozen shows?
Yeah, Roger Penske and Don Miller and my brother Rusty. We got Red Dog that wanted to see the truck out on some West Coast races. So we're going to do that and have a little bit of fun with it. But all the focus, all the priority in Winston Cup and separate crews for everything I'm doing. So we won't get too busy.
Another example of good things really do happen to good people if you're willing to wait. And he waited and waited and waited, and finally they've happened to Kenny Wallace, Bob.
All right, there's the Blockbuster Video Blimp, and we salute them once again for these overhead shots that they have been providing for us. Since we went on the air last Wednesday, Steve Tomlin from London, England, is at the controls. Also, let me thank here Racing Electronics, who provides the radios for...
There's my dad's team right there.
Radio conversation yesterday during the ARCA race. And guys, we thank you very, very much for your help and the radio communications that you gave us yesterday.
There was Mike Dillon we saw in the 72 car. That's Richard Childress' son-in-law, a rookie this year on the Busch Grand National Series. And that's the car that Todd Bodine won the Busch Grand National race at Rockingham last fall in.
New sponsor on this car. That's new over-the-counter pain reliever that you can buy now. And the car is driven by Terry Labonte. A reminder that in just a little over a half hour from now, you can catch us in our ESPN2 shirts. We'll take off the coat and ties and get on the shirts and bring you more coverage from here at Daytona. The Goodies Dash cars will be coming out and more International Race of Champions practice. That's at 3 o'clock. And coming up next here on ESPN, it's the USA Shooting National Championships. Again, today in qualifying, it was Lake Speed, fastest in second round qualifying. More activity coming up at Daytona on the Deuce at 3 o'clock. Thank you for joining us from here at Daytona here on ESPN. For Benny Parsons, Bill Weber, and Dr. Jerry Bunch, this is Bob Jenkins. So long, everyone.
70s, humidity.
Let's see. Okay, are we going to want to do the 125s? Let's see, it's an hour and a half. I've been online. Yeah, what the heck. Let's go in there. If I have to step out, I'll step out. But thank you for watching. Thank you for watching VOD on my YouTube. I will upload this after the broadcast to my YouTube channel. And to remind my YouTubers, if you want to catch me live, subscribe on my twitch.tv/T_Kangas. And another reminder, my YouTube is now Miss T Motorsports, and Miss T Vibes is my second private channel, I guess. I don't know, private. It ain't private, but it's like me and my dog and the beach and doing Florida crap. Alrighty. Let's do the 125s.
.66%, a little bit of a breeze, but not that much as we get set for the first 125-mile qualifier.
Now, Lake is in the first one, remember?
With Mike Joy.
Well, Ken Dale Earnhardt's won 8 of these races, and he's the one guy in this race who doesn't have to run for a starting spot Sunday. So what will you be trying to learn in 125 miles here, Dale?
See if I can stay out front for 50 laps. You know, the car is working pretty good in the last practice we ran it, and we feel good about it. I try to keep that streak of six straight alive and go for 7. So, you know, it's just a build up for the 500, tune up and try to get the car right and find out a little bit about it here.
Does this car run much differently if it's in the draft than when it's out front?
It likes it out front.
And so does its driver. The one thing they've been trying to work on this morning, based on the weather, is how much of this front end do you leave taped off? You don't want the car to overheat, but you want a lot of that air making downforce on the nose. Let's go across the front of the starting grid, David Hobbs.
Well, another man who likes to lead is Dale Jarrett. Last week, twice in the Busch Clash, from the back to the front. Is this car this strong?
Car's very good. This is a brand new car here, and I think it's a little better than what we had last Sunday. Robert and Doug Yates give me great engines, so hopefully I don't have to come from the back. We can stay up here in the front.
Yesterday afternoon, Ricky Rudd expressed some dissatisfaction with some of the driving in the big free-for-all drafting session at the end of the day. Are you finding this?
Well, it seems that a lot of the cars are running the same speed. Maybe we've got some guys in there that maybe aren't using their heads quite as much as they should. Hopefully that will take place today, that they'll use their heads a little bit more and realize they've got to finish this to get into the Daytona 500.
Well, a little bit of doubt there as we go back to Ken.
Starting grid, first Gatorade 125. The pole going for his 7th straight Twin 125 victory, Dale Earnhardt. And alongside the winner of last Sunday's Busch Clash, Dale Jarrett. Row 2, two-time defending Daytona 500 champion, Sterling Marlin and Robert Presley. Row 3, former winner in the 125s, Terry Labonte and Kenny Wallace. Row 4, a 3-time winner in these races, Bill Elliott and Michael Waltrip. Row 5, the rookie Johnny Benson Jr. and Jimmy Spencer. Row 6, a former 125 winner, Jeff Bodine and Wally Dallenbach Jr. Row 7, that's Bobby Hamilton and Kyle Petty. In row 8, he won a 125 back in 1976, Dave Marcus and Ward Burton. Row 9 is Mark Martin and Bobby Hillen Jr. In row 10, it's Steve Seligman and Lake Speed. Row 11, Bobby Labonte and Mike Wallace. For row 12, a 5-time winner in these 125s, Darrell Waltrip and Hut Strickland. Row 13, Brent Bodine and Del McCowan. Getting ready for the first Gatorade 125 with 26 cars coming to the line. 14 drivers in each 125 transfer to Sunday's 500. Earn starting spots 3 through 30. Earnhardt already in the race, and Ernie Irvan, who lead them down in the second Gatorade 125. Spotters are already up on the roof, and they're going to get a workout today. And those clouds may give us a bit of a workout. A few sprinkles reported down in turn number 1, but not enough to turn this one off. Here we go. whether the track is in racing condition or not. 50 laps, 125 miles. Earnhardt and Jarrett to bring them down. The two that fought it out here in 93.
Ken Earnhardt got a great start. He always has a great transmission. When they take off, you see he's got about a 4-car length lead over Jarrett going down in the corner.
Dale didn't have any help on the back bumper, and Sterling Marlin was right up there behind him. And see Jarrett still out there by himself as Terry Labonte goes under him.
Into third goes Labonte. Here comes Presley down to the bottom in that green and white number 33. Field away, and here comes Sterling Marlin to the bottom to try to lead this first lap.
And here comes Terry Labonte. He's following Marlin right through there.
Dale will try to get back to the bottom, but Robert Presley's right underneath him there. It looks like he made his spot right back in there. He's back in line again, Earnhardt is.
3 wide into the tri-oval as they come across with Marlin out in front, Labonte in second, Earnhardt in third. Then it's Kenny Wallace down to the bottom making his move in the number 81, that blue and yellow car, Presley in the middle. And Dale Jarrett falls back into their clutches. Top 3, single file, and they pussyfoot away from the rest of the field. Look at that bunch back there in 5th.
Well, that's the way they were looking in practice here yesterday afternoon, and there were a lot of nervous people.
Ned, look at this, 4 wide down the back straightaway. Somebody's going to have to give out of this group.
Yeah, 3 wide's tough enough to go through these turns, let alone 4. They do get down to 3 wide back there in the pack.
There's Bill Elliott in the 94 as they come down the home stretch.
Tight running, but those front 3 are the story at the moment. I'll tell you who's making the move is that 43 car, Bobby Hamilton, down on the bottom. He found that hole, shot up through, got himself about 6 spots. Front 3, here's how they're deployed. Marlin in first. Here you see Texas Terry Labonte in second and Earnhardt riding third. Bobby Hamilton continuing to fly in that Pontiac.
And Robert Presley continues to go back. He got caught in the middle and has not been able to get out of the middle.
And that 71 car, Dave Marcus, who won a 125 back in 76, brand new sponsor, brand new outlook, and great engine. He's making a race out of this.
And leading this pack is Kyle Petty. Everybody's wondering how the Pontiac's going to work in traffic. You can see it's doing...
Blake's running good there behind Kenny. Kenny's trustworthy to draft with.
Well, they've single filed in that second batch, and they're collecting the first 3. Working lap number 4 of 50 in the first 125.
Ken, Dale Jarrett is flying. He's catching the top 3 cars now. He's finally got
Sterling, Terry, and Dale.
The first 3 cars.
And that's exactly what he did.
There we are. Not too bad.
Through a terror and came off that second turn and just closed them down. Take himself up through traffic. Here he is closing right back in on 3rd place Earnhardt.
The impressive part of this run is he really does not have any help.
Sterling, Terry, Dale, and Dale.
By himself.
Single file. Big freight train. The Daytona choo-choo through the tri-oval. 15 degrees and now headed down into turn number 1. And Jarrett's right back in this thing for Robert Gates.
Dale Earnhardt ran a 47.73. That's the elapsed time around the track. Dale Jarrett ran a 47.47, about the speed that Earnhardt qualified at, but he was in the draft coming up on him. Makes a big difference.
There you see that front group holding on to that 4th spot now. That looks like Jimmy Spencer making his into 5th spot. Right behind him, that's Michael Waltrip. And there you see that number 9 car, Lake Speed, from 20th to 12th. He's pulled that off in 4 laps. The Melling car.
He chose to re-qualify on the second day of qualifying, picked up his speed tremendously. However, he had to start behind those cars that had qualified on Saturday that stood on their time, and he is coming up through the field very well.
And they were still fussing and fidgeting with that car this morning. They again changed rear springs, went softer on Lake Speed's number 9, and apparently it's made a big difference. There you see the front of the field working in lap 6.
There are 9 cars in the lead draft now. There were just 3 about 2 laps ago.
Jimmy Spencer back there in 5th, Michael Waltrip 6th, Wally Dallenbach and Bud Moore's car in 7th, Johnny Benson 8th, Ward Burton 9th, Kyle Petty, Lake Speed, Bill Elliott, all in that group. closing her down. The top 12 coming around. 3 distinct packs of racing out here now. Take a look at them here. There's that first group.
The second group there, that's Kyle Petty, and that group is actually moving in on the front group, so they're running very well.
Kenny Wallace right there. Then you see Lake Speed. And there's that last group further back, led by Dave Marcus in the 15th spot. That's Marcus.
Yeah, I think they've lost the draft of the lead group, so they're going to have to do their own drafting back there. Kyle Petty and his group is catching the front runners because they can pick them up off the draft. Here's Jeff Bodine. That's the car number 7 down on the inside trying to pass his brother. The Bodine brothers running side by side.
Brett Bodine had trouble earlier. Lost his car that he really intended to run this race with. Caught on fire coming to the tri-oval. Crash going into turn number 1. Backup car not looking too bad. The number 11 for Brett Bodine at the present time.
Now there are 14 cars in the lead draft.
And they're willing to sit on this one for a moment or two, right, buddy?
Yeah, I was just looking at Johnny Benson. He's sitting back here in about 8th spot. He's just right in this group here. You see him next to the last car there in the front group, and he's running very well. I'm sure he's going to school right now and learning all of the driving styles, doing a great job.
Well, for the last 6 straight years, Earnhardt has taken them all to school in this 125. And from Mark Martin's camera, looking back,
that's Mike Wallace just behind him. You see the cars moving. They're very soft on the front here. A long time ago, we used to think you had to really make the car too stiff, but you notice it's getting a lot of travel across the bumps through the corner.
Martin in 16th spot.
6,800, I see. 195 was the top speed I noticed just a second ago. Going in the corner, it struts off down to about 187.
Martin closing in on Dave Marcus. Marcus in 15th. There are the leaders another time. Sterling Marlin, who's had some success out here in the 125s. And his dad won the most competitive one ever run back in, 73. 22 lead changes among 6 drivers in that one. Sterling would just as soon not have a race like that today, but he may have one just exactly like that. As you see Labonte staying right steady in second, Earnhardt in third, and they look like they're ready to deliver more when they need it.
And Ken, some of these cars at the back of this draft are beginning to get a little bit racy. Bill Elliott made a move there, moved up a couple of positions. They have to be awfully careful because if they get side by side back there, they can lose the draft very easily.
Ken, we were talking about 3 distinct groups. There's only 2 now. Kyle Petty has moved into the front group. As you notice here, there's no longer 3 big packs. There's only 2.
Merlin, Labonte, Earnhardt, Jarrett, Spencer, the front 5. Michael Waltrip, 6. Dallenbach, Benson, Ward Burton, Kyle Petty. Kenny Wallace take you back to 11th. And look at Robert Presley. Pressing on the bottom here, this 2.5 mile. They join the International Speedway in the first Gatorade 125. Coming up tomorrow at noon Eastern, the 38th running of the great American race. It's the Daytona 500. Live flag-to-flag coverage. That's noon Eastern tomorrow on CBS.
After the 125s, I'm going to run the Busch race, the Busch Grand National race, then the 500.
Draft continuing.
So it's like the order of speed weeks.
You see Wally Dallenbach here in the 15, just behind Michael Waltrip, going a great run right now. Come down.
And Rockingham will be after that.
Doing quite well in the 125 miler.
And right in front
the old school schedule.
With Michael Waltrip getting the new assignment in that chair. What a job he's doing. Staying right up there in the front 5, Ned.
Of course, that's the Wood.
Like 96.
Had a lot of success here, David.
Fun year.
I guess the most notable race that he won here was in 1976 when he and Richard Petty crashed in the 500 coming off of turn 4 to get the checkered flag, and Pearson was able to nurse his car across the line. So the Wood brothers, they're always contenders wherever they go.
Back to 68 for Cale. AJ won for the lead. Back in the days of the maroon, white, and gold colors on that car. There's the front of the group. Kyle Petty battling with Kenny Wallace in the 81.
And Bill Elliott in a Ford helping his Ford buddy Kenny Wallace go by on the outside. Here's the Pontiac of Bobby Hamilton going by Kyle Petty, and so will Lake Speed. Kyle got caught down on the inside, couldn't do anything about it.
It's all back there in 10th position. Bill Elliott working on Kenny Wallace. Wallace had a great qualifying run with this brand new Winston Cup team and a brand new sponsor.
See Kenny Wallace just in front of me. The back of the car is starting to dance around just a little bit. Bill very comfortable, though. You can notice that his hands were very still on the steering wheel.
And still, it's stabilized up in front with Marlin, Labonte, Earnhardt, the front three. Dale Jarrett just behind. Remember, he started in the front row, slipped back to 6th or 7th, come back to 4th. Looks like he has more to deliver before this one's over. Earnhardt looking at the inside.
Yeah, he made a move going into turn 1 just a moment ago. He like he wanted to get on the inside of Labonte, couldn't quite pull it off. Labonte moved to the inside of the track and sort of cut him off.
Yeah, every once in a while, these front cars, they're drafting pretty tight right now, and you notice some tape on the front of the car. Some of them might be running just a little bit warm. They duck out like that just before they go in the corner, get a fresh breath.
I just solved the mystery that I didn't know. I thought that the photo of me and Lori was taken at Talladega, but I just confirmed it was this weekend at Daytona.
And Labonte's going to be called up on.
I see the bleachers half built in the background, and I just saw them on the live. I had never been able to totally confirm that.
They can team up together.
I'll pause that just a second. What I'm talking about is this here. This picture, I was able to confirm this partially built bleacher section. So this picture was taken at this race weekend at Daytona. Very cool. Let's get back to it. Mystery solved. I always thought it was Dago.
Jarrett giving you these pictures at, 190 miles an hour. He scoots back up into the 31-degree banking. Comes through 3 and 4.
You know what? I think Earnhardt may have moved over like that and realized he had a lot of draft on the inside. The next corner, he made the move.
Looking out the rear of Dale Jarrett's car.
And you see Michael Waltrip continuing to press toward the lead in this new ride. Front 8 cars still tight together in here. Del McCowart, the only car to be lapped thus far as we work lap 18. And there you see that number 15, that white and black numeral car is the Bud Moore car. It's in here on a one-race only basis with a one-time sponsor on that car.
You could see that Terry Labonte was hung out to dry, but Benson chose to go with the 5 car down the back straightaway of Terry Labonte, and they should get by Dellenbach on the front straightaway here.
Johnny Benson in that number 30, looking just as smooth as he did in the Grand National a year ago when he won the title there. Came up out of the Midwest, out of Grand Rapids, Michigan, the driver of that yellow number 30. Here's Labonte dropping way down the bottom there.
Yeah, I don't think that was planned. I don't know why he moved to the bottom of the racetrack like that, but he dropped way off the pace.
And again, those leaders trying to snap the whip and pull away from the remainder of the field. You can cut that, pare that draft down to 2 or 3 cars. That's what you want to do. Now Labonte is trying to bring them all back together.
I think he'll be able to do it too, Ken. He has a very fast race car. That's what he wanted to do, was get back in front of those other cars, and I think he'll be able to lead them right back up there.
Gatorade 125, caution on the track. Yellow is coming out. And we've got some sprinkles out here that are getting to be more like showers. So they're going to put the caution out. This is going to come at lap 19. It just went into the 20th lap as they put the yellow on the field. CBS Sports coverage of the Gatorade 125s will continue after this message and a word from your local station. The Bud 1 airship, Ariel of the King of Beers, is proud to provide you these beauty shots of the Daytona International Speedway today. In the 125s, great crowd out under cloudy conditions. I believe we're getting ready on a restart here shortly. Let's summarize again what went on in the pits. The back of the field came in, but the leaders stayed out here on the track and did not pit. Marlin, Earnhardt, Jarrett, Labonte, Michael Waltrip, Dallenbach, the front 6. Benson, 7th. Burton, Jimmy Spencer, Bill Elliott, the 10th. Lake Speed, 11th. Kenny Wallace, 12th. Dave Marcus, 13th. Mike Wallace. Those guys, they stayed right out here on the track. Those that were outside of that group, they took advantage of the opportunity granted by that quick shower to see what they could do to their car to make it better.
If Sterling Marlin had come in, the whole field would have come in. But since he didn't, the others had to stay out there and keep that track position.
Gatorade 125 ready for resumption. Pace car is off the track. Sterling Marlin leads them down. Sterling Marlin, who was second to Earnhardt in the 94 125 in which they faced off, added another time.
Look at Earnhardt come up on Sterling Marlin in the center part of the corner. He had a lot of run on him there, but as you see now, Sterling's starting to pull back a little bit.
Earnhardt did have a run on him. Now, Dale Jarrett thought he had a run on Earnhardt, but couldn't make any kind of a move.
Everybody pretty much single file then as you look from first to second, second to first, down into turn number 3. Coming around a complete lap number 24, one away from halfway in this 50 lap. 125-mile qualifier. Sterling Marlin to the line. Earnhardt in second. Jarrett tucked into third. Labonte there, and still making a great run. Michael Waltrip in that Wood Brothers car stays fifth in this field. Just behind him, Wally Dallenbach in the Bud Moore Ford stays in sixth. Johnny Benson in the yellow number 30 for Bahari Racing is seventh out here. Running in eighth for Bill Davis.
These set cars with restrictor plates didn't look fast. Those things are going when they come by that camera just then. I'm going to tell you, that makes you realize just how fast these cars are running here at Daytona.
Buddy, I don't think it's time for them to start showing really what they can do or start too much passing right now. They'll wait till they get down the last 10 laps. Do you agree?
What I would try, if I was in this front group right now, I'd probably just hold my position. But as Earnhardt says, his car don't like to run second. It likes to run first, and the driver too. So if he gets a break, he will. Look at Bobby Hamilton there up beside Mark Martin on the outside.
Hamilton made a great run at the outset of this race, then fell back a bit. Robert Presley, he fell way back. Now he's trying to get himself back into this thing. Darrell Waltrip way on the tail end of everybody, back about 23rd or 24th. There's Presley in the 33 with Mark Martin just in front.
We just saw Bobby Labonte there a moment ago. He is the guy that's on the bubble right now. There he is up in the middle of that pack.
Last man to lead all the way was back in 91 with Davey Allison. Now Sterling Marlin is threatening that way. Here's Mike Joy.
Ken, we knew the leaders would not have to stop for fuel or for tires, but that nobody did signifies that nobody is overheating running in that tight draft. Now, with the sun behind the clouds, it's probably 6 to 8 degrees cooler than when we started this race, but these cars don't need to stop to pull tape off those grills. They can maintain maximum downforce and not overheat, so everyone stayed out. Ken?
Taking a look at those front cars right now, they look like they're ready to stay out the whole distance. Run that 125 miles with Marlin, Earnhardt, Jarrett, that front three.
Well, there are 8 of them in the lead pack now trying to pull away from that second pack, which is headed up by Jimmy Spencer.
On the tail end of that lead draft in 8th place, Ward Burton in the number 22. There you see it just going down there, following along after Benson.
Ward Burton better be careful. You see he's dropping back just a little bit, about another 2 car lengths. He's going to lose that draft, but now he's starting to pull back up on Johnny Benson to get back in that lead draft.
Buddy, unlike the days in the past when I was driving race cars and in the early days of your career, the cars were bigger. They opened up a much wider path in the air. These cars are so aerodynamic now. Like you say, if you get just a couple of car lengths behind, you can lose that draft very easily.
7th and 8th, 30 and 22 coming by in this 8-car pack, battling for the lead. Gatorade 125, first round. Further back, there's Darrell Waltrip way out and back in 23rd position. Disappointing for him right now. He'll have to hope for a provisional starting spot the way things are going, unless we get one of those calamities like we had in 94 when they tore out 8 of them in the center of the race. Back up with the leaders.
Ken, the guy that's in trouble right now, one of them at least, there's several, but one of them is Kyle Petty. I don't think Kyle's speed was good enough to get him in this race unless something very dramatic happens. And Kyle has fallen all the way back to the rear of the pack, currently being shown in 24th position.
Leaders coming back to the stripe another time. Guy on the bubble at the moment is Bobby.
Open my door if it's hot in here.
Here's Earnhardt going for the lead.
There. Earnhardt pulls it back in front. And here comes Dale Jarrett right with him. It's the Dale and Dale show another time here at Daytona.
Okay, now who's Terry Labonte going to go with? Is he going to go with his Chevrolet buddy? Is he going with Dale Jarrett, or is he going to try to pass both of them?
Well, right now they're pretty much in line, but you see this great racing right here. There's racing all the way back. There goes Dale Jarrett into second place. Whoa, Terry Labonte drifts up a little bit. You see Mike Waltrip looking on the bottom side, but he does not have enough room to make that move.
CBS sports coverage of the Gatorade 125s will continue in a moment. Coming up next on CBS Sports, NCAA basketball, the wheel with Memphis against Georgetown, and you'll also see Navy versus Army. Once again, Gatorade sponsoring the Front Runner Reward Program. Gatorade will award a $10,000 bonus to the leader of each Winston Cup race at the halfway point, and $50,000 to the Winston Cup point leader at the halfway point of the season. Take a look at the running order out here as Earnhardt and Jarrett keep it a Chevy Ford battle up in front.
And as those cars have singled out, they're coming back up, and here comes Marlin, just showing how strong his Chevrolet is.
Sterling Marlin all the way back up in there for second place.
Jarrett was able to fall back in third. He sort of snuck in there ahead of Terry Labonte. Labonte perhaps had to let off just a little bit.
And look at the 22 down to the inside. Now you're beginning to see Burton begin to roll out there. Ward Burton out of South Boston, Virginia.
Morning, Woodman. How you doing? I'll be right there.
A year ago, Rockingham,
Thank you for stopping by.
looking really good.
You know, Jimmy Spencer was fighting to get back in this group, but when they started running 2 by 2, he moved right in very close to getting in the back of Benson there, coming through turn 2.
Look at Ward Burton in the 22. Bring that Bill Davis car up through traffic net.
Yes, there were 8 cars in the lead draft, and Ward Burton was at the rear of it. Now he's all the way up to 5th position, and as Betty said, that second group of cars has caught up to him, so there's, I don't know, looks like about 15 or 20 in that lead draft.
Boy, there are 3 wide back in that group there. That's a very treacherous way to get around this racetrack, but we've seen it in practice all week long. They can run 3 wide all the way around this racetrack.
Battle back there in 15th is a dandy. And they got another shower out here on the track. Let's see if it's going to bring out a caution. For the moment, Lake Speed in the number 9, the Melling car, is running in that 15th position. 15th, the cutoff point, with Earnhardt already having qualified. They pick up 14 more. Earnhardt on the pole for the first time in his career, getting ready for that 38th annual Daytona 500 here on CBS. Who else is beginning to rocket up through this thing? Mark Martin in the number 6.
He made a pit stop.
Yeah, it was 20th. And look at him come along. What's that? 8th position out there now? Keep an eye on him.
Ken, one of the reasons Mark Martin's moving up like he is, he knew he didn't have a fast car for qualifying, but this car has a lot of downforce. This part of the race now, the cars really need to handle around this racetrack, and the better handling race cars will come to the front.
34 laps complete.
I don't think Mark Martin's qualifying speed was good enough to get him in this race.
Look at the rain on the back straightaway there. Boy, when you go through there just for a second, you go, uh-oh, I hope this is just in this little spot here.
Not in the turns.
Looks a little dicey out there. See Lake Speed take that number 9 up high. John Benson finds a hole on the bottom, pulls up beside Bobby Hamilton in that silver 25th anniversary for its sponsor, number 43, Petty Engineering.
I think Johnny Benson's dropping back because of the rain, but he's run up front all the way.
He touches him. Johnny Benson got together with Bobby Hamilton.
I think he dropped back momentarily when it started raining, and these guys that run week in, week out in Winston Cup, they don't back off anything as long as that green's out.
Yellow is out once again.
they'll race back to the start-finish line. This will be a break for Kyle Petty. He wasn't too far, less than half a lap from going a lap down.
And this is a key move coming back to this line at this point in the race. Shower. See what's going to be the look of this field as they come to the line. I guess everybody's got their hand up. It looks like they backed out of this one as they come to the stripe.
Yeah, these guys, they don't really race back to the flag as hard as they used to. It's much of a gentleman's agreement that they kind of stay in line when they come down towards the caution.
It's always one that decides not to be a gentleman.
I'm back.
You know how that goes.
His name is Caution.
Earnhardt, Marlon Jarrett, Terry Labonte staying right up here in front with
Go get another monster.
Michael Waltrip right in there, Dallenbach, Martin, Jimmy Spencer, all having good runs.
CBS Sports presentation of the Gatorade 125 is sponsored by Goodyear, #1 in tires. Texaco Haviland Formula 3 motor oil controls volatility and price vaporization. And by
Daytona for sure.
Performance exhaust systems engineered by
Mason Street Bridge and
Let's
probably done
the field for you as they get ready on a restart. Earnhardt, Marlon Jarrett, Labonte running up in front with Warburton fifth. And Michael Waltrip in Dallenbach. Mark Martin having a good run. Jimmy Spencer all ready for a go. Every Main Street Bridge was here at Daytona.
That's us.
On the bubble in 15th place, Lake Speed. Now on pit road, he'll have to come from the rear of the field.
That's my ex carrying the front tires.
Getting ready on a restart.
Wiping the grill.
Here at Daytona. Second shower. It's still a little damp out here, but they're going to turn them loose. And when they do, you'll have Earnhardt in front. Sterling Marlin in second. Dale Jarrett in third. Terry Labonte is in fourth with Ward Burton.
I was standing in the pits, but probably behind the
on this restart. This means
the tool
up into the 15th spot
cart because
car number 7, Jeff Bodine.
I didn't ever want to be the one that tripped over a hose or anything at the wrong time.
And there you see Tony Glover, the mustachioed gentleman right there, who's on the radio to Sterling. He's been telling him to take a look at that number 3. And
just be smart now. Use your head. You know where you can pass him.
See number 9 catching up to the field. Talking Sterling Marlin into this restart. 12 to go.
Wonder if he'd tell us where he's going to pass him. Said he knows where he's going to pass him.
Chances of that are slim and none.
So Jeff Bodine is in 15th, and in 16th is Robert Presley, in 17th is Bobby Hillen, 18th is Kenny Wallace further back in this field as they continue to fight it out to get themselves into the Daytona 500, the great American race, 38th annual edition, flag to flag on CBS, Sunday, 12 noon Eastern. Restart of this Gatorade 125.
Ken, it's about to the stage of the race where you're not going to see people just sitting there from now on. They're going to start trying to make their moves here pretty quick.
Now, Lake's guaranteed to get in on his time, regardless of where he finished, so
Kyle Petty on pit road.
It was worth it for them to do a pit stop, change, and whatever for the 500.
Try to position yourself with something.
This is all about lining up for the 500, but you know how much they swap the lead and draft and all that. Starting position isn't as important as having a good handling car.
See Mark Martin there looking underneath the 15 car there, going back.
And Jim Long was really good about making changes and knowing why and that type of thing. I gotta find out who he's working with now. I know I've heard his name mentioned either at an ARCA or a truck or something.
7th straight, 125-7.
One day last year.
He tried to roll us
like in the pits mentioned.
There's Robert Presley on the inside, Bodine on the outside. That's the battle for the bubble. That's for 15th spot.
And Bobby Labonte coming up there in the Joe Gibbs car. That's the green number 18. He made a pit stop, put on 4 tires.
In fact, the tire guy, Chris, he retired near Daytona as well.
Some kind of running back there.
See the 11 car there, that's Brett Bodine. He needs to really run really hard right now because I don't think his time is fast enough to get in there.
That's right. I don't think his speed would get him in the race. Yep. He doesn't finish in the top 15 here today.
Robert Presley moves up through. Johnny Benson coming with him.
Boy, that went fast from 50 laps to go to, well, 30 or 50 to 9.
Degree banking. Take a look
That
at that.
went real fast.
15th and 16th, 7 and 11.
They had a little rain delay.
The 7 of Jeff Bodine, the 11 of his brother. Get beat by anyone, but the one guy you don't want to get beat by is your brother. There's that 11 just dropping back a little, leaving room for Presley.
Bobby Hamilton there in the Richard Petty, number 43. He's battling pretty hard himself right at the moment.
And there they all are. All of them. 20 strong in the same straightaway, about a second apart in this first Gatorade 125. Earnhardt continuing to lead. Just as much suspense back there for that 15th spot as there is in this battle. See if Earnhardt can win it 7 straight times.
Moving right up on the back bumper of Sterling Marlin there. He has a lot of race car. I think that a little bit of time he had to cool his tires a little bit, Ned. I think may have brought him right back in the fight here at the end.
Before the caution came out, he was slipping just a little bit, but it seems to have stabilized now.
Look at Presley fight Jeff Bodine in that black number 7.
Whoa! You guys are going to make me fall out of the chair up here.
Lean on me.
Side draft is a sucker's bet.
Hey, Ned, the boys just got to have fun.
Yeah, they got to try to get in the Daytona 500.
You see him weaving back and forth down the back straightaway, utilizing...
And here's trouble.
Back straightaway, one in the wall hard, and it...
Oh, my God, Bobby's over.
Bobby
Labonte up and over, and that's Brett Bodine's number 11. Got hammered on the outside, apparently into the wall, and Jeff Bodine, his brother's in it as well.
Oh, boy.
You can see 4 cars all snarl as they race back to the stripe. Earnhardt
Can't tell if Lake made it through or not.
in second, and Dale Jarrett coming across in third.
There's Bobby Labonte out of his car.
Can't remember.
As they fought for that 15th position, has to walk away from one after he takes a tumble.
Bobby has a speed good enough to get him in the Daytona 500.
But Joe Gibbs' team is not having a good week down here. They've gone to their own engine program, and they have been struggling.
And there's Brett Bodine out of his car.
And he'll be out of the 500.
I don't believe there's much of a chance that he will be in it. And for the first time, he bought that team from Junior Johnson. The first time since this racetrack opened back in 1959, Junior Johnson is not here.
That ought to be some ride in that wagon. Where is
I was thinking the same.
Jeff was able to
continue on.
He did continue. He landed on the inside and came around.
See, being in the pits, you don't get to see all this.
On the front end of the 11 car, Brett Bodine. What a bad weekend. He caught on fire in practice here and got in the wall. Now he's crashed another car.
And down here you see Bobby Hillen working the 77 on pit road, trying to get it ready to come back out.
He had a lot of damage on the right rear corner of that car. He must have got in that as they were spinning over there.
Yeah, there's that damage as he comes back out. Now they're clearing up that back straightaway as quickly as possible and trying to get this race to finish under green. Some observations about this incident in the back straightaway, folks.
Okay, that's Bobby Hillen in the car 77 down on the inside. It looked like he and Brett Bodine got together. That's where that damage on the right rear of Hillen's car came from. They got together, spun down to the inside. Bobby Labonte is going to come along and try to go on the inside of him. Lake Speed does get by down there, but Jeff Bodine gets caught up in it. So does Kenny Wallace in car number 81. Here comes Bobby Labonte. He's going to hit the Brett Bodine car, roll over on his top, slide down the track on his top, then it'll flip back onto the wheels.
That had to be an eternity for Bobby Labonte. You could see him lock it up in the 18 and try to fight his way to the bottom to get out of this mess.
Here goes Bodine on the outside. He makes contact there on Bobby Hillen, right on the right rear corner, and then they make contact.
And Jeff did get tagged. There goes Kenny Wallace
down in the grass there. He was very, very lucky to make it through
Blake
there.
did really good get by there.
Yeah, Kenny Wallace just getting through, and Bobby Labonte. Now watch this.
He did everything he could do.
But for a fraction of a second, he was through that one, and that's the result.
You know, sometimes you can do everything right and get caught just like he did there. He could not hit the grass at 200 miles an hour and save the car, so he went as low on the racetrack as he possibly could, and they made contact on the back straightaway.
Kenny Wallace car on pit road. Now, they had a good time, and look at the nose blunted on that car. And they
water on the ground.
Into the race for sure. Here's Mike.
Kenny Wallace has climbed down. It looks like you hit a wheel, the dirt embankment, or everything.
I don't know. It all started coming off of turn 4, the lap before. I guess somebody got into Bodine.
Are you okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Just pride hurt, that's all. I couldn't go nowhere. I had a good run going on the top side there, and ended up Brett Bodine got into Bobby Hill in there. They were shaking fists at each other going down the straight, so I don't know.
All right, Dick Berggren.
Well, Jeff Bodine's crew is ready for him to come in. He's not going to have much time to do any work, but they've got the hammers out and they've got the sheet metal shears out. They're ready to put some new tires on it. They also want to reset the roof flaps. But they keep looking down pit road. Here comes the car finally. Jeff Bodine is in. One of the mechanics does that work. Right front corner of this car is well torn up. Will hurt you a ton at Daytona, where aerodynamics is so important.
Oh, that's...
Paul Andrews still working on it.
They may be able to stand on their time and make it in. Let's see what's going on back behind the wall here. There's Kenny Wallace's car being pushed back. You saw the Petty crew there. They must be ecstatic. Bobby Hamilton back into 15th spot and on the bubble here. And here comes Bodine out to give it another shot. His optimism is up. The old glint is back in his eye this year. That sure took the wind out of his sails.
That's Bobby Hillen back in the pits. They're still trying to get some of the sheet metal off the tires there before the race starts back.
And they're getting ready to start back, buddy. There'll only be just a few laps to go. In fact, when they get the green flag, there'll only be 3 more laps to go. So it's going to be a real shootout.
At Midland, Texas, Bobby Hillen is going to come out for those final 3 in a bruised and battered number 77. We'll be back after this message and a word from your local station. 3 laps, 7.5 miles to go. The big story here, the man on the bubble as well as who's up front. Bobby Hamilton's there in the number 43 and 15th. Blake Speed 16th, Kyle Petty 17th, trying to take it away from him. For the finale in the first Gatorade 125. Earnhardt leads him down with Marlin, Jarrett, Terry Labonte, Ward Burton all in there. Look at this scramble out back for that 15th spot.
Wow. Oops. Robert Presley right in the middle gets into Johnny Benson.
That was Hut Strickland in the 8 car there that went all the way down on the...
Blake's 3 wide on the outside there. Gee whiz.
If you don't have enough speed to get in the race.
4 wide. Oh, my.
Kyle Petty making a move on the inside.
That's
Blake Speed on the outside.
And look at this battle for the lead here.
Wow.
Taylor's going to try on the outside now. You see her?
And they take the camera away from a 4 wide deal.
So,
but they are racing for the lead, right?
Well, he made that car. Yeah, he made that car handle on the bottom in the clash, and there he is diving into 2nd spot. Perfect move by Dale Jarrett. And here comes Terry Labonte right back into it. Sterling stuck in 4th position now, and look at this battle down there.
That's Walker making a move on the bottom side of Sterling Marlin there. He looks like he's going to make the pass there. Coming in. No, he didn't make it. Here comes Sterling fighting back on the outside.
And on the inside, number 22 is in it another time. Take a look at Burton flying up through this field.
And look at that 4 car come up on those guys. He's going to have a head of steam when he catches Dale Jarrett. I believe he'll blow right by him. Besides that, he's mad.
Well, you see Ward Burton there, his time is not good enough to get him in the race, so he is racing to get in the Daytona 500.
He's in good shape if he can just hold on in that
white flag
area.
Excuse me, last lap. This is for it. And Bobby Hamilton back to 15th, holding that position to qualify. That is some slugfest.
94 on the bottom side. On the outside, Robert Presley.
I think at this point, Lake's like, just don't wreck my car on the last lap.
Here goes.
Passing the grass on this one. Here comes Dale Jarrett. Here comes Sterling Marlin for turn 3.
See Terry Labonte trying on the outside to stay in behind Sterling Marlin as they come off. I believe Dale Earnhardt may win this thing.
And if he does, he's rolled to 7 straight 125s. Coming down for the finish. They make him triple wide to the line. You can give that one to Earnhardt. 7 straight years he's won a 125. When it comes to the rest of it, you put up that old line too close to call. We'll wait for the official announcement on that 15th spot. But make no mistake about it, the man in black is back. And he intends to do business in the Great American Race. A look at the final results on this one, and we'll be going to victory lane with the Intimidator himself, Earnhardt. That's coming up after these messages. Back at Daytona with the results on the first Gatorade 125. Earnhardt, Marlin, Labonte, the top 3, and Dale Jarrett had himself a good ride out there.
Got shuffled back a little bit on the last lap, but I'm sure he's happy to be starting 7th in the Daytona 500.
Michael Waltrip for the Wood Brothers in 6th out there, buddy.
Oh, I'm telling you, Michael ran a great race. Ward Burton in 7th there. He really had to do what he did because he didn't have fast enough time to make the 500, so he raced himself into a good starting spot for the Daytona 500.
See Johnny Benson finishing in 14th as we continue to look back through the results.
16th,
on this first
so we
125.
start
Bobby
32nd.
Hamilton in 17th. Stand on his speed. Waltrip, he'll have to look for a provisional out here for the 500. And let's take a look at some of the highlights from that first 125 miler.
Ken, there was one major accident coming off of turn 2. You see the white number 77 of Bobby Hillin on the inside, Brett Bodine in the blue and yellow 11 car. They get together. Bodine spins around. He was hit by his brother Jeff Bodine, and Hillin continues to spin around. And as Brett Bodine continues down the racetrack, has no control of his car, here comes Bobby Labonte in the car number 18. He thought he had him cleared, hit him just enough to flip his car over on the roof. Then it does right itself back on all 4 wheels.
Bobby Labonte's car dug in pretty hard, rang his bell, but all the drivers walked away from this, and on speed, Bobby Labonte's in the race, as is Brett Bodine. Now look at this pass for the lead.
Dale Earnhardt moving up on Sterling Marlin. He moves to the inside, and that is a key pass.
And let's join that man who made that pass, Dale Earnhardt, in victory lane with Mike Joy.
7-time Winston Cup champion, and now 7 straight 125-mile race victories for Dale Earnhardt. Well, Dale, you said this car liked it out front, and that's where you put it.
Well, it did, and I got to thank Scott D. Young and all the guys back at Shop Spinney Clinton. This is the engine that we ran in the Busch Classic. We were so down in the mouth about after the race, and we got it tuned up in this car here. This is the car it likes, and I got to hand it to them guys. They worked awful hard over the winter, and we got a great engine, a good race car. The guys did a great job testing and everything, so it's all coming together here for me, and I was really happy to keep that streak of 125s alive. That's pretty impressive.
Looked like everybody clotheslined Sterling. When he made his move, everybody went with you.
Well, it was a race of heads there at the end. It was just who was going to work with who. Sterling's car was awful strong, and I think he had the car to beat. It's just, we got back in front, and then we shook him out of the draft with the cars racing him, so we were fortunate they got to racing each other. We wouldn't have won it. Sterling would have won it.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
In 37 years, you can count on one hand the guys who have launched themselves from the 125 to win the 500. The last man to do it did it just a year ago, and he's standing by with Dick Berggren right now. Here's Sterling Marlin.
Sterling Marlin is in the gas pump area. Sterling second. Is it okay to finish second in these 125s when the car is still in one piece?
I guess it is. We like to win the race, and the car worked off good early, and it worked out good the whole time. And they got under me, shoved me back, and we just never could get a run at Dale like we needed. You get to him, and he'd make a back end real wide. But we got the best motor in the truck waiting on Sunday, and we should be in good shape. Car drove awful good, and that's what we need.
What do you think about Sunday?
Well, we're just going to keep our fingers crossed. Like today's really encouraging. The car run 50 laps, and the chassis never changed, drove awful good. And like I said, we got the best stuff laid in the truck, so we'll see what happens.
Ken Squire.
Speaking of what's happening, take a look right here at what CBS has planned this year for NASCAR racing. CBS expands its NASCAR schedule in '96. Tomorrow for sure, the Great American Race, the Daytona 500. In June, Michigan. In July, from Talladega, the Die Hard 500. The Grand National schedule on CBS this year includes Watkins Glen, New York, Talladega, Alabama, and the season finale at Miami on November 3rd. And this year, the trucks come to CBS. And also on November 3rd, their grand finale from Las Vegas. That's on CBS, the best of NASCAR in '96.
I never did the truck circuit. Never been to any of those tracks.
The second qualifier, your way into the Daytona 500s, right here, right now. Starting grid for the second Gatorade 125, the pole, the comeback kid, Ernie Irvan at number 28, and the dark horse, Jeremy Mayfield, number 98. Row 2, defending Winston Cup champion, Jeff Gordon and Rick Mast. Row 3, twice a winner in the 125s, Ken Schrader, and last week's winner of the ARCA 200 here, Jeff Purvis. Row 4 is Jeff Burton and John Andretti. Row 5, Joe Nemechek and Loy Allen Jr. Row 6 is Morgan Shepherd and Ricky Rudd. Row 7, twice a runner-up in the 125s, Rusty Wallace and Steve Grissom. Row 8 is Chad Little and Derek Cope. Row 9, Ted Musgrave and Joe Ruttman. For Row 10, it's Jim Bound and Elton Sawyer. Row 11, last year's Rookie of the Year, Ricky Craven and Chuck Bound. Row 12 is Dick Trickle and Jim Sauter. And out back will be Tracy Leslie. Field ready for the second Gatorade 125-mile qualifier here.
Oh, good luck, good luck.
World Center of Speed.
I'll be on this for just the rest of this race, and then I'm gonna call it a day.
14 drivers.
And next time I'll do the Goodies 300 and the Daytona 500.
3 through 30.
Of this same year, like a continuation.
Interesting point. 7 out of the last 10 Daytona 500 wins.
But I appreciate it.
The second Gatorade 125 qualifying race.
Now, do you believe in those kind of numbers, Baker?
I know one thing. What we can look for here, we're going to look for a great race because there's some really good race cars up front. I don't believe in superstition when it comes to 500-mile races.
Well, folks, you write this one down because if you're in the company pool...
My son is cooking dinner.
This is the race to watch for the win. Here we go, folks, with Ernie Irvan and then the dark horse, Jeremy Mayfield, up on the outside, and Cale Yarborough, number 98. The comeback story of sports this year, Ernie Irvan leading this field down.
Rusty Wallace back there making 3 deep.
Getting racy real early. Rusty Wallace in the number.
Ooh, that don't look good right there.
Here's Jeff Gordon trying to make a move early.
He almost hit the curb.
In high gears, they start down the back.
Or the edge, you know.
You see him coming down. He's looking under.
You don't want to hit that edge.
Room to make that pass.
He'll shoot you up the track.
Mast gets a ride and pulls up through. Jeremy Mayfield hung out to dry. Slipping back.
Jeff.
Hang in there, Jeff.
44 caught in the middle there. This car was a little loose.
Purvis, I
That's the
mean.
red and white number 44. You see it right there, Jeff.
Rudd's going like, no, no, no.
Yeah, that's not a good place to be. You get the least amount of air in the center there of anywhere on the racetrack.
He's got almost no downforce being there.
Ned, you're exactly right. His car is moving around quite a bit in the center part there. I know he would like to be able to move to the pass out of the racetrack and get out of that dilemma there.
He just did it.
Won the ARCA 200 a week ago here at Daytona, Jeff Purvis. Meanwhile, up in front, it's Irvan. Now Mast looking for a shot at the lead, and that would give Pontiac.
Oh boy.
Up on 24.
That nose almost took off on him.
He had his heart in his throat for a second.
Could it be team cars working together? You see Jeff Gordon there in the 24 and Kenny Schrader in 25. They seem to be drafting right along, trying to catch up on Ernie Irvan.
They got a tremendous run of steam going into turn 3. In fact, Jeff Gordon almost ran over Rick Mast. He had to make an evasive move to keep from hitting him. He was going so fast.
And that Pontiac number 1, Rick Mast, falls back now. Irvan stays first, Gordon second, Schrader third, Mayfield in the 98, hanging right onto this thing. Look at Schrader. That's a rejuvenated guy. Ray Evernham taking over to run that team. And he's right behind Jeremy Mayfield, right behind Schrader.
You see the 98 of Jeremy Mayfield. He was the fastest car in practice all through the winter sessions, and that car has been strong all week long.
Had a tremendous qualifying. speed, fourth fastest overall.
Race day, Phil Hammer takes over down on pit road on that 25, and Evernham moves on to the 24. They could well be a major part of the story in the 38th annual 500. CBS Sports coverage of the Gatorade 125s will continue in a moment. The Bud 1 airship and its Eye in the Sky camera proud to provide you these pictures from more than 1,000 feet above the speedway.
We have another hurricane or storm or something.
Fast right at the moment.
Supposed to come midweek.
Side by side.
I'm gonna have to go outside and do some
The 19 there trying.
picking up a junk and making sure the roof is clear.
Race. This is Elton Sawyer in the 27 moving up.
Now, he had a good
Take
qualifying.
the moss off.
Qualified on the second day of qualifying, which was on Monday, but he borrowed or rented an engine from Cale Yarborough, and he is moving right on up through there. It's Elton Sawyer we're talking about in the car number 27.
And that car on the outside, number 80, Joe Rutman, almost ran over the top of Loy Allen there for a moment as they came into fourth.
Yeah, Joe Rutman told me before the race today, he said, I don't have any choice. I have to run the race of my life to get in because my speed isn't fast enough to get in on its own.
Yeah, he qualified just over 181 miles an hour, and that won't get you in the Daytona 500.
Further back in this pack, look at Rusty Wallace getting sorted out in car number 2. He's had a second place here, being shown in 19th at the moment and trying to come up. Right in front of him, Joe Nemechek in the 87.
See Joe Nemechek out of the groove just a little bit, running down there by himself. The cars on the outside will just keep on going by him. He's trying to get back in, almost contact there between the cars. They will not let him back in line.
And that green car in there is that new Morgan Shepherd ride.
New for Morgan is the Butch Mock Motorsports team. They have a new sponsor on it this year. See how far back the car number 1 of Rick Mastfell when he was running in second place, and he got shuffled back out of the lead draft and went all the way near to the back.
The 63 car you see there, that's Dick Trickle. They did not get to practice all winter long or anything, and they really made this car very competitive in 1 week's time down here. You see him moving right along here. He has to also run a race of his life to get in on time also.
Record-setting crowd here at Daytona looking on these Gatorade 125, second race underway. Here are the leaders. As you watch Urban out in front, Gordon in second, Schrader is third, Jeremy Mayfield maintaining fourth, and John Andretti beginning to show some power. The Granifus Haas car, that Ford is beginning to ramble. Andretti up into fifth.
Ernie Urban is still pulling that train around here faster than the qualifying speed for the Daytona 500.
Ward Burton's brother Jeff is now in the 6th position in this race. Some incredible times on this event. 14-1 compression engines in Winston Cup racing this year. And what a difference it's made. Stacks them right up.
Last time around, over 190 miles an hour for Ernie Urban.
Ed, when you get pulled around here at 190 miles an hour, there's really not much any need to pull out and make it trying to go to the lead because Ernie Urban's really taking these guys for a ride right now.
I don't think there's another car out there that can run that fast. So, yeah, they just want to hang on.
Look at Chuck Bound right in behind Rusty Wallace trying to make his way through underneath Chad Little's number 97 up on the outside. That's Wallace on the inside. And they get him 3 wide. Ooh! Wallace got tagged. He's still trying to get it back. He took pit road. And he's wide open, but that was the only choice he had. He got throttled coming down out of turn number 4. We got to look at that one again, folks. Holy smokes. It looked like he was on his way.
That was probably the most heads-up driving I've ever seen anybody do on the front straightaway. Had he gotten the grass then, trying to stay in with that group there, he would have certainly wrecked. He went down pit road at close to 190 miles an hour.
Saved his car.
Wow.
He's lost the draft.
I don't know what the rule would be nowadays for that.
And he's still got a race car. Take a look at this replay of what happened to Rusty Wallace.
That's Rusty Wallace on the inside
I
there.
know in iRacing it'd definitely be a speeding.
Oh, he got tagged in the back there.
Bound. There's Rutman's car next to Bound.
Wow.
You're right, buddy. That was a great piece of driving. Heads up driving by Rusty Wallace.
Dick Berggren.
Don Miller, Rusty Wallace's team manager, says the car is just fine, but I'll tell you, he was hanging on to his heart when he watched that car come down pit road. He says, now we just got to tell him to calm down and take it easy. The problem with that is he's lost the draft. He's well back.
He's 24th. Irvin stays first, Gordon in second. Kenny Schrader into third. And the guy everybody's talking about, Jeremy Mayfield. That's the name to write down, think about for the future. In Cale Yarborough's car, a year-old car, one they brought here last season, having a whale of a race.
Second 125, 40 to go.
Higher line there. That normally means the car is pushing a little bit or having a little bit of handling problems. So I'm sure he would like to have that car handling just a little bit better so he could stay on the bottom and then the draft a little tighter.
Ken, you were talking about Jeremy Mayfield, car number 98. We got a report that his car is beginning to heat up a little bit, running a little bit warmer than he wants to.
Earnhardt, Marlin, and
Shepard, 4 in 1996.
Bill Jarrett were the top finishers in the first one.
A little bit up out of the corner then, Ned, but he does like a tight race car, so it might be...
Irvin's on the outside pole for the...
is in 7th in the 44. Ricky Rudd in the
for the race.
8th. Then Jeff Burton is 9th. Steve Grissom is in 10th. And back on the bubble is Joe Nemechek. CBS sports coverage of the Gatorade 125s will continue after this message and a word from your local station. A year ago, Sterling Marlin made the run past Dale Earnhardt for a trip to Victory Lane. Now Marlin makes
get a Bruce Springsteen
the first driver to
copyright.
consecutive Daytona 5. Miserable year last year. Back up there in third.
It's gonna ding me anyway, though.
Giving us these pictures
when I put it on YouTube. It's not gonna care on
Who would
Twitch.
you say he's pulling for right now? Ray Evernham works on both these cars. He's overseer on both cars to make sure they're as good as they possibly can be. Who would you say he's pulling for at this moment?
I think he's pulling for both of them. Of course, he's still the crew chief on the 24, so he's with him all the time at the racetracks and on pit road.
And there's Jeremy Mayfield hanging it right in there. Tony Furr, the crew chief on this car. That's just a basic old race car. Nothing fancy. They just get it done. Reminds you a lot of the old Junior Johnson combination.
Whatever it is, it's moving quite well. And Jeremy Mayfield, you talk about a kid that's on the way to the top. He's on his way.
Well, he's still among the top 4 at the present time. Jeff Gordon showing the patience of a champion at 24. The Winston Cup champion made $4 million last year. Take a look further back. Get closer to where the bubble action is here. That one that will and one that won't. Chuck Brown, that red and white car, and just in front of him.
That's Steve Grissom there in the Hanna-Barbera car. You see all those little characters on the side there as he goes around the racetrack. Right now, nobody cares what's on there as far as colors, though. He needs to go pretty hard.
Mike Joy.
Ray Evernham, the cars you worked on all week are running second or third. How much tougher has it made your job supervising 2 teams?
Well, I've got a lot of good people behind me, so that makes it a lot easier. And, you know, I've got kind of mixed emotions because my cars are running second and third, but it's awful nice to see Ernie out front again. So, you know, it's a good picture right now, but maybe as it gets closer to the 50th lap, I'd like to see one of our cars out front.
That's very diplomatic.
Yeah.
Ernie Irvin has other feelings about that. Brought him out, ran a truck race last year, ran the Winston Cup at the end of the season. Look at Dick Trickle in that 65, that blue car up on the outside. He's given that thing a great ride. He is being shown at the present time 15th on the field, 15 laps down.
I don't know what's wrong with Joe Nemechek, but he is going back through the field. The car must not be handling very well.
Ah, they say there's some smoke coming out of number 63, Dick Trickle's car.
We saw those cars up front beginning to, yeah, there you see a little smoke out of that car, beginning to shuffle around. Morgan Shepherd trying to move on the outside. of Jeremy Mayfield.
Mayfield getting caught.
About 3 laps ago, Jeff Herbert pulled out and tried to make a pass on Morgan Shepherd. It didn't work for Jeff. You see him way back at the back of this group of cars. He almost lost the draft.
Mayfield sidetracked, and the train stays up on that top line.
Well, John Andretti moving in there, the back car there. That's how the draft really works here. And watch him just come right on by Jeremy Mayfield, who was very comfortable in fourth and just got caught out a little bit and just moved right to the back of that pack.
There's Jeff Gordon riding with him right on the back bumper of Ernie Irvan.
You can see by the twitch in the back of the 28 car there that Ernie Irvan's not on a Sunday day roll around here. He's having to work pretty hard. That car is moving around just a little bit. I would suspect that right now all the guys are really going to school as to what they need for the 500, but still winning the 125 is very prestigious.
Here comes Schrader to the outside. For second spot, teammates side by side. Boy, the last time they were like that coming out of turn 2 that we remember, Talladega, remember that incident?
Now, Jeff needs to fall in behind him, but he didn't. He's going to try to pass him back. If those teammates, like they did in the Busch Clash, they got to racing each other, and it cost them.
Cross Schrader big at Talladega. End over end, side over side 12 times. But this time he's there getting some help from Shepherd.
Yeah, and I believe the upper groove is faster than right around the base of the racetrack right now. That worked for Dale Jarrett in the Busch Clash, and a lot of these guys that are going to the outside are just blowing by.
And boy, look at Jeff Gordon is going backwards. Look at those cars go by him on the outside. He's caught down there and can't do a thing whirl about it.
There goes Jeff Burton by. Jeff Gordon will end up in the back of this pack.
And now look at Gordon come back. On that corner, he tries to pick up a couple of spots.
The 57 there is Jim Bound. He's struggled really all week long with this car, and it's just not up to speed. He's going a lap down to the lead cars.
3 wide for that 15th position. There you see the 63 Trickle. Musgrave is in there. Loy Allen, Chuck Bound, Jim Bound's brother, and that 95 up on the outside. This is the war to make it into the race. A lot of them are going to go back on the trailer when this is over and start a very lonely ride home.
Boy, Dick Trickle just passed Ted Musgrave. I mean, that's quite a feat. That's one of Jack Roush's cars, and Trickle's put this race team together in about a week here, and he's right up there moving on.
15th is 19, Loy Allen, and 16th is 95, Chuck Bound, as they continue that war. Even across to make it into the race.
Apparently that little smoke we saw from Dick Trickle's car is not affecting the running of it.
40 minutes.
Let's go to Dick Berggren.
Well, Troy Selberg, who is crew chief for Morgan Shepherd in the 75 car, has been making trips down pit road. Right next door is the number 10. Ross Friesinger is the pit road captain. And what Selberg is trying to persuade Friesinger to do is to tell his driver to tuck in. The two of them want to go to the front. And they have made some very staunch progress. They are now running third and fourth, and they are running as a team.
It's the look of Sunday's 500. Irvan, Schrader, Shepherd, Rudd, Burton, plus Andretti, Mayfield, and Gordon. You can throw a hanky over them.
CBS Sports presentation of the Gatorade 125s is sponsored by Gatorade Thirst Quencher, the official sports
the corner. That means that car is really getting a lot of downforce, everything. Now this is through the dog leg, down the front straightaway. Now as he comes out here, you'll see the number 1 corner as they start down this way. When he starts in the corner, watch how smooth his hands are getting into this corner. That car is really working well. You see the white line, that's the base of the racetrack there. It's hugging right around the bottom. Ernie Irvan's car is getting to dance sideways just a little bit.
And you saw that little piece of tape there on Schrader's steering wheel? That means that it's straight up and down. That's when he's going straight. See now, he cuts to the left a little bit.
My car don't drive that good on the highway. I'm watching him go in the corner. Boy, that thing is really getting some downforce.
Do you feel it in the small of your back? Does it drive you right through the seat?
Oh, that's a good feeling when you have a car that's working that well. You see these guys, though, I don't imagine they're sitting there quite as steady as the others. This is for all the beans here. These guys need this. This is for the bubble right here.
That's for the lead right there.
25 laps to go.
The second Gatorade 125. Bobby Allison's number 12 with Derek Cope at the controls.
That's Elton Sawyer there in the 27. Ted Musgraves in the 16.
Bobby Allison's car is 10th. You see Sawyer in that black and white number 27. He's in 11th. Dick Trickle is in 12th. Musgrave 13th. Chad Little 14th. And the 80 car pulling out of it. Joe Ruttman gave it a good run today in the early going, but something went amiss. And Joe Ruttman goes back behind the wall. Stay right here with these leaders as you watch Ernie Irvin bearing down.
Yeah, just watching what they're going through right now, I think that Morgan Shepherd may have the car to beat. He looks very, very good, as does Schrader. So when this thing shakes out, I would look for these cars. If they don't make a bad move and get out of position, these cars are really running well.
We're just past the halfway mark.
But the man to beat right now is Ernie Irvin, and the largest crowd we have ever seen here for the Gatorade 125 is going to erupt if he pulls this off and can stay in front, fend off Schrader, Shepherd, Rudd, Andretti, and the rest of this field. Immediately following Daytona action, as you watch Ernie Irvin, who won the 125 in 1994. Oh, take a look at Gordon once again, using turn 1 as a diving board into turn number 2 up there on the high side.
That's that outside groove I was telling you about. You see Ricky Rudd fighting back going. Now he has a little bit of help from John Andretti on the bottom side.
They're this tight together, it's real tactical, Ned.
Yes, it is.
You see Jeremy Mayfield fighting his way back in now. He had lost the draft just a second ago, and now he is back up in the front group.
When those cars got side by side, that allowed him to pick back up in a very quick moment. Ernie Irvin continues to get slower, which is not that unusual. As the tires get worn, then you are going to slow down a little bit more. So he's down now to about 48.60 in elapsed time. And it does look like he's getting a little loose there, buddy.
Yeah, Kenny Schrader's right on the white line all the way through the corner. I'm looking at Irvin. He's beginning to dance sideways just a little bit.
You see this big interval opening up there as you saw how much empty racetrack there was from this front group. It's 4 or 5 seconds back to that second pack. It's all right in here.
Here comes Jeff Gordon back under Jeff Burton as they come off the corner there. He makes the move pretty easily there. Talking about Ernie Irvin, he is one of those types of race car drivers that can run sideways all day, though. It does not unnerve him to be a little bit loose, so that don't really bother him at all. He's a hard-nosed race car driver.
No doubt about that. 20 laps to go.
His confidence level is back, and Ernie Irvin is leading in this race with Ken Schrader trying to come off the worst year of his career right after him in second spot. California versus Missouri up in front, Ford versus Chevy, and Morgan Shepherd carrying those Raymock colors on number 75 stays right there in third. Ricky Rudd, who's come here year after year to run in the Daytona 500, had his share of upsets and heartbreaks. Look at him holding on to this one. He could be a major contender to win the 500 on Sunday. Ricky Rudd making his 20th start for the Daytona 500 this year. I'll tell you one thing, at this speed, they all seem to be able to handle the bottom, and they can all work the top. Remember how you used to fight to get down there to the white line, buddy?
Well, a long time ago, if you got down on that white line, you was coming in because the cars didn't stay on the bottom very well at all. They'd slide about 3 lanes wide across through here. These cars are handling quite well. They have a lot of rear spoiler on them, a lot of downforce. You can see every one of these cars. They look like they're in just an absolute line there. They all handle pretty much the same.
What's going to make the difference in the 500?
I think the race will be won in the corner, and what I'm seeing right now, Ernie Irvin's doing quite well down. He's just running his race right now, and if he slows the pace down, they seem to slow down with him. So that's always a sign of a very strong race car when everybody else plays off of you.
I think handling will be the key on Sunday. You got to have a good motor, no doubt about that. But handling, the more you run on this racetrack, the slicker it's going to get, and then certainly 500 miles on Sunday, you better have a good chassis.
Mike Joy.
And Ned, I think help may be even a bigger key. Like Sterling Marlin in the first race, Jeff Gordon is now a victim of his own success. Ray Evernham complained that 3 times Gordon has pulled out to pass. Nobody will work with him. Nobody else wants that car up at the front. Ken?
Good point, Mike. Take a look at this 98 Jeremy Mayfield. I am so impressed with that kid. Keeps on coming on.
Kenny Schrader just made a look on the outside there as they come through the dog leg. I think right now he's probably sizing him up to see where he has a weakness for later on if they come down to the white flag lap. Where can I pass him? That's what they're looking for right now.
CBS Sports coverage of the Gatorade 125s will continue after this message and a word from your local station. 16 laps.
Jump ahead a little because I want to time it so you don't have any more commercials.
How about Ernie Irvin? He might be.
This is going to make me because I can't snooze no more.
I was just fixing to say, the only person who knows what Ernie Irvin has is Ernie Irvin right at this moment. But you see these two cars, they begin to pull just a little bit in the center part.
It's going to make me run one more.
Shepard's letting them do this, but it looks like they might have a little bit more gusto in the center part of the corner of the straightaway.
Dick Berggren.
Well, what's going on is the drivers have been very concerned during practice about the 3 wide stuff. Because these cars are now so equal, they seem to be able to go through the corners 3 wide. That is a very risky thing.
They're going to drive in a line the whole time.
Ted Musgrave may have had the best comment of all.
Till here.
Stay behind Gordon. I thought he was going to come in.
Here comes Ernie back.
And Reddy was about to shoot up there to help Irvin. And Gordon didn't know which way to go.
Into 3, side by side. Ford on the inside, Chevy on the outside. Ernie Irvin leading by about 6 inches. Back comes Schrader. Here they come for the finish. They touch. They come to the line. Ernie Irvin pulls it off. Oh, what a finish for Robert Yates and company. Ernie Irvin and Schrader, 3/4 of a lap side by side. That one will go down in the books.
Now that just comes down to who wanted to win the most then. I mean, he did everything that you could do to win a race. He made contact, everything was just perfect, and man, what a great race.
Photo finish replay, folks. This is how they finished the second Gatorade 125. 5 cars to the line. Andretti closing on the inside. Looks like he may have taken 3rd from Gordon.
I think he did as they crossed the start-finish line.
Well, that is some moment. And we'll be in victory lane with Ernie Irvin to celebrate this incredible comeback. Bulletproof today. The guy they used to call Swervin' Irvin. Not anymore.
Just call him winner. That's what he is.
Can't wait to hear his sentiments when he unbuckles in victory lane.
At this point of the 125s, all that's left for Speed Weeks is the Goodies 300.
John Andretti, Gordon Rudd.
And that's the Busch Grand National Race and the Daytona 500. I'll do that next time.
See Morgan Shepherd and Jeremy. Jeff Burton had a good run.
Yes, it did. Elton Sawyer came from far back in the field to finish 9th. And
now that I'm over my
ones that'll get in.
Welcome my flu.
Chad Little bringing up the group there.
I'm going to get back at it.
We look back through the remainder of the field. But the man of the hour is the man in victory lane back there for the first time at Daytona since 1994. Ned, let's take a look at how Ernie Irvin pulled this out of the fire.
Got pretty wild coming off of turn 4. Schrader on the outside, Irvin on the inside. They actually touch coming down towards the start-finish line. Here's Gordon. He makes a move high. He wants to try to draft past on the outside. John Andretti down on the inside as they come to the start-finish line. You can see how close it was. Let's take another look as they come to the start-finish line. A photo finish for not only the lead, but also for 3rd.
And let's join Mike Joy with the winner.
Ernie Irvin on familiar ground, victory lane at Daytona. What a way to complete a comeback.
I tell you, I don't know if it's complete yet, but sure feels good.
Tell me about that last lap, because you had a mirror full of everybody.
You know, I knew Schrader was, you know, he was just sitting there waiting to try to find out a good time to go, but he wouldn't go because he didn't have no Chevrolets behind him. And about the time I seen Gordon in the rearview mirror with Schrader, I said, well, man, I think they're going to team up on me a little bit. But, you know, I tell you this, Robert Yates, Texaco Haviland, Ford Thunderbird, got a lot of suds under the hood, and they did a great job.
Well, then tell me, in turn 3, were you surprised to see Gordon right behind you instead of up there behind Schrader?
Well, you know, I mean, he is his teammate, but, you know, Gordon was trying to run second no matter what, and, you know, Schrader kind of, you know, buffaloed him at the beginning of the race, so, you know, I'm glad that they were fighting, and, you know, I tell you, you know, I don't know what's going to happen or whatever, but this Daytona 500 is going to be exciting.
It sure is. Ernie, congratulations. Here's Dick Bergeron.
Well, Kenny Schrader pulled into the garage area here and went right over to his teammate, Jeff Gordon. You guys had a long, animated conversation. What'd you tell him, Kenny?
No, he helped me a bunch there last lap. We were just talking. Sometimes it's really a pain to have a teammate out here, because I drove around him the one time, and it was either we were both going to get past or I had to go, so I went, put him in the back. I felt terrible. He came up behind me on the last lap, and Little John's going to suck up to Ernie, and we're all going to be wrecked up here, so he cuts down to protect me. And I think he might have been trying, maybe he could win too. But then he moved back up, you know, when he was shut out, and tried to help me, but didn't, you know, wasn't enough. But I tell you what, it's hard to drive 3 cars.
How'd you see that last lap, Jeff?
Well, you know, I saw an opportunity there, and you know, I had some momentum. I come up on Ernie and him. I was glad to see him get beside Ernie. I'm thinking, all right, you know, we don't want Ford to win. We want our own team and a Chevrolet to win. And I'm thinking, okay, I got the momentum. And then all of a sudden, I see John Andretti come up behind me, and he's got the momentum. I got to move down to block him. If I'd have stayed in that line, you know, I might have finished second, but I probably wouldn't have won it. So I figured, hey, let's try to make my teammate win it. I ended up getting 4th, so...
Well, your car seemed to be forward, and then you'd go back, and then you go forward, then you go back. What was happening?
Well, we had a real good handling race car, and, you know, it's tough when you get in a tight squeeze like that. I think I got those guys mad. I got up there, and I come up to them and started passing them on the outside. They didn't like that, so, you know, I got shuffled back there to the back end. I just had to wait a little bit longer until the car started handling better, and the other car started going away, and then the car came right to us. So we know we've got a real good car for the long runs in the 500.
To David Hobbs.
Well, I'm down with Chad Little. Chad, you just made it. You seesawed back and forth there position, but you just made it. How's that feel?
Well, I'm all smiles right now, but it was a lot of work. It really was. The Pontiac handled pretty good, but it's just everyone is so close. You know, we got some more work to do, though. We're going to go back and figure out a setup where we can run a little bit more comfortable. When I was in a tight pack, it was really a handful. But important thing is we made it. Happy for Sterling Cowboy, our new Cup sponsor, and now what we'll try to do is kind of learn from the Cup over to the Busch side, and hopefully back and forth, maybe give us a little edge come Saturday and Sunday.
Well, there's a smiling Chad Little, made it into the Daytona 500, Ken Squire.
And so today, Dale Earnhardt has won his 27th race at Daytona, his 7th in a row in the 125-mile qualifiers. But can he win the 500? And Ernie Irvin, thumbs up on your great comeback. And when we return, we'll give you the starting grid for the 1996 Daytona 500.
CBS Sports presentation of the Gatorade 125s is sponsored by Gatorade Thirst Quencher, the official sports beverage of NASCAR. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. And by Mobile Motor Oil. At Mobile, we've been changing oil for over 125 years.
Give that race to Steve Grissom. Dale Jarrett coming home in second pass.
Ooh, that's the one we're going to be playing in a little bit. I can't be talking about that.
No. Can your car, can any car, from what we've seen so far this week, pull out
and pass
by itself?
No, I don't think they're going to.
You know, I think. Because it's giving away the Busch race that I'm going to play in a little bit next time, not today. I'll try to do it tomorrow morning. But I need to... I need to thank you all for coming here and watching the race, and I appreciate appreciate, you know, having to watch these races alone. I'll be uploading this to my YouTube, which is Miss T Motorsports. It's been renamed. I don't know if it'll upload easy or if I get a monkey with it, but that's the intent. And I appreciate you all being here. Thank you. I